their last one I'm opening, and I'm going to bed.
All right, bro. Yeah, how did he get that?
I have no idea what happened. Who was the one that sniped us?
It was Tim Osmond, the same piece of shit criminal that always does it. It's Tim Osmond. Yeah, he's one of those perverted criminals that like protects Pizzagate suspects and says that's a psyop. If the children are involved, he'll of course ignore them, and he'll justify how, of course, that if children say something about people in office, that it has to be fake because he loves his Pizzagate leaders. So he's a big pro government. He's a child rapist protector, pretty much. And I've heard this guy make these claims that literally about these children, these cases are all lying. So that's the type of person you're dealing with. You're dealing with somebody who needs child rapists to protect his worldview. This is like the utmost, like the highest level of demonic possession. When you ask this guy who he is, he's gonna say we are many.
Yeah, he's sick.
Yep. He's part of the Pizzagate crew. That's what I call him, Brian. These are the people that literally protect Pizzagate politicians out in the open to literally protect their worldview. I've heard them, so I'm not making this up. And if people don't want to talk about that subject, that's fine, but that is still going on. That is a real truth that has been exposed. And I'm actually glad the truth came out because it has really shown us the sickness of our enemies. So it is what it is. It's all good. I mean, they have to attack this truth because it's the biggest truth in 2,000 years. They have to attack Jesus Christ. They have to destroy the Bible at all costs because that's their point. That's what they're here to do. So it's just a win-win for me, Brian. What do you think?
Yeah, win-win.
One of these days when the internet gets shut down and they're going to do this trolling in real life, they're in for a rude awakening because the women alone are going to rip their bodies apart like drawn and quartered in the streets. I'm not even kidding. When this shit goes down, these people are in for a rude awakening. There's going to be a lot of extra cat and dog food, just let me tell you.
Well, that guy wouldn't do anything like this in real life.
Oh, absolutely not. No, he would be smashed in his face and never found if he tried to do any of this to anybody in real life. The guy is a perverted criminal. Absolutely. I think he has even admitted to selling crack at the beach to children. Like I know that sounds crazy, but months ago, and Pancho Pete's hangouts, like he would admit to selling drugs to people at the beach and kids and things like that. So that's the type of people we're dealing with. I mean, that's normal. I think that's all right. If you're going to be that type of person, you might as well do it right. Be the full perverted Satanist, you know?
That's the cancer on the earth. Right.
Yep. There. Absolutely right. Yeah. These are the cancers that we are exterminating, and they have no choice but to attack us, even when you're not even talking about them. But now we get a little bit more power in our chests because of it. So it honestly helps us, because I was kind of bored earlier. It's all good. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I see what you're saying, Teal. Yeah, that sounds about right. Good. That's what I wanted to hear, because I didn't like the other options. So that's good. Very good. Excellent. Let's see here. Some station identification. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the third attempt. It's 9:37 right now. This is the Flat Out Elected channel. The hangout was called Flat Earth, Flat Earth, Flat Earth. I think now it's called Flat Earth Avoiding Snipers, or what's it called, Rand?
This one?
Yeah.
Flat Earth, period.
Flat Earth, period. Do something about it. What you gonna do about it? You gonna snipe my hangout and change the shape of the Earth? You gonna protect your Pizzagate politicians? It doesn't look like anything's changed. It looks like we're still on the internet talking. It looks like people are showing up. So, yeah, I guess they can keep doing what they're doing, Brian. But all they're doing is proving my point.
We can let them waste time all night long. That's fine.
Yep. It's all good. Oh, Teal Summers has returned, ladies and gentlemen. Teal Summers, what's going on with you?
Hey, what's up? Truth hurts, don't it?
It's phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine? This is another level, because we're talking about these horrible idiots lately, but now we can observe another level, even above that, far greater. The highest form of criminal, the one who wants to destroy truth. That is as bad as a rapist. That is as bad as a murderer. And the Bible specifically tells us that. What a coincidence. These people are murderers. It literally is. If you want to stop people from doing these things and literally assaulting them this way, how much worse could you be? How much worse could you be? Seriously, think about it. It even says if you hate a man, that is murder, basically. So this is far worse. To hate so much, to hate everybody, to hate truth, man. And people want to know why God makes a hell. I don't care if you want to believe in annihilationism or not. That's fine, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, God makes a very special place for these people. And there's a reason.
Well, I mean, the whole flat earth model, it just confirms God's word and God's truth, and people don't like that. They don't like it. They can't. They don't like the fact that if they go their own way, they're not even really doing what's best for themselves. They're in love with the temporal things of the world.
Amen.
It's insanity, man.
This is so surreal now. Everything is so surreal now. Like just being here, you being part of this now, Eve, and just all the things that we've seen and gone through, the discussions, and all to come back to here with a very small group like this. It is just so surreal to me. It's like that feeling when like someone's like sick or in trouble, but maybe it's not your own kid, and like you get that sense of like alertness. That's like you're hyper alert, or like your cognitive abilities of like enhanced, but it doesn't seem real, but it's like it's been enhanced. You see what it's like? That's what I feel now. It's like it feels like everything's being enhanced, but it almost seems like too calm and too easy. Like it's like I just sit here and everything happens exactly how I think it's going to happen. Like it's almost too easy, and it's turning this into like a surreal experience. It really is.
Right. Well, it's God. God is moving in a very powerful way right now. He's revealing, the light's revealing darkness. He is revealing evil.
Have you ever had to give somebody CPR?
No, luckily, I have not been in that position.
That's what this reminds me of. This is not funny. Let me first say this. This is not funny. Sometimes God has to go through things, and I admit I have failed at many things in life, and I have failed. I do blame myself. It was a very interesting circumstance where an older lady had, I'm going to assume she had a heart attack, some sort of major cardiac arrest or something. This is when I was a provider, Eve, and we were at a space, we were doing an outing, and I was with my client, Zane, and of course, everybody pays attention to their clients. And one of the managers is there. I'll never forget this guy's name was Joey. He was the teacher of the CPR class. And he was also a really weird weirdo that you could tell was something wrong with him. But you just, he's the manager, right? But he's this weird kid, just a weird guy. Something's wrong. You just don't know. Sometimes we meet people. I don't mean to prejudge or be stereotypical, but this guy, and he's a little white boy, whatever. The guy, there's something wrong with the guy. Well, we're at this outing. We happen to be at a Fat Burger, of all places. This is like my first month in the business. And I have my client, I'm pushing around in a wheelchair, yada, yada, yada. And it's a real busy Fat Burger. And one of the other providers comes up to me, my good friend. Her name was Giant, but it was one of those oxymorons names, like Tiny, when it's a real big guy. So she's a real nice, small lady. Her name's Giant. And she comes up, she goes, "Oh my God, this lady's dying." And Joey's just standing there, and I go, "Really? What's going on?" I look over, and I'm like, "Oh my God, crazy!" So I run over and see what's going on, and the CPR certification director's there on the phone. Yeah, this lady's, I think she's sick, and he's not even looking at the lady. He is like at the corner of his eye, looking at the lady, then being back on the phone, talking about, "Yeah, this lady," and I'm just like, "Oh my God!" So I grab this lady, and she's leaning against the wall, dead. I grab her, I throw her on the ground. And of course, you just, if you go through a couple of training classes, you don't think it, you just start doing it.
Yeah.
And man, her chest was going up and down. Let me tell you, I was doing it right. Boy, I mean, it was obviously disgusting, but you're not thinking about that at the time. And her chest was going up, and I tried, but it was too late. It was too late. I'm not going to blame myself, even though, of course, that's what we all do, when that happens. I did it first. I was so sick and I had to stay at work. It was so amazing. That is the feeling I have now. Once I knew I was going to have to grab this person, this non-living human being, put their corpse on the ground and put my mouth on them, it was a very similar feeling to the way I have a feeling now about what's going on. It's almost like you had no idea that you wanted to do this, but it's the right thing to do, and you're not in control over it, but you actually want to do these things. We want to give CPR to dead people. That's what we're trying to do. And I hate saying that, but literally it is so similar. That surreal feel. It was like when it happened, the feeling that hit me was like that God turns on a button, like, okay, you're on. And it's like you are like in that zone. Like you just have this adrenaline hit you, and that's exactly what I've been feeling lately. I have nothing else to compare it to. But yeah, what a nice way to start the provider business. And everybody's asking me, what's wrong? Because they couldn't tell everybody what happened. So then I spent the next 3 hours of everybody asking me what's wrong. It was quite the day. I will never forget it. March 28, 2014.
Wow, man. Yeah, I tell you, with me, I just wish more people, and especially those close to us here in the community, would just wake up to this. And they're not even willing to investigate it prior to judging it. It's ridiculous. Knowing that the scriptures have already warned us there would be a great deception. They should be skeptical about anything coming from the scientist of the world.
That's where I get this similarity to. Once I realized how bad things were last night, it was like I hate saying this, it was like here's corpses in front of me again. I don't know how to compare it. That's what I literally was starting to feel like, oh my God, these people are dead. It's crazy.
Zombified.
Raging. This is 28 days later zombies. This isn't a Call of the Dead or Shaun of the Dead. This is some real zombies. These are the ones that, you got to make sure you have a head start. I mean, this is terrible. Man.
Yeah, well, God will let his tricks be known. And those who reject it will be held accountable,
Yes. I'm not going to give any too much information again, but sometimes I talk to Christians that sometimes tell me that they might have, that they're having issues that they need, with God. Sometimes Christians will contact me and they'll say, I'm having a real hard time right now. And I think the combination of that with what's going on at the same time, it made me worry about them. It made me worry about other Christians. Like, oh my gosh, like, are other Christians going to be like, is this going to destroy their faith right now? Is this going to, I think that was what I didn't want to admit. I never want to admit that I'm worried about Christians falling away from God until the last couple of days. I was so shocked at the audacity of this evil that it started, and then noticing that other Christians were not happy, that it came over me of a fear that I didn't even want to admit that I had, that people were literally being turned away because of this. And I didn't even admit it. I just realized that in the last couple hours.
Was that you that received a phone call or me on Google Plus?
No, it wasn't me.
That's odd. That's really weird.
What, right now?
Yeah. I mean, I had I think I see it. Never mind. Okay, wait a minute. Is today, today's Wednesday.
May 3rd.
Okay, that's Steve McRae telling me to tell Rand to check messages, please.
Oh, I love Steve McRae. He's one of my favorite atheists.
Doesn't he claim to be agnostic?
I'm not sure. I think he's not sure either, but that's besides the point. Well, he's a nice guy. I like him. I talk to him. I mean, compared to J.D. Kane, I'm just saying, if I were to cut, relativity, here. So
All right. Priority.
where the only place that relativity actually exists, social constructs. I used to get along with Hogtied Champ, but he just started once you prove him wrong 5 or 6 times, he just stops talking to you. He was nice for a while.
Hmm.
Oh, Brian, I hope not. What gives you that idea? Chief? Check the chat.
Somebody in the chat suggested that the link was shared while somebody was screen sharing, but I'm not sure, like briefly or something. That might be how I got it.
Wow. I don't know.
Neither.
Patricia Steer has joined the chat. What is going on? Patricia Steer, Flat Earth Hot Potatoes. She says, never put in chat or anywhere else, just to each person. If there is a host and their panelists, send out 3 links only. Sounds legitimate. I don't think Patricia Steer's ever had a problem like this, so she probably knows what she's talking about. There's Derek Nelson again. What's up? Go ahead, Eve.
Sometimes you want that opposition in the room, especially a Christian. That's the only people I'm willing to discuss this with right at the moment, to be honest. Everybody has their different callings. People have their callings to deal with the atheist or whatever, but I've had my time of being an atheist for 4 years, and I do not want to go there, honestly. So I find it important to try to encourage Christians to at least seek it out and investigate it.
Well, apparently this panel needs more opposition, according to Marcus. Boy, okay, I guess so. I guess the entire world isn't enough. We're only the most hated people in all of history. Christian flat earthers are the number. We're probably all on a terrorist watch list. I don't know how many more oppositions we need, but okay.
Well, every now and then we do have opposition on here, and yesterday was a perfect example of how our opposition proved the points for us.
Yep, absolutely, 1,000%. I personally, I'm going to allow anybody on here just to speak to you. If you can stand being a human being and just have a cordial conversation, I'm going to allow anybody into this hangout, and that's my stance personally. So we're very open to anybody. We do not mind any sort. I don't mind any sort of flag. Rand Campbell invites people all the time to present evidence. So we're not here to debate, but we're going to show you how your evidence is wrong, and we're going to show you how you live on a flat Earth. Patricia Steer says, carrots on fire. I guess cats like them, but they need to eat a balanced diet. Yeah, I was going to talk to Patricia the other day about cats' digestive systems. I was going to make some stupid claim, but I digress because she was being harassed by trolls. I was going to say, Patricia, maybe the cat digestive system might be so short because they are designed to eat raw meat. Not saying that we're designed to eat meat literally, but obviously we're not supposed to eat raw meat. So that's why I always separate the things. Like, okay, I can see how this works that way, but I think some people say like, well, you're not supposed to eat meat unless you have a short digestive system like a cat. Well, maybe that's not necessarily true. Maybe we are supposed to, or maybe we are designed to now, maybe not originally, but either way, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I digress. What's up, Brian? Cats are an apex predator. They require meat. Some cats are apex predators, yes. Yes, they are absolutely short. And my claim is because God made them designed to eat raw meat, and God knew that if we were going to eat meat, we were going to have to eat cooked meat. So that's what my claim is. I'm not saying I know for sure, Patricia, but that's my claim. I'm just guessing here, just a shot in the dark. Zern Music.
I think it's funny that this Keith guy in chat said that Brian's flat Earth map was a fraud. I find that funny since it's still being used in places such as the UN logo, and even our navigation, navigation system is still using that. The flat Earth itself is a compass. both a compass and a clock. So I just find that hilarious.
It is borderline disturbing. What's the other option that the airlines and the United States military are supposed to use? So what is the other option?
I mean, you've already brought up the adjustments that they make, which would conclude that they're going in a circle, not around a ball.
Yep, absolutely. It's very obvious. There's only one option. What are you arguing for? The entire world runs on azimuthal equidistant projections. That's why it's called out of reckoning. If you don't use the right map, you get lost, and that causes lives and money and death. And these big companies don't want to lose millions of dollars pretending they're on a ball. So that's why they have to use this map that Brian uses. That map that Brian uses, Brian did not invent that map. The Geological Survey industry and other organizations that have to use the maps are the ones that originate that map. So thanks.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I agree, Patricia. My cat, Gypsy Boy, I thought he was a complete, couch potato because he's one of those gypsy cats. That's why his name is Gypsy Boy, and he, mooches off me all the time. We give him cat food all the time, of course. So he adopted me. And then the other day I see him out here with a rat in his mouth. This cat, you wouldn't think would hurt a fly. And here he is crunching the skull of a rat right in front of me, eats the entire thing raw. I guess I was wrong. You don't know what a cat can do until you see the cat doing its thing. So, yeah. Zern Music, what's going on, playa? Yeah, we love the kitties. My dad was a big cat guy. He said, if you meet someone who doesn't like cats, son, you can't trust them. Okay, Dad.
Well, I'm going to get off here for a little while. I got to do a few things.
Well, thank you very much, Eve. I appreciate you coming on. We'll see you later.
Yeah, if you're still on, I'll probably come to the chat or might get back in later. I'll talk to you later.
Right on. Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a good night. We'll see you later.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Yes, Keith. Keith is... Yep, you can see the Gleason map is a globe. Oh, yeah, that's why we have to use a flat azimuthal equidistant projection. I know. Whenever you're ready to call the United States Air Force, Keith, I mean, I'm sure you're going to receive a Nobel Prize because you can figure this out better than they can. I mean, just think of all the money they're going to give you for saving them so much money for no longer having to use this stupid flat Earth map. He's going to be rich. Oh, very good, Rose. Thank you. General Rose Patton is supposed to make a stop by, Brian, so make sure you tighten up on the on your wardrobe. Make sure your gig line is straight. I need to have your badges in the right spot. I need your emblems on your left side, and please put your name tag back on, Brian. Okay. How much Vicky wants the link? What? Dania, what? How much Vicky? Okay, never mind. You're talking to somebody else. Savvy Steak, I thought you were a troll at first. Then I realized I was wrong. Yeah, we're a little bit cautious right now, Savvy. We've been sniped all day. Every time we give this hangout out today, we've either been sniped or we've been dropped somehow. So we're a little bit cautious. Rose Patton and Brian are going to handle that for me. I'm no longer going to be responsible for that. I have to remove myself from the link operations. I'm sorry. But I'm going to try to get anybody in here who wants to come in here. I mean, that's the whole point. The whole point is to let people have a actual platform to do this in a manner that's of humane standards for a change. Did I just lock up or is the chat stuck or am I stuck? What is going on here? Wow.
You're good.
There must be. Thank you, Brian. There must be no other hangouts going on right now. See, Tim, yeah, I came in here earlier today. I don't know you were going to be on tomorrow. Okay, very good. Okay. Yeah, Savvy Steak. So if you can give, see, I don't even know how to do this, Brian. If you want to give Brian your email address, he can give you the link, but if something happens, Savvy Steak, you're probably not ever going to be allowed to be coming back on here ever again. So we're in a weird predicament right now. We're getting sniped left and right by some weirdos. Yeah, let him in as a guest. We can chat and rant.
I'll stick around for a little bit longer.
Oh, you're going to leave me, Brian?
I have no choice.
Oh, Isa does have one going on? Okay, cool. Right on. Good for him. Man, what are you doing, Patricia? You got a minute real quick? Rose, when are you going to come in? Let's see. Yep. Okay, now we're being reprimanded again by Patricia Steer, Brian. Oh, one more time. Listen, Brian, one more time. Only give the link out to individuals through email. Never publish it publicly or share a screen with the link. Trolls wait all day for it.
This ain't my channel. Okay? The way I run things, that's exactly how I run them. I do not hand them out like that. But this ain't my channel.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, but she's right. I don't think she's ever been sniped.
No, if you do it right, you won't be.
Right. I agree. Oh, man. That's funny. Good job. Been taking pics. Kathleen in the building. What up, playa? We're just trying to keep a ship running. We just want to keep the Red October above the waters right now. We don't want to have to go back down to sonar depth. Good job, bro. I wish Rose would come on here. I don't think she's been on here for a week, Brian. When was the last time? When the G-Man escapade started?
2 days ago, yeah.
Yeah. People want to hear the ladies, Rose. They're tired of hearing pillbox. Listen, you can only take so many red pills, and you start to get sick. They need to hear, golden pills. You know, we need some bright white pills. We need some. We might need some blue pills too. Some people need to go back to sleep. Oh, well, there's an email. Let's roll it.
I'll try it one more time before I go. All right.
All right. Rose Patton just has to make sure her uniform is nice and pressed before she shows up. I get it. Yeah, that's crazy, Marcus. 50 people this time of night on a Christian Flat Earth Hangout channel. What is this world coming to? Especially if you're able to listen to me, man. You guys must be losing your minds. There's Keith again. Let's see. Patricia, can you please tell us what company Bob Nuttall works for? As an electrical engineer of 35 years, I severely doubt his credentials and statements on personal achievements. Of course. What do we expect, Keith? I mean, we could show you the flat earth and you'd say those credentials are wrong. Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Victoria says the Amazon has a flat earth maps also. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's the thing. How do we know they're real? Did you already send that out, Brian?
Yeah, 3, 2, 1.
Shucks. Well, I guess we'll find out. I think this is going to be the last one. If we get shut down after.
Wait a second. Why?
Well, okay. Listen, Steak. Does he have any videos? Can you check his channel real quick? Yeah. See, that's the thing. All the ladies got to have wrenches, Brian. Do you have controls to do that?
No, I don't. This ain't my channel.
Good almighty jumping Jehoshaphat. Darn it. Okay. Rand Campbell, are you awake? Come back and give these ladies some wrenches, man.
I can't do anything. This ain't mine.
I know. I'm asking Rand to come back. Yeah, Zern. Always
So
check
don't
them
send
I
it out.
agree.
I didn't send it.
I want to see. I don't know. I mean, Patricia Steer makes another point. That's exactly right. How do I know? I don't know, but I want to know. So, let's see. You know what I mean? Okay.
He likes playing with fire.
Okay, let's look at this comment. Flat Earth maps are all made by the same mathematics I mentioned. Okay, I can see the shape of the Earth changing right before me because of that. All right. Got to get a real map now. I never had a ball or globe. Just thought about that. Yeah, man. I got an atlas. It's like 500 pages, and that's not even right. I mean, so there are no such things, for the record, guys. There is no such thing as a 100% accurate map. There's not even blueprints that are 100% accurate. You know why? Because the real thing is the real thing, and a simulation is a simulation. It is impossible to have a simulation absolutely mimic the real thing to a T. It's just not possible. That's why we have blueprints, and you start with blueprints, and then you make something much greater than just the blueprints. A flat Earth map is a map, a general idea for you to travel across the plane of existence. It is not going to explain your creation to you. In order for your creation to be explained to you, you must get out and experience the creation. There is no other option. And it's still legal to take a plane flight. And anytime anybody can do that, you go up there and you see the flat Earth. It's that simple. You got to realize these people have been making claims from the ocean, from mountaintops. Well, we don't have to, spend $1,000 on equipment and get 2 months of prep and go climb Mount Everest. You can have a $150 check. Once you get your check from McDonald's, take your $150, buy a plane ticket, and fly from whatever you are to a location nearby for $150, and you will know you are on a flat Earth. It's that simple. You don't need a map. Trust me, we'd all love to have perfectly accurate maps, but wouldn't that kind of take away from the point of us searching our creation? Isn't the search for the truth almost sometimes more precious than the possession of the truth? That's what I mean. I got to be honest with you. Finding these things out, searching, learning every day is why I'm here. That gives me the motivation. We're not going to have all the answers. The Patricia Steer is only 100% real. Now, I don't know about you Globers, though. I'm going to say that's going to be hard to match. I know Rose Patton's 101% real. I'll be honest with you. Rose Patton is extremely real. Rand Campbell, that's another 100. And we only allow hundreds on this channel. And then when it turns out you're not 100, you get booted. We can't deal. I mean, Arcane Logos is not having us anymore. He is absolutely out of patience, Brian, if you noticed yesterday or today. Yeah. He is no longer playing games. We just can't play games anymore. And I'll never try to redirect my XO and of course, correct them in public. So.
It's not fun anymore. Let me out.
Yeah, Victoria is 110% apparently. So that's the record. Look at that. That's right. You can't measure the earth. Victoria, the Bible says you can't measure the earth. In Isaiah, after the 40-20 deal, you look past that, go to 28, it says you cannot understand his ways.
I got a huge measuring tape that will tell you different.
Brian, it's got to be about 75,000 miles long. That's going to be an expensive one.
Huge. What? Did you call me a liar? I got it, really.
Yeah, Keith is still really confused. Look at Keith, pretending he can understand God. Wow, talk about lost in the sauce. Is this the same guy that thinks helicopters create craters and rockets don't? Is this Jim?
Right.
This is the same guy who thinks that helicopters are going to leave craters on Earth, but rockets on the moon would not leave a crater. I mean, welcome to the white Western educational system of the flat plane of existence. I know you want a refund. I'm sorry there's no refunds. Your whole life was a lie. Sorry about that. What's with you, Steak? What's going on with Steak here? He's always the same. Yep. Savvy Steak. I don't know what they're going to do with you, Savvy Steak. I mean, I'd give you a link, but are we going to learn our lesson, Brian? Are we going to listen to Patricia Steer, or are we going to just give out links again?
Well, if I go with what I always say, I wouldn't hand them out, period, like that.
Yeah, speaking of weak sauce men, yeah, talk about that, Tim. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, just look at these Globers. What happened to the men of the world? There are no more men of the world. Just look at these people lie through their teeth and play make-believe in cartoons. Men? Not in this society. I mean, dear Lord, this place is falling apart. Yeah, that's why the women have to be 110% because the men are 50 to 90 at best. So yeah, I see what you're saying there, Tim. Yeah.
See, Savvy, I'd say the same thing. See? Get on their good side.
John Smith, ladies and gentlemen, John Smith has entered the chat. God bless that man. What up, player? Yeah, Steak could be totally nice and real. Absolutely, Patricia. don't doubt that as a possibility, but sometimes the zombie takes over them once they come in. And they start just chattering at the mouth, they get just shaking, and they just have to go bananas. I don't know him. I want to see a video. Can you check his channel real quick, Brian, and see if he's a real person?
Yeah, let me try to look real quick.
Oh, that's absolutely right. Multi-time germ. There's good science and bad science. Yeah. Okay, multi-time. Yeah. I love all the FE ladies representing Zern. Yeah, Zern out there. Multi-time astrophysics is fiction? Probably, yes. Dark matter, non-Euclidean geometry. Yeah, it's all fiction. I missed the question. Yeah, who's we, Keith? Yep. Trisha Steer says, just be careful. I've only been wrong once before, and it was pretty bad. That's what Rand Campbell says. Rand Campbell said he was
I'm
wrong
doing
once.
some research. Give me like 2 minutes.
Go ahead. Yeah, Rand Campbell, Mr. Flatted Elected, said he was wrong once, and he turned out that actually that was the mistake, that he was really right. That's why he was wrong. Oh yeah, you upload some pictures to the group if you want to check them out. Thank you very much, Steak. You might be getting a link soon. I'm thinking that it's leaning in your direction. Earth discernment. Check my one vid of ISS opening window yesterday. I'm real. Earth discernment. Okay, very good. Yeah, we. Oh, but I love that question, Patricia. Victoria. We. When they say we, they're talking about the fact that they are a pseudoscience expert, just like all the pseudoscience experts they watched on television to give them their education their entire life. They are part of that. They are the we. I call them the they. They live. They are the we, though. So yeah, they have to call themselves, they have to feel important. Yeah, I'm part of the scientific community, and my dad used to build boats, so I don't know what this flat earth stuff is about. That's fine. That's the we. Yep. Any second now, we're going to get sniped now, Brian. Thank you very much, Teal Summers, for the heart in the chat. God bless you. 1:11 Eastern Standard Time, where Zern Music is at right now. Flat out elected. Thank you very much, Zern. Patricia Steer, let's give this video a thumbs up now before it gets shut off the internet. Please do that before we get sniped. Thank you very much, Zern. No spinning allowed. Earth discernment. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Were we off air, Brian? Talking about the Coriolis effect. Even National Geographic a few years ago released a statement about flights from the East Coast to the West Coast. I'm trying to remember the areas. Portland, Oregon to Portland, Maine. They were saying, hey, airplanes have to adjust for the Coriolis effect too, because when we're heading east or west, we always have to make northern corrections. Wow, what a coincidence. On a flat Earth, you also always have to make northern corrections when heading east or west. National Geographic admits this. Flights from Portland, Oregon, Portland, Maine, heading east have to make northern corrections. That means the plane has to lean left. We have to continuously make left-hand adjustments when heading east because you're on a flat Earth. So thank you very much to Discovery Channel for admitting that for us. The Coriolis effect was their excuse. It turns out there is no Coriolis effect, but there is a flat
really
Earth.
On his channel, just to let you know. There's
not what?
There's nothing really on his channel.
Not looking good, Steak. Yeah, you're gonna have to hold off, buddy, because Brian the Radar Man found nothing. When we don't find nothing on the radar, we just remain silent, bro. So that's not going to work. Yeah, we need a little bit. I've been on, I think my account's about 7 years old, and I'm called a Poe.
He's got a few here. I can screen share.
Well, you're already making me really, really hesitant now, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had enough today. Maybe we ought to just play lockdown.
Well, that's why we can screen share and do it like a interview type deal.
Send one to Patricia Steer. Send the link to Patricia Steer, and she can distribute it.
Savvy. Hey, Savvy.
Oh man.
Here.
Patricia Steele, why don't you just come in for a couple minutes while I'm waiting for Rose Patton? Just say hi real quick, you know. Come on to the Red October real quick. Just come on aboard, and we'll give you a can of sardines and some crackers, and we'll give you a lifeboat. You'll be on your way. Let's see what's going on here. No sniping allowed. I know, I know, but you know they don't follow the rules.
Yes, Savvy.
Oh, does he got something legitimate?
He's got 16 or 15 subs. He's got a couple videos on here, but I don't see nothing from him.
Yeah, sonar contact negative. Thanks, Brian. Okay. You know Patricia's email. She's not going to give it. You just send her the link, and every time she says something, just be like, help us out, Patricia. Give the link to somebody. We can't trust anybody. We don't know what we're doing. We can't host these hangouts by ourselves. We're just boys. We need women to show us how to do this, obviously. We need, obviously, the ladies to show us what the hell we're supposed to do. Apparently, I need Ben taking pics, Victoria, Kathy, you name it, Kathleen, who else? Paula, Knowledge Scavenger, Eve, Real Teal Summers. I mean, without these ladies, we would just be killing ourselves. So, yeah, just let the ladies take over from now on, Brian. Just send it to all the ladies, give all the wrenches to the girls, and just leave it that. I guarantee 99% of the problems will be eliminated instantaneously. Bet.
I agree with that, tell you the truth. I really do believe that would solve a lot of the problems. But that's just me.
Well, Trisha Steers, yeah, she said nope. We just got denied. Okay, so I hate rejection. I really don't get rejected that often, but I'm going to have to accept this because, again, we're not in charge anyway. The ladies are. So, yeah, I will take my pride and I will flush it down the toilet. But she will be on this show tomorrow night, approximately 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I think it's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm not sure.
About that time.
Yeah, get the cat on here. Yeah, let's talk to the kitties because sometimes the cat talking is more intelligent than some of the humans in the Flat Earth community. So sometimes you have to insert the cat as a replacement quarterback for the people. That's normal. Let's see who. Yeah, even Zern's trying to get her eye. I mean, that's just gonna make me feel worse. That's worse than rejection. You see, you try to get somebody to do something, then somebody else makes it happen, and you couldn't do it. That's worse. Zern, come on, don't do that to me. Don't humiliate me like that. Well, Savvy Steak's gonna be there tomorrow. That's good. Oh, Dave Hawaii, there he is. Ladies and gentlemen, the only one who is a surfer and a photographer, a flat earther, all in one, Dave Hawaii. The cats do know the earth is flat, obviously, Victoria. Yep, be there or be a globe. Thank you very much, Shanna. What a terrible religion. What happened to the trolls? We're done with trolls now already, Brian? That was it? Talk about flights and the trolls just gone. Well, I know Zern Music. Give Zern Music a link. Please put your email in the chat, Zern. We are going to send that torpedo out shortly. Brian, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Thank you very much, sir. And where are these punk kid flat earthers? Where's Willis? Did his family bury him and try to hide him from going on the internet anymore because they can't stand him getting to flat earth? And where is the flat earth dude? Oh, and where's Matt Rock? Let me see. I don't know why those guys are sleeping on the job. They're supposed to be here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't known this already, the earth is flat. This hangout is called Flat Earth, period. Of course, I would have had to do something about it, but Rand didn't like that idea. It's approximately 10:18 right now, west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. I'm here with Brian, Rand Campbell, who is away from his computer, and nobody else, because we're waiting for Zern Music to show on right now. So thanks for stopping by. This is the third attempt of the day. I think we were sniped at least once, copyright struck, kicked off because of the pomp and circumstances, Marine drills that are being held to scare North Korea. And now we're just trying to figure out if anybody has some questions regarding the Flat Earth fact or the Bible fact. Uh-oh, what do you got, Zern? No, we can't do that anymore, Zern. No, you have to give us your email because of snipers and weirdos. There he is. Look at that guy. Flat Earth dude in the building, man. Speak of the devil right there. And you can give one to Flat Earth dude as well because we're operating under a little bit different circumstances because of the attack. So we are doing this differently. It's no longer, I still need you to go to Flat Earth Elected and become part of that community, please. But that's not where we're going to be putting the links. But it does make sense to be there. What's up, Brian?
Email.
Amen. Yep. Hey, look at this hero. Look at this guy at the bottom right here, Brian.
Yeah.
Yep, I understand why it hurts, buddy. I wouldn't want to be on the opposite side of me either, bro. My voice does not make anybody happy, especially if you're on the other side. There he goes. Thank you very much, Zern. We're going to fire away on that guy right there. Yes, ma'am. Shannon joined me. Still Flat Earth. But yeah, the internet hero here, what's his name? Nobody's ever going to know his name anyway, Brian, so why even say it? No one's ever going to remember him. But if he wants to present, if he wants to present some cartoons, Brian, or some CGI, or some imaginative explanations and theories, I am up for any of the pseudoscience that he wants to bring in. I'd love to talk about it. Oh, Marcus is having a little bit of a convulsion there. He's having some issues. I'm sorry, Mark. Okay, someone get at it? All right. Let's look at this. So apparently you sent that to Zern, right?
Link sent.
All right, awesome. And then Flat Earth Dude is out there, but he hasn't asked for one yet. But if he does ask, no asteroids hitting my community. Absolutely, asteroids. Yep, fake. Next. Nope, that's right. There are no extraterrestrial beings from other planets.
Correct.
I am sorry that the Star Trek, the Star Wars fans,
You are the weakest link.
Yeah, man, sorry about the space monkey religion because they even told you it was science fiction, and you said I gotta watch this show. I can't miss an episode. And they even told you it was science fiction, and they showed you all these magical balls. And here you are in a flat Earth hangout harassing somebody that you've never met, that you wouldn't talk to this way in real life.
And if you want to be related to apes, go ahead. That's your choice.
Well, you know this guy thinks he's a monkey. There's no doubt about it.
What's up, Zern?
Zern.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate you. Love y'all.
He has arrived. Thank you very much, Zern. It sounds like the real Zern. I feel a lot better now. Wow.
Yeah, right on.
Yep, I got instructions in my email to be nice. I will be extra nice.
Right on.
And shout out to everybody out here who's been holding it down. Everybody on Flat Earth Elected and all the other hangouts. You guys, lot going on. It's like getting really escalated. And thank you for everything you guys have been doing. You're awesome.
Hey, bro, I appreciate that big time, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zern is super nice. He's a super nice. Right now, he's by far the nicest guy in this chat because Brian is terrible. All right, let's see. Victoria, me too, Shanna. Yeah.
He just doesn't like it because I don't really talk much.
Shanna used to love X-Files. Yep, X-Files. Yeah, David Duchovny, right? Wink, wink. Yeah, just before Star Trek, Tim, man. Yeah, I remember those days. My dad used to record shows. We'd watch them in marathons 20 years before DVR existed with the old cassette tapes. The good show back in the day was Unsolved Mysteries. That was a good one. I missed the Unsolved Mysteries show.
That was all right. That was not too bad.
Of course, the Twilight Zones. Of course, the black and white ones. I admit, I used to watch a lot of TV when I was young, too. Somebody had to babysit me.
I love the Twilight Zone original episodes. I think there's a couple that are...
Just
Yeah,
like
Outer Limits.
Yeah. The Dark Side. There's another one out there. The Something Tides.
One of my favorite Twilight Zones is like the people that show up in the world, and there's this little girl, and they can hear her laughing, and then like she reaches down, and they're like living in a doll toy land. Do you know that?
Absolutely,
Do you know that
yeah.
one?
The aliens captured the couple and brought them to his world, his planet, to give to their child as a toy. I remember that very well, yeah. You know what I will say? Did you ever see the remake of Twilight Zone, the 1982, I believe, with Vic Morrow, Scatman Crothers, what was that the guy's name? The guy who played in Third Rock from the Sun. That was a phenomenal remake, and that guy died filming that. Vic Morrow died filming that Twilight Zone episode in Vietnam or something. That was a crazy show. I really like that remake as well. And it was the one where Dan Aykroyd, John Lithgow, and even the guy, his real name is Albert Einstein, was in it. And remember at the beginning, the guy turns into a monster and kills the guy when they're driving down the road to Midnight Special. Then at the end of the show, of course, it's a spoiler alert. You know, John Lithgow is the crazy guy and the man of the wing of the plane. He's taken off the plane, and then he's in the ambulance. And then they play Midnight Special. CCR comes on. John Lithgow goes, "Oh, I love this song." Dan Aykroyd turns around and goes, "Oh, yeah, really? Heard you had a big scare up there. Want to see something really scary?" I thought that was awesome. That was a classic. Flat Earth Dude, you're sending me links. What's going on, bro? You can join here. You send me a message. You're trying to get me out of this
I
hangout.
got it.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Sending it now.
Rod Serling was one of the first pioneers of the whole, think outside the box sort of television programming. I mean, the dude was a genius. And if you watch those Twilight Zone episodes, each one of them is very thought-provoking, very, very cutting edge. And I think Flat Earth and what he was doing then is actually kind of like syncing together. I mean, it's just amazing. Even William Shatner was a part of the episodes of Twilight Zone.
Iron Cross. Yep.
All right, it's
You
sent.
called it.
Go check.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, Twilight Zone, the movie. Yeah, Rod Serling was the pioneer of a lot of it. Even beyond a lot more than Alfred Hitchcock. Yeah, for real. No, it's okay, Flat Earth Dude. I was just thinking you're trying to get me kicked out of this hangout. We've been attacked so many times today. Someone sends me a PM, and I think it's a rifle bullet between my eyes.
Are you the most hated man on the flat earths?
Yes.
Almost.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. It's taken me 35 years to get here, too, so I had to earn it. Okay,
Well,
amen. Hold on, let me say that. I got to say this real quick. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, please.
Daniel, why is it nobody will say the earth is a revelation of Jesus Christ, unveiling of the truth? Nobody? Let me say it right now. This is Jesus Christ, flat earth, sir. He has unveiled this information, and nothing will stop it. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys, but God controls everything. Don't think that some puppet master is going to decide when you wake up to God's truth. This is about you and your creator, not the Satanists and the mass murderers ruling us under lock and key. Guys, this is about your creator waking you up. No, realize there's no way. Satan's whole entire goal was to hide everything forever.
I sent an email. Go ahead.
You think Satan's going to release information? His entire purpose is to hide everything. Come on, guys. This is God's revelations. Yes, absolutely. Jesus Christ is in charge. Now, as far as who controls this world, as far as who is running this world, who are the leaders, that is absolutely satanically controlled. But that's the duality thing. God works in amazing ways and beyond mysterious, in ways you cannot fathom. That's why Satan is the god of this world, and God still decides what's going to happen. It's still God's plan that is going to be fulfilled. So how could he do that? How did God make these beings make his plan work for him without telling them his plan? Well, only God knows. Amen.
Hallelujah.
Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Hey, if God is the creator and God created all things, God also has created Satan. And in a way, you can understand it when you look at this whole scenario and say, well, maybe Satan, as a creation of God, rebelled against God and decided to hate against man, which was a creation of man, and said, well, I'm not going to worship man. I'm going to rebel against you, and I'm going to rebel against man, and I'm going to turn man against you, God. And God said, no, you won't be able to do that. And that's what's playing out right now, is this whole scenario where man is not going to fall to the deception of Satan, and God is going to win this whole battle. I mean, to kind of put it glibly, but you know what I'm saying?
Yes. And I don't want
I
people to
feel
accept.
it. I feel it.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. There's no doubt about it. There is no other option. And I want people to know out there that don't call Jesus Christ their God. That's fine. I can't help you do any of that. But I want you to know that God still loves you and God is still using you. If you care about truth, God is just as much going to love you as he loves the Christians. That's how this works. We are all God's children. Either we are going to accept truth or we are not. If we hide from truth, we're going to pay for it. If we accept truth, if we search for truth, if that's all that really matters, the most important thing to you is truth, you're going to find your creator. And I know it might sound offensive. I know it might sound ridiculous that I have the name of a creator, and he might have been a man that lived 2,000 years ago and came down here to fix everything that was so screwed up. Well, it's not that simple. It's a lot more complicated. It's taken me many, many years to even figure out 1% of my creator's creation, let alone how my creator does anything in his mind or walks with me. I barely know what's on this flat plane of existence. The only thing I know is that I'm on a flat plane. What do we really know? So we have to trust God. We have no choice. Without a foundation of knowledge, we have nothing. And that goes for these fakes too. If somebody wants to call themselves a Christian and attack truth, you're not a Christian, you're a liar. And that's the biggest problem we have right now, is fakes posing as people going around destroying truth. I don't care what your title is. I'm not interested in your title. I'm interested in your fruit. I'm interested in what you're going to do to help people, to be honest with us, to help us go through these very difficult times. These are the craziest times in 6,000 years of human history. This is very important right now that you pick that to be on the right side. There's truth and there's lies. That's it. It's that simple. There's no other option. So if you're going to be on the side of truth, you're good to go. And God loves you. God is going to use you. I know for a fact God uses Patricia Steer. I know for a fact God uses many of these flat earthers that are not Christians. In many ways, it's very obvious how God uses these people. God even uses the evil people also to expose this truth, because without them, the Bible would be wrong. So this is a lot more complicated than we think it is. And like you were saying, Zern, God made Satan. Yes, God made whatever you want to call this guy, fine. The fact of the matter is, when somebody designs a video game, there's usually problems in that video game. There's usually obstacles. When you have Sonic the Hedgehog has to collect coins, avoid spiky objects, and try to save animals on the way there. Then he loses his coins. He's got to regather them, start. That's what life is. There has to be a point. There has to be an obstacle. There has to be some sort of thing for me to overcome. What is the point otherwise? Well, but God is so smart. He knew we were going to fall. He knew what Adam and Eve were going to do. He knew what Satan was going to do, and that's why he used all of it for his magnificent creation that is not even comprehensible to our puny little brains. And we are not going to understand any of it until we get the hell out of here and go to the next level, which we all know is up, because we're on a flat earth. Yep. Yep,
No,
you got to break some bricks.
Hey man, you're right. I just want to say one thing, if I could get a word in.
Yes, I'm gonna. Yep.
I love everything you just said. Absolutely, I'm not disagreeing anything you said. Free will. Free will is crucial to this creation. I mean, every person has been given and granted something so special, something so magnificent, a moment for each one of us to decide what's good and what's bad and what's right and what's wrong. And I think even, we talked about Satan. Satan was even given that free choice as well, which I actually respect that God created all things. And there were angels that rebelled against God, and there were humans that rebelled against God. But they all have an opportunity to change and to influence their destiny. And I think every person listening and every person that's wanting to know answers has an opportunity to find out what it is for them and their lives to be complete and to make a difference and to make a difference for themselves, and also, you know, ask themselves, what is this life and reality, and what is the end game for you and your family and for your spirit and for your soul? And you know, it's a beautiful story, but you know, everybody has a choice to make. And I love that. I always used to say, as a person that believed in the globe, as a person that came into the whole ideology, that, well, if God created Satan, he could just destroy Satan at his whim, and God could just destroy evil, and therefore if evil exists in the world, God is failing, because God is like a controller. He's like a super ultimate dictator. He could just destroy all evil at the wave of his hand, and he doesn't do it. What's wrong with God? God is the problem. You know what I'm saying? And then I've become in this enlightenment where I'm saying, well, God isn't trying to control all things. God is allowing all things to control themselves, which is a beautiful thing. I know I'm not as eloquent as I'd like to be, but does that make sense? Check, check.
Yeah, man, you just ended shorter than I thought you were going to be. Absolutely 1000%, bro. You nailed it. That is something we can't even understand. It is a work of art. Is the only way you could describe it, is a masterpiece of just unknowable information, unknowable glory. It's not even compatible with our brains. How can he set forth a bunch of independent beings and then they make his entire fulfillment come true? You cannot understand that. Period.
Isn't it the story that God was in heaven and there were angels in heaven that God had made, and that God decided to make the world, and God put Adam and Eve on the world, and God asked the angels to behold, and that Satan and a few angels decided that they were not going to look at or worship or be a part of the creation, and God was upset, and God sent them here, and God said, you'll be kicked out of heaven. And that those angels and that those entities declared war against God and said, you know what, we're going to turn your creation against you, against the creator. I mean, it in a story sense, it's almost like just too fanciful, but in a way, it makes perfect sense that there had to be a beginning, and that the God that created this world said, I will create a world, and it will be a beautiful world, and look at it and behold, and that the angels said, no, I will not. And now what we're dealing with is some sort of a revolution, a spiritual revolution, and we are now on this end of things, changing the whole reality, and we're fighting against the lie. And the globe earth, flat earth reality is like the final linchpin. It's like the magic link that is now connecting us to our creator. And I'm just thrilled, because I've never looked at the world like I have, except in the last 2 years when flat earth reality came into my life. And all of a sudden I said, oh my goodness, this is not an accident or a infinite universe of nothingness. This is a specific thing. So I am rambling, and I will admit that, but I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, what we're part of is something so special. It's special. And welcome everybody in the panel. Thank you.
What's up, Justin? And Flat Earth Dude?
Justin and Flat Earth Dude come in and don't want to say a word. That's okay. They love teasing me. It's 10:38 right now. What's going on, Justin? I think you're breaking up. Is it me or him, Brian?
Well, must be you.
Is that me? Okay, go ahead.
I was just listening to what y'all were saying, man. I agree with it as usual. This, it says in the Bible that, we're in a constant battle between the flesh and the spirit. And that's something that, been trying to get across to a couple people over the last 24 hours. It's not about, It's not about you know, I don't know if you listened, Pillbox, but I was on the hangout with Spurs Schemo and a couple other people after we got done last night. And I was talking to them about, you know, the battle between the flesh and the spirit, and how it's, you know, that how that literally applies to almost every little thing we do in our lives. You know, for me, it's, you know, if I want to, you know, I like smoking weed, but I shouldn't smoke weed before I go to work. That's a battle between the flesh and the spirit. You know, my flesh is like, you know what, go ahead and smoke, Matt. You're not going to hurt anybody. But, you know, my spirit's telling me, you know what, Matt, you should probably be focused. You should probably have a clear mind, and you shouldn't smoke. It's just a simple example, but, you know, it really does take a long way. And, you know, and that's the same thing with the flat earth, round earth. It's a battle between the flesh and the spirit. Your flesh tells you, I've been told this my entire life. My entire life. My mom believes it. My dad believes it. All the major scientists in the world believe it, or at least they say they do. You know, that's your flesh is telling you should definitely believe that, bro. But then your spirit tells you, well, listen, you know, what does the Bible say? What does the Bible say about, you know, false prophets? And what does the Bible say about the earth? And what we're in is a constant battle between the flesh and the spirit. And I think that the flat earth is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, man, I'm with you 10,000%. Justin, how's your mic working? Justin Bernard has entered the building. I'm going to wait for his situation to get fixed. I certainly want him to be on this panel. I want to thank the other people that have entered the chat on a plane I see out there as well. I'm trying to look at Brian's screen right quick to see who else is there. Gary Rhodes. Who's Gary Rhodes? I recognize that name. I don't know who that is. Flat Circle, what up? That's what I'm talking about.
You're not thinking Randy, right?
Yeah, who's Gary Rhodes? No, Gary Rhodes. I recognize that name. I just don't know who it is.
Randy Rhodes. There's a lot of Rhodes that.
No, but I recognize this Gary guy is what I'm saying. I recognize this Gary person. Dear Lord, Brian, you're killing me.
I know.
Anyone that enters a chat and says, I have some flat earth questions, right there is your clue.
Well, they should know they can ask away right at the chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you have it. Well, hey, you guys have been putting on this Christian-leaning chat, and I actually have been appreciating that, and I've been listening to some more Christian viewpoints, and you know, ironically, I think this is where everything kind of converges. You have people who have been kind of Big Bang theory, evolutionary theory, gravity theory centric, who have been introduced to flat earth ideology, like myself, and who've been raised religious, but then all these things combine. And so there's this combination now where, you know, the Bible and flat earth have now kind of come together. And I think there's this, you know, as you guys have talked about, some sort of synergy that has taken place. Whereas, you know, if you'd have pushed the Bible in my face just 2 years ago all day long, I would have just turned you away. I've heard enough about the Bible. I have nothing to do with the Bible. It's written by men. It's just a bunch of bullshit. It's pardon my French. But now with the flat earth, it's like there's that Bible sitting on the table all by itself. Nobody, you know, it's all alone. And there's the flat earth truth. And there it is inside that Bible. All day long, the earth isn't moving. It's on pillars. There's four corners. The earth is a circle. It is he that sitteth upon the circle. The book of Job. All these flat earth nuggets are just packed into this Bible. And it's like all of a sudden, it's like the Bible is where it's at. The Bible is where it's at. And all of a sudden, this whole story of the Bible is where it's at. And for me, somebody who's kind of, I don't know, hey, shout out to Jibby Jedi. I love Jibby Jedi. I'm not really a guy with labels. I'm not really a label guy. I have found myself feeling more and more and more and more and more into the Bible and what it has to say, because it makes more sense to me than Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku and all the rest of these shills And I'm just totally excited to hear you guys out here talking about it too. And I'm just like, this is the next step in our conspiracy theory, truth journey, spiritual journey. Are you guys, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm talking about. Are you kidding me? Of course. Absolutely. Amen, Zern. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir. Trust me. We are with you, bro. People are tired of being lied to. And guess what? The Bible knew this stuff before any of us did. How did these goat herders know that the moon makes her own light 4,000 years before you were born? Where is the standard of truth? There's only one standard of truth. Ask Teal Summers what the standard of truth is. She found it. All you got to do is look. It's right in front of your face. The Bible's always been there. There's nothing to compare to it. We have thousands of years of history, and at best, all the history confirms the Bible. How many different cultures got to tell you about a worldwide flood? Well, we're sick of being lied to, and that's why these people and yourself are here, Zern. You're sick of being lied to. We're not all Christians. We don't always agree. None of us agree on everything. The fact of the matter is, we know we have a common understanding that we are against this world of evil. That is why we have come together. It's not a title. We are human beings. We are God's children, and we are sick of being lied to, and that's why we are here. Period. End of story. Flat Earth, what you got? Go ahead, Zern. Go ahead, bro.
In case anybody wasn't saying anything, I just want to say real quick, that whole reading of the book of Job yesterday, I think it was you, MG, was reading the book of Job. I mean, that is like, it's like water after 40 days in the desert. I mean, when you were reading about stretching a line across the earth and that sort of thing, I mean, that is just, I really can't even put it into words. I mean, it is so powerful. I mean, there it is. It's like we have found water in the desert. I mean, there it is. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and I didn't even know it was there. 2 months ago, I prayed to God. I said, God, listen, I keep getting asked this question from so-called Christians that want to mock me. I'm trying to deal with these people. It's really taking my patience, God. They keep asking me, show me in the Bible where it says the earth is flat. Well, after a couple months after that prayer, Zern, God showed me that verse. I was on the phone with somebody. I was reading with somebody, and I read that. I go, wait, Job 38. I'm reading 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm like, wow, look at 4. It says foundations, and 5. I'm like, oh my goodness. And that said line. I was like, what? Stretched the line over the foundations of the earth. I read it about 10 times. I was in shock. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And then the next line says, who fastened it? So in the same breath, 2 sentences next to each other, God says the earth is flat and stationary. So if you need that question answered, go look up Job. It says the earth is flat and stationary, guys. Yeah, it is powerful. I couldn't believe it when I found it, Zern. I'm sure other people have found it.
It says it in Job. It says it in Isaiah. It says it in almost every book of the Bible, honestly. It talks about the earth cannot be moved. It's still. It sits on pillars, and it's, there's a firmament above it. And that's just what it says. And you can even and I only really like reading the King James version of the Bible, but if you go and you read other translations of the Bible, it will actually even the newer translations of the Bible, I guess you would call them, they actually they'll change the word firmament to vault, or they'll change it to something that's a little bit more relatable to the English language, to the modern English language. So I mean, I kind of understand that, but I don't agree with it. I think that the King James Bible is definitely really easy to understand, and people should probably use that as a starting point, and then go out and use other translations to kind of just maybe understand it a little bit better.
Yes, very well said. Yeah, the King James version is a very good standard. Paula has pointed out some errors. It's not her favorite, but it definitely has a very good grasp of the generalities. So the King James version is excellent for the generalities about the Bible. As far as the little details, there could be some brushing up to do. But my first thing is, when I find a Bible, I go right to Job 40, and I look up what type of animals we're talking about when God is talking about, of course, Behemoth and Leviathan to Job, because I'm a big animal person, and as a 5-year-old kid that I was, I'm still a 5-year-old kid mentally, and I love big reptiles. And when they lied to me about dinosaurs, that broke my heart. When Christopher Reeve told me that a giant meteor from space, mind you, let's think about this, a meteor from space killed all these magnificent animals. That is one of the most destructive lies you could ever tell a child. Well, turns out those animals live with man. They're in the Bible, and some are still alive today. They're called dragons. The first thing I do is I check that Bible to make sure it says behemoth, and if I look at the bottom, if it says it's an elephant, I say this Bible's garbage. It's that simple. Elephants don't have a large tail, and elephants also don't eat grass like an ox, just in case anybody's confused. Elephants have a trunk they use to eat grass. You have to bend down your mouth to the ground to eat grass like an ox. An animal that eats grass like an ox would be a tortoise, is one of them, and many other large reptiles. So.
The current model that we're under has to be underpinned by a lot of different ideologies. Not only Darwin's theory of evolution and the Big Bang, you have to have these dinosaur remnants, these millions of years old dinosaurs, and you have to have evolution facts, and you have to have these ideas of animals living and all these things that are going on.
Yep,
so I feel like, yeah, it's, we all come from stars. I mean, I was in the 7th grade and my science teacher told me, we all come from stars, and there's these internal furnaces inside stars and nuclear fusion. And I mean, it all is predicated upon this scientific dogma, and the whole notion of a created world that's, let's just say for argument's sake, is 6,000 years old or whatever it is. It's not billions and 4.5 billion years old in the evolutionary field. The world that we're living in is a lot different than what we're told, and that changes everything. I mean, they give us movies every single day about the Truman Show and the Matrix and the 13th Floor and all these movies. I mean, they're like screaming at us that things aren't what they seem, and yet in the same breath, we're just to go along with this whole ideology that, everything is old and that sort of thing. Reality is not what we're told. And that's what we're coming to find out, that what we've been expected to be, what we're expected to have become from, all the things that we're told is just a big fantasy. And we've had enough of it. And we're now digging for the truth, and we're finding it. And there it was in the Bible. I mean, it's absolutely amazing.
Amen to that, sir. And yeah, John Smith brought up the unicorn. The unicorn is obviously a very large rhinoceros with a single horn. Throughout all antiquity, that's what we knew what it was. And it wasn't until, of course, the European satanic governments that started telling us this was a magical horse with a horn going out of its head. So yeah, they lied to you about every single possible thing they could. There is no such thing as radiometric dating. There's no such thing as dating anything unless it comes with a date stamped onto it, or if it's still alive, you might be able to guess. Otherwise, you're not dating anything.
What do you think of the woolly mammoth? Somebody asked me that. Now, I thought maybe there could have been woolly mammoths. They could have died in sudden fashion, but you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think they were just an animal that existed obviously before and after the flood. The Native American tribes call it the grandfather of the buffalo. So their ancestors remember them even a couple thousand years ago. So through historical account, I would say they are absolutely real. They're just a furry version of an elephant. Just like the cat lovers out here know there are hairless cats, and there are cats with a lot of hair, but they're all still cats. This is just I hate using the term species because it is a modern new age terminology that doesn't really have any credibility, but that's what we've been brainwashed to use. The entire animal system, the phylogenetic tree or whatever it's called, the taxonomy is complete pseudoscience. They say potatoes are related to strawberries. This is not reality, guys. Okay, so let's just put that out there. The woolly mammoth, absolutely, probably a species of furry elephant, very big one.
Well, they say, the woolly mammoth was found and they had berries in their mouth and there was a freeze. Well, that could as well just be caused by something that happened on a flat Earth just as much as a globe Earth. I mean, some of this evidence is not necessarily evidence for one of the other models.
Yep.
You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
Exactly. How is that going to change the shape of the Earth? I mean, you can't talk about the sun, moon, and stars, let alone an animal that's going to change the shape of the Earth. Nothing depicts or decides what the shape of the Earth is besides the shape of the Earth. The scientific method decides and tells us that you have to determine the shape of an object by determining the shape of that object. You can't touch or test or look at other objects if you want to test something other than those objects. So again, these people don't even want to use science anyway, but they grasp at these crazy straws. They're absolutely psychotic, bro. The things that they try to use excuses for their pseudoscience. Yeah, I mean, that actually hurts them. How do we have a flash freeze that freezes vegetation in an animal that would take actually many hours of? You could put an elephant into a freezer that's 300 degrees below zero. It's still going to take 7-10 hours to get that food inside the stomach frozen. Well, these animals are frozen much faster, so something much more extravagant and amazing happened that we don't know. It was probably during the flood.
Well, just the fact that they teach us all, and I'm just going to say this and I'm going to shut up for a few minutes. Just the fact they teach everyone that if you believe in the flat earth that you're stupid, or it's actually used as an insult, or what you think the earth is flat. Just the fact that they want to promote that as a meme, to me, is like the biggest red flag you could have. I mean, obviously you have to look at the evidence, but the fact that they promote flat earth as a stupid meme, even in the conspiracy deck of Steve Jackson, you know, flat earthers, people laugh, but they know something. The fact that they promote that is just like, to me, it's like almost a red flag. It's a red flag. If you tell me I'm stupid for believing the earth is flat, then we have a problem. You know?
I count on the fact that they have to think I'm stupid. In fact, if you don't think I am a fanatic, then you must be a Christian flat earther. If you're not, please think I'm a fanatic. We know Keith does. Yeah, Keith is over here telling Victoria that he put a hex on her. Keith, why can't you just pretend to be a man for 5 minutes, pretend these people are actually in front of you, and then see how you talk? Because I guarantee we both know, everybody knows in this entire hangout, that you wouldn't be talking to her in real life, especially with one of us standing next to her, Keith. So try to just behave a little bit. Come on, we're letting you talk. Thanks.
He's sitting there saying he knows Satan and stuff, man. That dude's a demon, bro. He's possessed by a demon.
Of course he knows Satan.
Yeah.
Of course he knows his
Trolling.
God. Of course he knows his God. That's his God. Of course he knows Satan. Satan knows him too. The difference is Satan doesn't care.
Very true, yo. Very true, man. The dude is possessed, man. There's something wrong with some of these people now. I don't call every globe head possessed, but there's some people, whenever you're talking about, Satan, and he marches to a beat of a different drum, that right there, that's demonic, bro. And I don't want nothing to do with that, man.
This is the same guy. Listen, this I'm not making this stuff up. You guys, I wish I could make this up. I can't come up with this type of comedy. This guy says that a helicopter will create a bigger crater than a rocket. Like, that's how crazy these people. Like, the helicopter creates 50,000 pounds of thrust. Yeah, the 50,000 pounds of thrust are distributed over an area of about 150 feet. If you're talking about like a Chinook helicopter, when a condensed rocket is using 10,000 pounds of thrust, you're talking about the area the size of a basketball. Which one do you think is going to create more force on a specified area? These people have no knowledge, bro. They're lost in the sauce. These people think they're monkeys that came from the virgin birth of germs on a rock. Spare me.
Well, with that logic, I mean, are we to assume that helicopters have flown over the surface of the moon, thousands of times? Is that what caused the craters on the moon? I mean, where are all these craters coming from?
That's next. That's the helicopter. Yeah, the helicopter swarm is that's gonna be the next NASA mission. Yep.
And all the craters on the moon are all at 90-degree angles. They're all perfectly perpendicular with, they're all at 90 degrees. They're all perfect circles on the moon. So that means they all would have had to hit from a 90-degree angle, which is completely impossible. The odds of that happening are just, a quadrillion to one. And the fact that we never see anything hitting the moon, why don't we ever see any craters? Why don't we ever see any craters being made? Why does it look the same forever?
Stole the words out of my mouth. Keep going.
That's pretty much it, man. It's just common sense. These people, they don't have it. It's not even that they don't have common sense, it's that they don't even care to try to use their common sense. I'm just going to believe what someone told me. I'm not going to do any research, and I'm not going to trust my gut. I'm not going to trust my gut. I'm not going to trust my observations. I'm going to believe that the earth is curved, even though I've never seen the curve. I've never seen water bend. I've never seen water stick to the exterior of an object. I've been 35,000 feet up in the air, and I've never seen a curve in the horizon. It's always rose to eye level. We only see one horizon line, which hints at a flat and circular stationary plane. Because on a globe, we would definitely see more than one quote unquote horizon line. We would see a terminator line and a horizon line, and probably another line too. I forget what it's called. But because it's not bound by one line. If we lived on a globe, we would not be bound by one line. When Jesus, well, not when Jesus, but when God said, he stretches the line across the earth, over the earth, that's what he's talking about, the horizon. He stretches the horizon line across the earth, and that's why that's the only line that we see, because we are bound by that one line.
Amen to that, and thank you very much, Callie, in the chat. You were absolutely right. We're going to have to pray for him. And phenomenal work, John Smith. Thank you very much. What a great crew this ship has. Look at those guys out there. That is what I'm talking. That's the Red October crew out there, Flat Earth Dude and Zern. If you didn't notice, that those guys, you can't touch them.
They take care of it.
I mean, God had to literally, like a recipe for cookies or for a cake or for anything. I mean, how much energy do you put in the sun, and how much spin, and how much turn, and how much momentum, and how much into the moon, and how, I mean, everything was proportioned absolutely perfectly, so much so that the globe heads out here could say, well, it's Goldilocks theory. The moon's just 400 times smaller, and the sun is 400 times larger and farther away 400 times, and therefore it all works out perfectly. And yes, the seasons are caused by a perfect axis of the earth. I mean, it's laughable. I mean, everything that they have in their pocket that they pull out and lay on the table is, well, we have this Goldilocks part of things, and then this Goldilocks part of things, and then this Goldilocks part of things. At what point do we sit there and say, okay, you know what? Everything you have is just Goldilocks. I mean, even NASA, it's all Goldilocks. And then they even use that as fear-mongering and say, well, and if we were a little closer to the sun, we'd all die, and one day the sun is going to expand to the point where everybody burns, and it's going to just be like a red dwarf, and we're all going to die. I mean, we have a perfect system, and we actually have the audacity to say that this perfect system is all by coincidence. That is the biggest lie ever.
Solo Cat 1980, Coast to Coast was always controlled by the establishment. Of course, they would be against the Flat Earth movement. Absolutely true. Man, John Smith must be from the Old West. The guy's got a 6-gun on his side. The guy was so fast I couldn't even read what the troll said.
Hey, I'm taking off. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate your work, sir. God bless you and have a good night, Brian.
Hey, you guys too.
Thanks, man.
Take it easy. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brian has left the Red October. He has sailed away.
Later, Brian.
Shout out to Laurel Blue in the chat. Some biblical information. Total fear mongering. Yes. Okay. So I lost my chat because Brian's gone. So I'm going to have to switch to the other screen real quick. So you guys talk amongst yourselves for a second. I'm going to get resituated.
Well, the question that I always come to is why? Why did God do it? I mean, was God lonely? Did God need entertainment? Did God just know he could make a world? Is this like the 10th or the 100th or the millionth world that God made? I mean, something that made this world that we call God had the opportunity and the means to create our reality. And where is it and why is it here? That's what I get to. I'm not saying the earth isn't flat. I think it is flat. But I also believe that there is a creator. And my question really ends up becoming, what is the end purpose? Why am I me and not you? And why am I not the next guy and you're not the next guy? Why did God make our world and make our reality. Yes, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. The birds, the bees, the flowers, the trees, the moon up above, the thing we call love. Everything is absolutely perfect. Okay, we get that. It's absolutely perfect. It's not a spinning ball. It's not a globe. But where does it come from, and how could it even possibly exist? Did God go down to the Universe Depot and put it on his charge card, and on the weekend decided, I'm going to build a universe as part of a special project? I mean, and where are we actually? Because space has to exist in somewhere, sometime, and then in some place. Did God make our world and use it as a footstool? Are we actually a footstool in God's world? And where is that world? And who surrounds this God? Are there other people? You know, I have to believe that God is not alone, and that God didn't just come from nothing, that God came from something, and that something that created God came from somewhere, and that we are part of a system, of a pyramidal scheme, and that there's other worlds that we have no way of comprehending. But whatever world that it is we are in this fishbowl, we are together, but there is something outside of this fishbowl, and that we won't know what that is, and maybe we have salvation and we will find it through God and our faith and our love in this thing. But what I'm trying to get at is that there is something, worlds beyond this world, and not in the alien sense, but in the sense that God, wherever God is in heaven above, we are living in a snow globe on his desk, and we want to know what the hell's going on outside that damn snow globe. Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does, but it doesn't mean you're right. Because you're right. We all want that information at one point in our lives, but then it turns out that God says, no, no, no. And if God tells me no, 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 I say, yes, sir, how high and how many times? And that's what it comes down to, this, Zern, is that there are things, again, Isaiah 40:28, you cannot understand his ways. In so many words it says. In fact, if somebody wants to pull it up, Isaiah 40:28, it says right there, you can't understand God. Period. End of story. So that question is answered right there. Isaiah 40:28, you will not understand God. I don't even know if that means you'll never understand God. Maybe even after you ascend out of here in the right direction, of course, because there are two directions. That's the point of this. You asked, the first question was, what's the point? Well, there has to be some sort of qualification system or a test or something for us to have a resume, so that if we were to spend time with God, we would at least have credentials, and we would at least have a life that we lived, so that we could go back and say, yes, this was me. Before I went to heaven with God, this was me. I was pillbox. I was a terrible sinner. I committed all kinds of crimes. I was a horrible person. I did a bunch of bad things, and I finally woke up to God's creation, and I tried as best I could to help other people wake up to God's creation. That's the only thing I could do. As far as going past that and wondering about a chicken and the egg issue, it is still a chicken and the egg problem. There has to be a first thing, right? In this world, there's a first thing. But outside of this world, Zern, there might not be first things. There might only be one thing that always was. But if I look past that one thing, I am now discrediting that one thing, because I'm now saying it requires a creator. If this is a special creation by a special creator, that's it. That's as far as the authority goes, because just because in our world we need origins for the beginning of things, and by the way, in your world, every single one of you right now and ever listens to this comment is going to have to admit you don't know the origins of anything at all, because you are a baby that came from other babies, and eventually you have to go back to the beginning. All of the origins of everything are from God, including the time, if you want to call it that, including the space we're in, including the ground we're walking on, the soil of the earth, the waters above the waters separate of the waters above the firmament. The waters are surrounding us, Zern. We are surrounded by water. We are made in the idea that life, right? The water is the most essential thing to life. Well, that is what we are surrounded by. That's why it says the firmament above. You can get outside tomorrow. It's a little dark right now. Tomorrow when the sun is shining, you can look up and see the ceiling above you. That is the firmament. Now, I don't know if it's a dome. I don't know if it goes to the edges and encompasses the sides, but we can all look at the fact that we have a ceiling. And above that ceiling, Zern, is the third heaven. And that is where your creator resides. And
I agree with that.
Right.
I agree with
that
that.
place, and that place is beyond here. That place is your final destination. That is your what you are supposed to have as your final destination. That place was made for you. But we first had to go through a screening process, so to speak, to make sure that we are qualified to go there. Because if we were just made like cockroaches and there was no crime and no hate and no problems and no need for a Bible, there'd be no point for any of this. So this is the only way it's going to happen, and the only authority is the Bible, and that's that.
I agree
Amen to
with
that.
I
That's
agree
true.
with that, man. I mean, the sky is blue and the firmament, and I agree with all that. You mentioned cockroaches, though. I mean, is there not a place for them? I mean, I'm not saying, obviously they have no Bible.
I hope there's not a place for cockroaches. Then come on.
But
Why do you want there to be a place for cockroaches, though? Listen,
no, I'm not saying there should be.
Well,
I'm
how
not
about
saying
this?
there should be, but they
have
were
a
created
purpose
by
here.
God. Were
Yes,
they
they have
not?
a purpose. They have a purpose here. Just like ants have a purpose. Just like even mosquitoes have a
Right.
purpose. They used to have a different purpose, I believe. But cockroaches are a cleanup crew. So are ants. So actually, they serve a purpose. Who they serve the purpose for? You. They serve a purpose for man, God's special creation. So once you put that in realization, wow, so God actually made all these animals for me? Yes, he did. And he also made all of them before he made you. Adam was his second to the last creation. Of course, everybody knows, especially the ladies, know who God's final masterpiece was. Of course, Eve. The final creation of God is Eve, to set it all off. When you end with, everybody knows, when you end with something, you end with your best thing. And that's what God did. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's how God works. Period. End of story. The final creation of God is Eve, the woman. That is it. That is the greatest as it gets, the best of the best. Period. End of story. No ifs, ands, or buts. If you want to be married to one of these animals instead, that's fine. There's some atheists out there that probably do. I will stick with God's choice of the person he took from the rib of Adam. And if you have a better way of doing it, let's see. Take your time.
Well, I got a little sidetracked, but I understand your point, and I think what you're maybe saying is that humans are in the image of God and the Creator, and that there's a difference between humans and the animals, and you would say that the animals are there to serve man, and therefore cockroaches, ants, anything else really don't have a destiny, that only humans have a destiny. And I think, that kind of gets into a gray area, which I respect your point of view saying that that's the case. But, there's the whole vegetarian, there's the vegan, there's all this other sort of mentality that mammals, have a destiny. I didn't really want to take it there. All I'm trying to get at is that humans are a created species, and our realities, I don't know. Now I'm getting a little confused. I don't want to mess things up here.
How about
I'm
this?
sorry.
No problem. Let's backpedal a little bit. Let's look at this real quick. God says that the life is in what?
I don't know.
Well, in two places, the breath and the blood. But, so let's look at some insects. Okay, the cockroach doesn't have blood or breath. It has spiracles. It breathes through its skin, if it breathes at all. I don't even understand how that works. Scientists can pretend they know. Doesn't have lungs. Okay, so let's move to the fish. Okay, the fish has blood and breath. Is the fish as good as you to go to heaven with you?
I don't know. I mean, only God knows that.
Exactly. Now, do we all have animals that we love and we've lost? Absolutely. Do we want to be with them in heaven? Absolutely. Do I know if you're going to be with them with heaven? Absolutely not. I really, really hope and wish that my Brady boy and my Ladybird and my Xander and my Draco will be there waiting for me when I go to heaven. Because I'll be honest with you, I'd much rather spend time with them than most human beings. And I agree with you that there are some issues that we are not sure of. And I'm sorry, but this isn't a freebie, and it's not for us to look a gift horse in the mouth and demand God explain everything to us, because we're supposed to turn around and say, yes, sir, get back to our garden, produce our plants and our animals, raise our crops, and be like Job and live a life like Job. And that's it. You find the good examples. That's what we're supposed to be, producers. We're not supposed to be consumers. We're not even doing what we're supposed to be doing. So until I'm even doing my job right, the last thing I'm going to do is question God. That's my personal opinion. Until I can do my job 100% right, I'm not questioning God. He can tell me what to do until then.
I mean, do plants have any place in heaven, or are we to just believe, according to what the Bible says, that plants are just nothing more than for us to use? I mean, plants have no consciousness, is that, or no spiritual afterlife, I guess I should say.
Well, but that's the thing, though. Now, a lot of people skip over the fact that God obviously encompasses everything anyway. So when a plant works, that's God anyway. Does that plant have an independent personality? I don't think so. I don't think the cockroach does either. I don't think a fish does. Now, when we get to the kitties and the dogs, that's where the gray area is, because they interact with us. They have personalities. They have emotions. They get sad. They get happy. They get excited. They are adorable. They are beautiful. They are absolutely the most precious things I could ever imagine are the animals of my Creator. They are far more loving, far more special to me, and far more impressive and far more interesting than the human beings I'm used to. So again, that is going to be a problem for some of us. It's a problem for me. But I'm not going to question God. The fact of the matter is, if he did it, however he did it, that is what is right. He is a just God. Who am I to question him when he is the one, God, every single person here listening to this, every single person that's ever going to listen to anything, everything you have has been given to you by your Creator. What claim can you make? What claim to stake do you have? What say do you think you have? You don't have any. You're supposed to be on your face thanking your Creator for this creation, and you're supposed to be a producer. And again, until I'm doing my job right, and I'm supporting myself 100% off the grid, and I have a farm that's functioning and has some sort of symbiotic relationship with the area around me, who am I to question anybody, let alone the Creator? But I hope those doggies and kitties are in heaven. I'm with you on that. The plants, I think that's a stretch, because I think the plants are just part of God's system that is a food source for the earth. So everything either eats plants or eats animals that eats plants, right? I mean, that's about the only option, right? So that's how the system works. And the system works very well. And the only problem with the system, Zern, is man. This system would have never been like this and been destroyed like this if it wasn't for us anyway. And we all know we're all sinners, Zern. I know I'm a sinner. I know I've made some big mistakes. Even the flat earth dude at 21 years old, this kid has even made some big mistakes. And I bet he's learned from them. Flat earth dude is 21 years old. I'm talking about him. Yeah. I'm 35.
21. Wow. Right on, bro.
Yeah. So flat earth dude has been waking up quick. You know what I mean? So we're on it. We're on our paths. But the fact of the matter, we're all sinners. We all make mistakes. Even these beautiful ladies in the chat, I'm sure they've done something wrong. I mean, nothing compared to me, but none of us are perfect. God says not one man was without sin. But God, before anybody gets upset, God said Job was perfect, right? You know what God, right? Well, I'm just going to say yes. Well, so God says Job is perfect. So is that a contradiction? No. Perfect, actually even now, perfect means as good as something can be. So even if I'm as good as I can be, it doesn't mean I'm not sinning. So don't be scared of that Bible. That Bible is going to answer all these questions. I know less than 1% of it, and it has absolutely got me to here without a single problem. It has helped me with every single thing I've ever had in my life that I needed helping with. So don't be confused. You are all sinners, guys. We've all done bad things. We all need to be forgiven. None of us can save ourselves. Before I say this, there's only two belief systems in the world. The first belief system is that you can save yourself, or that man can save you. And the other belief system is that you need to be saved by your Creator. And those are the only options. That's it. So either you need to be saved by your Creator, or you think man can save you. Well, we all know the truth that only your Creator can save you, and that's why you're here.
Absolutely. And thank you for answering those questions, MG. I'm not a hater. I'm just a questioner, and I appreciate you answering that. And I'm totally with you on that final statement, which is only the Creator that created man and created all things has the final say, because what else could it be? I mean, really, what else could it be? There's not. I can't judge myself and judge myself into some sort of blissful afterlife. I mean, only my Creator can judge me, and likewise everyone else. So, thank you for giving us your point of view on that, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man, we're definitely here to help. I certainly do not have all the answers. All I can do is tell you what I see and what works for me. I've been walking with Jesus Christ for 10 years, and I couldn't give you one word to explain how to do it. I cannot tell you how to do it. And if any man tells you that they're going to explain to you how to walk with God, they're a liar. Because only God can help you walk with him. And only you can help God help you to walk with him. And that's all there is to it. So you can use yourself to get to God, but no matter what, all roads of truth lead to the same area. You have to go to the Creator. There's no other option. Let's look at this troll in the chat right here. We're not going to mention his name because he's not going to be remembered anyway.
Please.
He's not going to be remembered anyway, but the guy said, which God are we talking about?
Right.
I mean, wow, how many options do we have? I only thought we only had one option. Let's look in history. What's the oldest religion in the world? Hinduism. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden. They walked with God. They talked with God. Do you think Adam and Eve were religious? No. They walked and talked with God in the Garden of Eden. This Bible has nothing to do with religion. This Bible has everything to do with you and your spiritual being and the gifts that God has given you and the fact that you are responsible for your outcome and you are without excuse. This is not a religion. The same guy that asked that question goes around telling people that it's stupid to investigate Pizzagate because obviously it's all fake news. So, if you want to compare, let's compare. I'm not a religious person. Jesus Christ is not religious either. We all know there's only one God. That goes for every atheist and every agnostic and every, you name it, that's ever existed. There is only one Creator, whether we want to talk about it for hours and pretend we don't know. We all know there's only one Creator. Going past that is figuring out what he did for you. And if he came down here in the flesh, in the form of a man, in a way that we can't even understand, in a first-person view mode, if you will, and died for us, and we killed him, he came down here so that we would kill him to prove a point. I'd like to see how you're going to do it. I'd like to see how you should come down and save man. Well, you can't. There's only one God. And in the beginning, he said, we will make man in our image, because that one God is also Jesus Christ.
I believe man's in the image of God. And, I kind of maybe would get a little bit weird in the whole God's, thing and Jesus. And obviously that's going to make me a bad person. But, everything that we have in this world was created by people, not just one person. I mean, and I'm not trying to get into the whole debate, but I will agree. I side with you more than I don't. But I mean, what we don't know is what is the Creator. We don't know we don't know the Creator. We don't know. But whatever it is, let's just say God is the Creator. God singularly is the Creator. God is the only salvation, whatever that is. I mean, it has to be. There's nothing else. I mean,
right.
Whatever created this thing, whether it's one God, which we all tend to believe, or whether there was 100 gods in collaboration, which we have no information on, but let's just say, for instance, there were. We really have to rely on them. I mean, because that's all we got. That's all we got. We got whatever put us here is our salvation. And God bless Jesus and God bless God, and I'm with all that. I just, it's difficult because we do know, we say we know, but, until somebody goes on that other side of things and really sees it and we got the scriptures, and I'm not discrediting the scriptures. I'm just saying, we don't really know till we're there.
We never will. Just like what Pillbox said earlier, you're not supposed to understand God. You're just not supposed to understand him. And that's that. I don't think we could understand something that created us. And especially not in the aspect in which he created us and how he created us and the thought process it took for him to create us. And but I do believe that that God is the beginning and the end, and there is no beginning and the end without God. So
yeah, like
that's
Evril
my
said,
outro.
the Alpha and the Omega. How about this? What if we're asking the wrong question? You ever sit back and go, wait a minute, am I asking the right question? Because I guarantee you right now, all of us would be sounding a little bit different if God, even though he is right in front of us right now, and we know he's right in front of us, we know every single word we're saying right now God hears. But if he appeared to us right now and we were all in a room together, we wouldn't be acting like this. We wouldn't be asking any questions. We would be on our faces with tears spraying out of our skulls. That's what you're going to do when you meet God. You're not going to have a list of questions to ask God anything, for one. Number two, you better be a little bit worried of what type of questions you should ask. Because, wait a minute, if I could understand God, he wouldn't be God. So that is a self-defeating, absolute ridiculous question. Not that you're a bad guy for doing it. We've all done it. We all ask ridiculous questions we shouldn't ask because we don't think about it. Wait a minute. If I can understand God, how is he God? How is he outside of this existence, outside of, quote unquote, time space continuum, which is obviously not real. If he was outside of this existence, how are we supposed to understand him anyway? And if he's outside of this existence, all the rules and properties of the laws of thermodynamics do not matter to God. And to think that he needs a creator is discrediting the idea that he's God. If he needs a creator, he's not God. And a God doesn't make gods. And Jesus Christ made that very clear. A lot of people are confused because Jesus Christ said, are you not gods? That's with a question mark, talking about, are you not like the politicians, the Pharisees, the ass clowns, the liars? Yes, that's who called themselves gods, the lords. Jesus Christ is not saying you're a god. Just for the record, people, if you think Jesus Christ says that you are a god, you are not a god. You have most likely not created anything. What has man created? Did man create automobiles? Where did he get the knowledge to do that? He got the knowledge from God. Man hasn't created anything. Period. End of story. The information at the beginning of time, 6,000 years ago, was a lot more information that we have now. And they knew they weren't creators. They just walked and worshiped God. Man has never created anything. Man has been given everything. Period. Every single thing you ever had in your life, you did not even earn. You were given it by your creator. Your creator gave you everything you had. You didn't earn anything. Teal Summers has entered the building. What is going on? Making her return. What's going on, Eve?
Hey, what's up? Can I make a comment on the discussion? Because
no, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. I know you're going to tell me I'm wrong, Eve. Go ahead.
It's too bad. I'm going to anyway. I was going to say what the problem with what Zorn is has been suggesting is that it's basically infinite regress. There has to be one original eternal being that has created this existence, or else you have, well, where's the original? It keeps getting put back and back and back. Oh, well, he could have been created by this, or he could have, and then he was created by this one, and then he was created by this one, and then where's the original? The one who started it all. There has to be one. Logically, there has to be one. So, what I was saying out in the chat is that everything on my journey that I have seen is that the reality in which we live, when we see the lies, if you know the scripture, you'll know that the scripture witnesses to everything that we see. And it points to the God of scripture, which is Jesus Christ, as being the truth.
Amen, Eve. Thank you. And I'm not directing anything towards you at all, Zern. This is not directed towards you. This is directed towards anybody, which is, of course, millions of people that have these questions. It's not nothing towards you directly. I feel that I do want to tell people to think of it a different way. That's, I guess, what I'm doing, but I'm not directing anything towards you. I am no better than you in any way, shape, or form, Zern. I am not smarter than you either. I'm not better, and that's that. We are saved by the grace of our Creator. The only reason I know or have anything is because of my Creator. I take no glory for any of it. All the glory goes to God. I didn't even earn any of it, and I hate to admit it, I have too much of it. I have all the knowledge I don't deserve. I have all the things I don't. This God lets me keep a truck after I wake up to His creation. He lets me have things still. I'm embarrassed to the fact that He lets me have luxuries. So there's more than one way to look at this creation. That's all I'm saying.
And can I say that once you're in a relationship with Jesus Christ, it is a real, tangible relationship. So yes, you can know the truth. Do you think a creator would create this flat earth directed at us, showing us that we are special, that his creation is special, to just kind of leave us in the dirt and not give us answers? That doesn't even make logical sense to me. He did.
Right.
A lot of people just don't want his answer. They don't want the truth.
First, let me say hello, Teal, and thank you for your points of view there, and MG as well. I represent myself, but I'm also just saying in general questions that I think people out there might want to have the answers to. You know, these are things that I've thought of organically. It's not anything against flat Earth. I am a flat earther. And Teal, to your point, I do think that God did give us a remedy. God gave us an outlet, and God gave us also clues as to the creation, as to our salvation. My only point being earlier is that, you know, the creation as it stands, and the world as it stands, and humanity as it stands, there's something very special about it. And, you know, cars don't make themselves. They have a group of engineers, and computers don't make themselves. They have a group of engineers. And the world were to be believing either it was an accident, or were to believe it was one singular God. But there's no in between. There's no option of, well, maybe God came from somewhere. Maybe God had his own education and was taught by a group of masters, and he made his own universe and his own world.
That just goes right back to the problem that I said a while ago.
What you said was that it all comes down to Jesus Christ.
It's logically fallacious because it leads to infinite regress. Do you know the scriptures?
No, I don't. I won't claim to know them.
Oh, okay.
I've read some, but I'm not an expert in any way.
Okay. Well,
I'm not debating that or that I am an expert. I just have general questions, and people might not want to hear those, but I'm just a lot of people that are on this channel are preaching to the choir, and I'm just coming from the outside a little bit, and I'm not trying to rock the boat. I'm just saying, you know, hey, you know, we don't necessarily know everything, do we? And if you're saying we do, then I just want to hear what your answer is.
I don't think that we do know everything. I think and the Bible speaks on that as well. Being in Christ is a growing process. You have spiritual growth, but I don't think that just because we can't know everything doesn't mean we can't know something. And I don't think that a creator would create all these things, showing us his love by his creation, and leave us hanging. That doesn't make any logical sense.
I never said that, and I agree with you there. I never said that. I never said God left us hanging. I was just, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I think that he has given us truth, and I happen to know the scriptures fairly well, but I'd like to know them even better. And I think that it's obvious when you do know them. So I would just ask if you would be interested in investigating those for yourself and being open about the possibility that we could be right.
Oh, I totally am open to the idea that you're right. That's why I'm here. And that's why I'm asking questions. I'm certainly not a troll. I'm not here to dispute what you know or what you've researched, honestly, in any way. I mean, I'm only here asking questions that I have as a person, and maybe I'm not as educated in the scriptures as the people on the panel, and I will acknowledge that. But, I don't think I have to be a scripture expert to ask questions like, where did God come from? And, how did everything engineer itself through one entity? And then if that one entity was able to engineer such a world, where did it come from? Those are questions that I've always had. I was raised Catholic. I asked those same questions to nuns. Where did God come from? Those are the questions I have. Where did God come from? If
I don't
God
think there's
created this world, which we agree with, where did God come from?
There is no where.
He's
Go ahead, Eve.
eternal. But I don't think that it's wrong to ask questions like that. Matter of fact, I did, and that's why I spent 4 years as an atheist. Hopefully that won't be your path. Hopefully you'll find
No. I'm not an atheist. I think that you just said it.
I know you're not, by the way that you're speaking. You said you believed that there was a creator. I lost track of where I was. I don't know.
No, you said you spent 4 years as an atheist, and I kind of identified with why you said that, because you're asking the same questions as fundamentally, how does this come to be? And I think that's why we're all here. We want to know that.
Let me read this real quick, sir, just because I had to find this real quick. Let me just read this. Isaiah 40:28. Hast thou not known? Hast thou not heard? That the everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary. There is no searching of his understanding. We are not supposed to know how God does anything, especially here. We're literally told, don't worry about that. I've told you what to do. I want you to make your garden. I want you to get your wife. I want you to reproduce. I want you to be in my creation. I want you to speak my good news. I want you to speak the gospel. Trust this book and know that I came down as a man and died for you. That's pretty much it. It could be summed up pretty easily. Now, does that mean that you're just going to accept it? No, it's taken me decades to understand it. Some people can figure it out and much faster. I don't have the ability to answer to anybody how to walk with God. I've been doing it for years, and I can't give you one sentence how you should walk with God. What I do know is that the Bible says in the beginning. So this question about when other things are going on is not even an option. If this book is literally inspired by God at all, then the rest of it is also inspired by the God. There's no way around it. If I take 1% of this, because I hear this all the time, well, I don't know if the Bible's fully inspired by God. And I always ask them, okay, do you think it's 1% inspired by God? And I can never get an answer, because if you're going to claim this is 1% inspired by God, then it's possible that the entire thing, and most likely has to be 100% inspired by God. And of course, we don't have the exact same translation that existed 4,000 years ago. So I have to go to the original Hebrew. Sometimes I admit that, but the general word, the general idea has been carried on perfectly and exists in more places in this world than anything exists. There are more Bibles, obviously, in this world than anything. So it's got to be here for a reason. And if 1% of it's true, there's a really good chance that the rest of it's true. So if it says in the beginning, God created, that's it. There is no before that time that we could even comprehend right now.
I will not elaborate too much here and bore everybody. I've probably already done that, but I will say I'm a God believer. I believe in Jesus. I do believe the Bible is truth. I'm just asking questions that I don't think even the Bible has answers to, but maybe it does, and that's why I'm asking. That's all I'm saying. I believe what you guys are saying. I do, and I believe in God, and I believe in all these things. I'm just curious to know what goes beyond, maybe these are questions I will never know. Maybe even after I die, I'll never know. But, what is it that made this world? That's why I love Flat Earth so much. It's like, what is it that made this world? I mean, we call it God, but why did God do it? And what is beyond God? What is even beyond God is the question that I have.
Nothing. Your answer is
There
I can
has
answer
to
that.
be
No.
something beyond
That's
God.
what I'm telling you, is that you're asking for the impossibility. A God is God. God is God. That's it. That's the final authority. It's impossible for God to be God if God has to be
God
created.
came from somewhere,
No,
though.
no, no. It doesn't work that way.
If
You
God
are
is
using,
subject to
Go
something,
ahead.
then he's not God. That's
Yeah,
not
not
God
to this
came
world.
from some.
You're-
Listen,
You're, but you're
my
talking about the
fish in a
rules
bowl.
of
A
this
fish in a
world.
bowl is. I'm the God to a fish in a bowl.
You can
I
keep
feed
repeating it.
it.
That
I
doesn't make it
feed it.
true.
I mean,
No, no, no. You're not the
just use my
creator.
example as
You
a
got to be the creator of the fish.
just bear with me here. If I create a program and it's fish in a bowl on a computer and I wrote the code and my program feeds them and gives them life, I mean, just bear with me here if you will read between the lines of what I'm saying. And I know, does that make sense that something is beyond God? Okay, let's say God is
No,
the
it does not make
Alpha
sense.
and
It
the
doesn't even
Omega.
make logical sense.
You don't think God had to come from something?
No, that's why
absolutely
he's
not.
God.
So you believe in a Big Bang God theory?
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm sensing a little detest here, Zern. You got to hear us out. If God is
No,
God and the
I'm
Bible
listening.
is true, there's nothing before him. I have a foundation of truth that says these things. That's the difference. So I can either accept these things or I can go beyond them. Instead of asking God why or how or who are you or what's beyond you, I ask God, what would you like me to do today? So that's the way I'm approaching. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying I have a completely different approach.
I don't serve any other gods, okay? Don't get me wrong. God, I ask God, what can I do for you today? I agree with that. My point being, we're told in the globe theory that the world comes from a big bang out of nothing and that it formed itself and it's everlasting in its own way.
Yeah,
Okay.
in that
Uh,
view,
and
the
then
Big Bang is not
Christianity,
consciousness. The Big Bang is not consciousness.
well, my analogy is just extending to the fact that we're told also, and don't get me wrong, because this is something that I asked the nuns that raised me in Catholic school the same question, and that is, well, the God that created this world, how are we to just think that this thing we call God just emerged from nothing? I mean, I don't. That's the part I don't
There is no
understand.
emergence. That's exactly right. There is no beginning. There is no emergence. He always existed. That's the point.
Always was and is.
It's
I'm sorry
just
that
one
you
of
can't
those
wrap
things.
your mind around that. I know that it's a concept.
I must have a small mind. I have a small mind.
No,
I
no, no, no,
guess.
no,
I
no, no,
always
no, no, no,
have.
no. Listen,
we-
Zern, no.
Currently, in this fallen creation, we are temporal beings. So a concept like that is going to be complicated for us to understand.
Yeah, we don't know either. That's the point. We're like I just read in the Bible, you cannot understand his ways. You can't understand the way he does anything. So what we're supposed to do is literally respect God. I'm not going to question. I'm not telling you not to question God. I personally am never going to do that. My point is that if you're basing things off of this reality and then you're holding it to God, you're already wrong. God is outside of this reality. So this idea of origins has nothing to do with the creator and the fact that he has always existed.
Well, I understand where you guys are coming from. I hope maybe you understand the point I'm trying to make as well. And
I
I
think we
don't
do.
want to waste your time. I mean, I'll agree with you. God is eternal and everlasting, the Alpha, the Omega. But, in the world that I live in, which is the world we all live in, it's hard for me to even have the ability to have this knowledge of something that could exist for
Exactly.
eternity and also create itself out of nothing and live forever and ever and ever.
No, there's no
make
claim that there's a
everything.
creation of God,
He
though.
was never created.
Yeah, there's no claim
See,
of that. though.
But you're
hey, can I
saying
say
he
something,
was
Zern?
he was never created. He just existed
Well,
forever.
let me give you the
Always
first.
was. Yes, that's what I
Right.
just said
Okay,
earlier.
let me explain the first issue is you're trying to explain God with the understanding of this world. That's the second mistake. Your first mistake wasn't thinking about it. The problem is that God is outside of this creation. So there's nothing in this creation that we can hold up to God and compare. Let me hold up God to this. Let me put my paper mache duck compared. No, it's not going to work. There's no such thing as comparing anything in this world to God. End of story. There's no way you can compare.
I'm not comparing what's in this world to God. I'm comparing to what's in God's world to God. Doesn't God have a father?
No, Nope.
So he denies his own create. So if God read his Bible and it said that
See, that's
what
how
came
you're
before,
using
doesn't
this.
God have a Bible?
No, it's
doesn't
all
God read his
hypothetical. No.
Bible and his
Nope.
Bible says everything that was
Nope.
created before him is eternal?
Nope. It says in the beginning.
You're comparing God to the fallen nature in which we live in.
I'm saying that there is something more going on, and instead of us having any ability to understand it, we just fall back on, well, we'll never know. We can't even question it.
I'm sorry
It's-
you're confused, man. It's a crappy place to be at. I've been there.
Well, you know, I've never been an atheist. All I can tell you is I've always believed in God, but I've also always believed that God had to have had a creator. And I think that we don't know what that is,
That's
and
not
we'll
God, but
never
that's
know
not
what
God.
that
So
is.
that's not believing in a God. You're believing in a sub creator. You're not believing in a God. That's not God.
Wait,
Sub-creator.
well, listen,
It's
a
not
woman
even
has a
logically
child,
sound.
and she's almost a god to a child. A
No,
woman
she's
has
not.
a baby.
See,
No,
you're
no, no,
referring
no.
to this creation again. You're referring to a temporal fallen creation. All this has been told to us. This is what's going on.
Yeah, man. God doesn't operate
Ever
within
since
our.
Adam and Eve, I'm sorry. Who is
Oh
that?
no, continue. I interrupted you. I apologize.
Ever since Adam and Eve decided that they were not going to go in the direction that God steered them and guided them in, and decided to disobey him and go the opposite way in their own way, and Satan's as well, death has fallen upon God's creation. And Christ, he came down here. That's the whole reason he came here, was because he was God in flesh. We could not keep his moral standards once the creation fell. We could not keep his moral standards. The only way that death could be conquered was for Christ himself, God himself, to come in the flesh, to take upon the fallen creation. He was not sinful. He did not sin, but his body was subject to the limits of this fallen creation, died, but then it wasn't subject, was it? Because he rose again. He defeated it all for us, If you read the scriptures, I'm telling you.
I believe you, but if Jesus was God, and you said Jesus was God, is that correct? Jesus came down?
Yes.
Okay. And then God died, and then he came back to life?
He defeated death. Right.
Okay. So Jesus was created
And his
by God,
resurrection-
but God was Jesus. So Jesus wasn't really created by God. Jesus was God.
No, the fleshly vessel was created that Jesus inhabited. Jesus is God.
Okay. All right.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The Word was also made flesh. That's Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man. God, the God of the Bible does not operate within the realm that we live in. He operates in a completely different realm. To even try to understand it or try to say, well, he has to have came from something, is kind of ludicrous in my opinion. Not saying what you're saying is wrong. It's just in my opinion, it's kind of ludicrous, because how can we even put a boundary on God? How can we even put that boundary to say he had to have been created? Because the God of the Bible, Jesus Christ, God, Yahweh, he's very clear that he is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. And there is no beginning and end without God. He created the beginning and end. He created the concept of time. See, God doesn't operate within our time. There is no such thing as eternal life for God, because he created life. He created time. He created all of it. That's the difference. See, we live within this realm, and we're bound within these boundaries that dictate our thoughts. And that's where we're getting messed up, is we're saying, well, according to what I see every day, God will have had to have been created. Well, no, not necessarily. God doesn't have to be created, because God is the one who created the word creation. He's the word who created the creation. You know what I mean? So before God, there was no creation, because God himself was the one who created creation. He created language. He created you, bro. So he doesn't operate within our boundaries, within our realm. He actually dictates those boundaries in those realms, and does what he pleases with them. So I think that's a kind of an illogical.
Well, would you say
argument.
God created himself then?
No, because if you listen to what I just said, I said that there was no creating before God. God was, he is, and he always will be. So in other words, I'm saying that there was no such thing as something being created before God decided that we're just going to go ahead and create something. I don't think that our minds can comprehend the realm or the universe that I guess you would call that God lives in, or the heaven that God lives in. It doesn't operate within our time, man. You know, it just doesn't. You know, and that's just the way it is. You know, it's not for us to understand, but it's definitely understandable enough.
Well, you know, I probably come off like I'm trolling, and I'm really not. These are questions I've had since I was 10 years old and was raised in Catholic school. So thank you guys for
Dude, they're good questions,
entertaining
they're
my
good questions,
questioning.
man. I don't think you have bad questions at all. I think they're good questions. I think that they're just they're kind of flawed, especially if you read the Bible. You understand that they're flawed questions. It's not that they're bad questions. They're just kind of flawed in a way, because once you understand that God doesn't operate within our time, within our, you know, our boundaries, there is really, and once you understand that he is the one who created the creation, he's the one who created the word creation, you know, it's just like you really can't put him within our boundaries. I see your point, though.
There's also a lot of things that you are not going to understand without the Holy Spirit. But the way that the Holy Spirit is received is through the word. So if you just search the scriptures, maybe you'll find what you're looking for, maybe you won't, but it's worth a try. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Zern, you've been very legitimate. I have no problem with you at all, and I certainly want to help you again in the future, or whatever you think, bro. You're going to be allowed back here anytime, and you've handled yourself just fine. I have no problem with you at all, brother, so don't worry about it.
I appreciate you guys. You know, I love listening in, and this is the first time I've been on your panel. So thanks for having me, and thanks for listening to my questions.
It's nice meeting you, Zern.
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man.
Yeah, you guys too. Have a great night.
You too.
God bless you, man. Very productive. It's good to see that we can hold down a real conversation and show a little bit of hope of humanity.
Yeah, Zern's halfway there.
Sorry.
Zern's halfway there, man. He's halfway there. He just needs to study the scripture a little bit more, and I think that he'll be a great Christian one day.
I used to ponder that origin issue all the time, the chicken and the egg, chicken and the egg, chicken and the egg, chicken and the egg. But I was thinking about God and the Big Bang and the Big Bang. And I was thinking, I mean, I remember hours and hours of just deep thought. And I remember it hit me like a lightning bolt and sent shocks through my body when I realized that God always existed. So sometimes if you just think about it enough, it'll hit you, or sometimes God will send it to you. I don't know. It took me a long time, a lot of thinking, and it hit me between my eyes, literally within weeks after my father died in 2009. That probably had something to do with it. But that's the reality.
Christianity, Christ is the only hope for mankind, is Jesus Christ. Because, I mean, think about it. What other religion had a God come down and sacrifice themselves for the people so that the people could have eternal life? God promises all that relieves us from the tragedies and heartache here. Jesus Christ is the only hope for humanity. And that's clear when you start reading scriptures as well. Did I kill the room?
Not yet.
I'll be the one to do it, though. Watch.
Come on, Flat Earth dude. Let's tag team. It's your turn to make some announcements and check the chat out and give us some updates. Flat Earth dude, what's going on?
What up? So yeah, man. So I've just been kind of brainstorming a lot today, man. I started up a Patreon fund me page, kind of, but it's not really for me. It's for my channel. And I really want to get the Flat Earth community involved together in a place where they can, you know, donate money to experiments that are actually going to get done. They can, you know, if somebody wanted to donate money, so if they didn't have the time, they want to donate money to someone to get them, get the experiment they want to get done. You know, they have that outlet. So I've been trying to kind of work up a way to make a trustworthy way to get people to be able to, in the Flat Earth community, to be able to kind of fundraise together and get experiments done. I really want to figure out the size of the moon and the sun and compare them between each other. It's an experiment that I want to do. I need a good camera. and I need to go to a location to where I know that it's gonna be clear skies. I'm not gonna have any sort of outside disruptions. Probably Central Florida is somewhere I'd like to go. I haven't been able to see the moon where I'm at for almost 2 weeks now, so I don't think where I'm at in Jacksonville. I'm actually about to be moving to Miami here in a couple weeks, so that should be pretty awesome. But yeah, I've been trying to start this up, man. I want the flat Earth community to be able to come together and trust each other and do experiments and have a good experimental group. So I guess that's kind of what I've been thinking of doing today, more on the research side than anything. I think that we need to have some actual irrefutable experiments that are done, and I want to be the guy who does it, man. That's what I want to do. I want to be that guy, and I want every flat earther out there to know that it's okay. It's okay to put your trust in someone else as far as an experiment goes, as long as you know what the experiment entails and you're there the whole time. That's my thing. Is I'm probably going to start doing experiments once I get the proper equipment and the proper time. My thing is it's finances. If I make a paycheck, my paycheck goes towards my living. It goes towards my food. It goes towards transportation, stuff like that. So I'm 21 years old. I don't really have any extra money to throw away on experiments and stuff like that. And I really want to figure out. I want to triangulate the moon and the sun. I want to get their exact sizes, which I think my hypothesis is that once I find out the size of the moon, and I triangulate the moon, I will absolutely know the size of the sun, because the Bible tells me that they're the same size. So I think that once I find the shape not the shape, the size of one, I'll have the size of the other one. So that's my hypothesis, but I'm still going to try to find the size for both of them. I have a thing right now going on my Patreon, and I put the link in our little side chat. The first 10 people to donate $25 or more and pledge to do $25 or more, you get a free t-shirt or sweater with a Flat Earth Dude logo on it, and you can customize the shirt to whatever you want. If you want to put like a quote on there, you want to put something that represents Flat Earth on there. I have a family member who does shirts, sweaters, stuff like that for very cheap that I can get it done for, and I'll get it shipped out to you guys. The first 10 people though, and I'm going to do this every month. So the first 10 people in every month that donate $25 or more, you'll get a free hoodie or a sweat or a t-shirt, whichever one you want. No shipping charges. I'll pay for all that. I just want people to get involved. I want people to tell me, shoot experiments out at me. What do you want me to do? What's an experiment that you want me to do? Get on a private hangout with me and talk to me about what you want to do. These are things that I want to get personally involved with people on a personal level. That way they can trust me and we can do these experiments as a community. You understand?
Yeah,
Sounds
I
like a
see what
good
you're
plan.
saying.
Sorry.
I know, because there's a lot of people on here that do it for personal gain, and that's not my intentions. I have no interest in having any personal gain out of this. I only want the truth, but I cannot do it on my own. I cannot do it, and that's why I'm trying to reach out to people and say, hey, I can't do this on my own. I'm willing to take the steps to do it, but I don't want any. The only gain that I want out of it is the truth being let out. That's it. So if the Flat Earth community wants to get behind me, I am a trustworthy person. I will absolutely do what I say and do the experiments and stuff like that. And if you have an experiment that you want me to do, shoot it my way. I'll put out the fundraising and I'll fundraise for the experiment, because we're a community and we should support each other. And if you have a fundraiser that you're doing, hit me up and I'll donate some money. So it's a community thing,
Hey, I got one for you.
What's up?
I've tinkered around with it a little bit, but try to recreate a rainbow without sunlight.
Without sunlight?
Yes.
Now, how would you go about doing that?
Well, you would
what would be the controls and the variables of the experiment? What would I need? I'd obviously need some sort of solid structure or something to reflect the light off of.
I don't know. Just think about how you think it's formed in nature, in reality, and try to reproduce that in the lab. You know what I'm saying? Because if you could do it, then it would prove that rainbows form from intersecting rays of light, and not the way that science says. It would basically show us a firmament.
Yeah,
Have
see, that's
you-
what I was just thinking. I was thinking that it has to be some sort of reflection off of the firmament, or some sort of reflection off of the firmament, in order, especially for the shape that it takes. A rainbow takes the shape of an arc. So
Yeah,
arch.
Have you guys seen the sundogs and the flat earther who showed that those can be recreated in a tent with light, in a dome tent?
No, I haven't looked into that at all.
Yeah, you should look into it. It's pretty neat.
Well, I think that I can prove a geocentric model as long as I get this the correct size of the sun and the moon. I think that right there is proof. And I would, I want to document every single step of the way. That way, everybody knows exactly what I did the whole time. That way, there's no discrepancies. Or if somebody sees something that I did wrong, they can call it out and maybe give me some help on how to fix it.
Well,
So that's
the
my thing.
though. Geocentricity has already been scientifically proven. They just didn't tell us about it.
Yeah, I guess I'm more on the train of trying to get the people to open up to it, and have just a regular Joe, a regular guy, show people that this can be done, and that we can do this together, and we're a community, man. Like, Christian or not Christian, we're all out for the truth, and we all need to support each other, no matter who does it. So if my fundraising doesn't work, somebody else start up one. If you have a bigger following than me, I don't have a very big following. You go out and you do it, because that's, that I'll support it. It's not about me. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I can tell you this. Go ahead. Eve.
Sorry, I'll try to make it quick. You should really think about, consider redoing the experiment that I'm talking about, because I've only seen it by this one guy, and I have not verified it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if it's even accurate, or if it proves anything, or if there was issues or what. You know what I'm saying?
If you could post a link in our little side chat and hangouts or in the regular chat, I'll definitely look into it and see what it's all about.
Okay. Go ahead, Pillbox. Sorry.
Well, that's the thing, is that as much as I don't want to say this, most flat earthers, it seems, don't have a lot of evidence, so to speak, anyway, and a lot of us just kind of take the word as it is. I would say that as far as scientifically, flat earth dude, there's already been about 5 trillion experiments that prove a flat earth and leave no other option. And that's what we do. We talk about them all day. This isn't, I'll tell you right now, this has nothing to do with evidence. The evidence is the least of the worries about a flat earth, because everybody who's ever existed throughout all of history has only experienced a flat stationary earth. This has to do with beings and principalities in high places. This is a spiritual warfare. This is an absolute spiritual warfare that has nothing to do with evidence. The sun and moon go around us. That's an absolute fact, and you can witness it, or you can ignore that fact. And it just happens to be written in the Bible. There's no excuse for any people to act this way, and it's not about the content. You can ask Eve. When we talk to people, we don't even get to show evidence. We get told it doesn't matter. We get told we don't want to see it. We get told, I don't care. What difference does it make? I don't, blah, blah, blah. You're a cult. Because I want to show you evidence and show you the Bible. It has nothing to do with evidence. This has absolutely nothing to do with it proving anything to anybody. Just look at how the military operates. Look at how radar systems work, lasers, ship-to-ship tracking. And in the 40s, how were they shooting at each other from 30 miles away on the ocean? That was before we had lasers, so we had to use optical systems and things like. So there's no evidence against the flat stationary biblical Earth, bro. It's a spiritual warfare.
I agree with you on that. And as much as I hate to say this, Pillbox, because I freaking have so much respect for you, bro, is that just because you feel that way doesn't mean that everybody else feels that way. A lot of people feel like there isn't enough evidence out there, that there isn't enough experiments being done, independent experiments. And that's kind of where the position that I'm taking is, I'm trying to go out for the people who don't, don't feel like there's substantial evidence. I'm on board with you though, Pillbox. Nothing needs to be proved to me. I believe it already. I know it to be true. It's what I observe every day with my eyes. I guess it's more of just a solidifying thing. I want to solidify it for people, shut them up, and say, hey, they can't talk to me. They can't call me a phony or anything like that, because I'm actually going out and doing the independent research.
No, I know. And you got good intentions, very good intentions. And I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I'm going to burst another bubble when I tell you something else. And that's when you talk about the size of the moon and the sun, and then they laugh at you and say, that doesn't affect the shape of the earth. So again, what I'm getting back to is a lot of people don't even understand the severity of this one subject because we can't even talk about it. My point is that these people, including flat earthers, haven't even gone out and seen the flat earth for themselves. They haven't even gone out and seen this world to see the actual flat earth. Everybody is stuck just talking about it and wanting maps and things that aren't going to prove anything when we aren't experiencing the creation. The point that everybody's missing is that you're supposed to experience the creation.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you on that. But I don't necessarily know if that experiment would be for proving a flat earth, more or less proving that we live in a geocentric
Watch
model.
this, it gets worse. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Bro, these people that we're talking about, including Globers and flat earthers, don't even know where they live, and they're worried about a map. And I talked to someone today. We had about 4 exchanges with a person, a very nice flat earther, that said, well, we have to explain the southern pole star. And I said, how do I know you've never seen that? And of course, this person said, well, that's besides the point, because this has nothing to do with evidence. People are not talking about what they see. They're talking about what they're told to believe. People are literally being told, oh, there's a southern pole star, explain that. And then somebody go, oh my goodness, how do I explain that? I've never seen it, but now I have to explain it. No one can show it to me. There's no video of it. Things like that. That's what we're doing. How do you explain this effect? How do you explain this constellation in the sky in the southern pole star? That's all they ever do. People are told what to believe here. That's the problem. Nobody is experiencing and actually getting in their car or just getting out and looking at this earth, bro. It is beautiful. All this garbage about maps and this and that and trying to come up with, this is all nonsense, bro. We need to experience this earth. We need to get people back into the ground. People's hands need to be in the soil. Not on here. That's the reality, bro. We need to actually start getting into this earth. Literally.
Hey, Pillbox, I'm gonna challenge one of your experiments if you don't mind. I'm gonna play the advocate, if you will. You know your ceiling fan.
I love you, brother. Go ahead.
The ceiling fan thing. Your moon on the ceiling fan. Excuse me. Do you not? Yeah.
Right, bro. Yeah, what's up?
Is it the same inversion, north and south? Like if both observers were, say, on the same longitude line, north and south, versus the east and west, because the moon moves east to west. So the whole looking up on the ceiling thing, does that work for north and south too?
Well, that's what I'm comparing it to. I'm pretending I'm crossing the equator from North America to South America and then turning around and looking at the moon. When the moon, of course, always travels west. So does the sun, period. And when they move, you can see the moon turning. You can't see the sun turning because we can't see topography. But the moon, you can see topography, and it turns clockwise to the right from my point of view. So the question would be, does it still turn clockwise from the southern point of view? What do you think?
Yeah, I was just bringing it up because the video I just stuck in the side chat there from my fellow believer. It's a good brain teaser or twister or whatever. He shows on the moon. I don't know what site he uses to get this, but it's only 3 minutes long. If you get time, check it out.
Oh, absolutely, check it out, bro. Yeah, the common question is, how come the moon is upside down in South America? And people keep asking this. And then I did this with Arcane last week, and I said, well, here I'm north of the equator over here. I'm in North America. I want to go to South America. Okay, here's a jungle in South America. Okay, now I've made it. I'm going to turn around and look at the moon now.
Yeah, but you're just repeating the same thing I was asking.
Right.
The same east.
Right. My point is that I can only test this from north to south, right? That's when it's going to go upside down. When you watch the moon, like if you keep your eye on the moon, it's not going to do anything magical. It turns pretty consistently. So like if this were to turn, and I were to follow it, obviously, well, that's how it's going to move. So if it's like that there, and then I go back to North America and turn around, I'm probably going to see it like this. But I mean, if someone wants to take a couple 1,000-mile trip and figure this out, you know, I have no problem with that. And it certainly isn't going to change the shape of the earth, though. I just had to do this because people keep asking me this question.
That's the
This is
power
just-
of fundraising, Pillbox. That's what I'm trying to say, man. As a community, man, like as a community, it doesn't have to be me, Pillbox. We'll send your ass out there, man. You know what I mean? Like we'll send anybody out there. It doesn't matter, dude. Like let's be a community. Let's work
I love
together.
your energy,
Let's be
bro.
a team,
I love
man.
this guy's energy. I think you're doing a great job, bro. And if I had any extra money, I could send it to you, bro. I don't know if anybody else has.
Oh, I don't need. I'm not asking. No, I'm not asking. Dude, if you don't have the money, do not send me the money. I am only talking to people who actually, you know, who have it. They're comfortable. You know.
Do
what I
you
mean? They're
realize the
comfortable.
gas mileage this truck gets? Do you have any idea how much it's going to cost me to drive to the other side of the continent here? Man, that's going to be like $2,000, bro. Man, so I mean, I'm with you, bro. We're all, dude. You guys want to do something? You guys want to meet somewhere? Yeah, I'll be there. We'll get some telescopes. We can go. I'm in the Sonoran Desert, bro. It's the clearest skies in the world, besides I think Antarctica, and that's why the Lucifer Observatory is here. So let's go to Lucifer Observatory. We'll knock on their door. Say, can we look at this real quick? Can you show us anything? And there's all kinds of things we could be doing, bro. But trust me, that the Earth is flat. Tell people to see the Earth is flat, and that's that. Tell them to get into a plane and just fly and watch the window.
Hey, click on the.
I agree completely, Pillbox.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, man.
Click on.
Yeah, we can see you.
I won't share the. I'm not sharing the link, so just click on me, and then you'll have to unpresent me when I go to get off of this screen share. Of course, it's from timeanddate.com, but interesting how it shows the shadow in different places. I don't know if this little cartoon moon has any relevance to, you know.
Yo, that is weird. Yo, that's weird, man.
Well, I think Pillbox is being broadcasted. So,
I'm saying that. How do they have it where it's like the opposite?
Well, so ignore the crater part for right now because I don't know if that's.
Yeah, they couldn't even mimic the actual image and mirror it correctly. That's the first problem.
How could you be Pillbox? The inversion is backwards, according to this.
Well, I'm looking at a cartoon on a piece of paper, bro. I don't know. I mean, I gotta be honest with you, but this is where I go. I'm gonna ask Tom to draw you a cartoon.
Hold on. Because earlier you just said it, you've never seen it, so we can't verify it. We've never seen things, right?
Oh, I can do, but I have to do I can do experiments, but like I don't know what this is even showing me. Let's see, moon phase 2017.
That's what I'm asking you to look at. See if.
Oh yeah, dude. Like I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna let somebody tell me what to think
Can you
here.
see my cursor? My cursor over here to the left. If you're in Jamaica, looking up over here, that's north of the equator. Say this line right here in the middle is the equator. How could you then be standing in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and be over here and see it this way?
Yeah, you couldn't. The answer is you couldn't, and the phases would actually match. So this is a piece of paper to me, but when the moon is in a phase, it looks that way to everybody who sees the moon.
I'm not giving timeanddate.com all the credit in the world, but all it would take is a guy in Sao Paulo, Brazil, looking up at this one, and the guy that made the videos in
Flat Earth dude is going to do it. He's going to Brazil. He's going to do this experiment.
Well, this guy is in contact with somebody from Brazil. Yeah, he's in Jamaica.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it Robert Rossano?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't even have to. I don't even have to. None of us even have to go to Brazil. All we have to do is get someone that's in Brazil, and get someone that's in Brazil, and then I'll do it from Florida.
That's what this video is about. This guy's getting ready to verify to see if this is right.
And you know what? I'm about to be moving to Miami, dude. So I'm going to be at the very south of Florida. So as soon as I move there, that means that it's almost like a straight shot, But like I'm right on, on the northern hemisphere. You know what I mean? I'm right above the equator. and Sao Paulo, Brazil is right below the equator, so they should be able to, you know what I mean? It should be a pretty good experiment. You know
Well, the
what I
best
mean?
way to do it is like this too. Like you can look at the moon right now. If I had a P900, you'd be able to see it better. So I'd say, see the phase of the moon I'm in right now? It's about 60%. So can you tell me, if you're in Australia right now, what the percentage of your phase is and what angle it is? That's the only way you can do this. You can look at it and show it to somebody, and someone can show to you what they're seeing. Other than that, there's no such thing as even a real experiment. You have to do it in real time and film it like this, and that's it. That's what empirical science is considered today. That's all you can do. There's no other option.
Like I
There's
said,
no moon in my sky, bro.
it's a good brain twister anyway, because if this is broken down the right way, and this red line at the bottom is the flat plane, it's actually kind of a strange anomaly that they would, they should see. That's like impossible in a certain sense, but unless it's the bottom whole half of the moon, okay. What if it's the bottom? Yeah, that still doesn't work. I don't know. It's very hard to wrap your mind around. So I mean,
Well, especially when they give you a representation like that.
I took the whole inversion thing for granted for a long time. Like, I had the same principle as you do. You stick something on the ceiling and go to opposite ends, and it's inverted or whatever. But yeah, it's hard to. You can't really do that on a grand scale of the Earth. So I mean, any of this stuff, dude, is so high of advanced and out of this world. But to me, man, it seems crazy to think that any of us know what's going on. I've heard you say it several times. Who are we to know? Were you there when we built the foundation, stretched the line?
Yeah, exactly. You can't know how God does anything, bro. Yeah, absolutely. It is very cold out here, though, in the moonlight. Let me tell you.
Basically, it tells me you're not going to figure this out. You can figure it out for yourself, just like you can figure out, Jesus Christ is real for yourself. But good luck trying to tell somebody about it. I heard you talking the other night on that hangout pillbox, and it was really, really good, by the way. That you said, you've been trying to figure out how to tell people about that for years and years, and you still can't do it. No one can, because so basically you can find out for yourself, but it's not of human design. So
No, I'm 1,000% with you, bro. I'd love to have more participation, but we're all spread apart. I got to be honest with you, bro. I've learned a lot in the last 2 years, bro. I've been tracking a lot of celestial bodies, and I don't know the names of the planets that much. I don't understand those and how those work yet, because they're so different than everything else. I can't keep track of them. But the sun and the moon, bro. I mean, if you just track these things and figure out where Polaris is, you'll actually understand how the sky is moving above you. It's like a circular blade going in and out. It's really insanity. But I can observe it, and I can love it and appreciate it. But I mean, it's to behold, man. This is all to behold right now. I mean, there's going to be a star right now rising in the eastern sky in the next hour, and it's so bright my backyard lights up, and I'm told it's Sirius, and it doesn't make any sense because nobody can see it like I can see it out here. But it's because I'm at 5,000 feet elevation. So when you're at 5,000 feet elevation, it puts you even closer. I'm a mile high up. I'm telling you, get out here and behold this, and you will not need a graph like that, Justin. I'm telling you right now. Behold this. It's coming up in the eastern sky right now, and the reason you don't see the moon flat earth, dude, is because you're east of me, right?
Yeah, I'm southeast. You're in Arizona?
Yeah, where are you, Texas?
Florida.
Oh, yeah. Of course not. Yeah, what is it, 4 o'clock in the morning?
But see, no, man. But see, 2 weeks ago, man, I was seeing the moon wasn't visible to me until 4 o'clock in the 4 o'clock in the morning. The moon rose where I was at like, I think it was like 2:46 or something like that, dude. Yeah. And I was able to see it, and then the week before that, I was able to see it at like 6:30 in the afternoon, bro. And then it got to 4. And the past almost 2 weeks now, I haven't even been able to see the moon, bro, at all. At no part of the day, bro. No part of the day have I been able to see the moon. It's so weird. Even on a clear day. Even on a clear day, I don't understand it. I mean, maybe I'm just not looking in the right places, but I mean, I know where the moon's supposed to be.
It's because they've lied to you of where you're living. The continents aren't the way they show them, dude. It's all a scam. This thing goes around in a different location. Like when I line up with the star of Polaris, solar noon changes in a variation because it doesn't make a perfect circle. But it should always be the polar opposite of Polaris. It's real simple, but you just have to know where Polaris is in the day. So you mark your ground and you look at the opposite direction, cast a shadow. That is your general noon. That is your actual clock. Once the sun is exactly parallel to that line, that is your actual noon. Your clock will be anywhere from 45 to 15 minutes off. It could be 15 minutes fast or slow. You're going to be able to tell that. You're actually going to have a clock, and then you're going to go, okay, now I understand the time. The sun is the consistency. The moon is not. That's why the moon is so hard to track.
Hey, what do I call? What's your name, bro? I'm sorry.
You can call me Matt.
Matt.
Yeah, that's my name.
Yeah, you could do little thought experiments just for nothing, though. You know, just like this.
Oh, absolutely, bro, absolutely. I think it's more along the lines of with me, it's more along the lines of people reaching out to me, wanting me to do experiments, and me just doing for people who don't have time, people who just don't, you know, maybe they don't have the resources, or just they want to do an experiment, so they're like, hey Matt, can you start a fundraiser for this certain experiment, and I really want it to be done, and we go over it, and it's something that we would have to fundraise for. I have my own personal experiments that I there's no way I'll be able to do it by myself. I just can't. The only way I'll ever be able to do it is if I either hit the lottery, or I have a good little $2,000-$3,000 lottery, or I get help from the flat Earth community, and any proceeds that I get that it doesn't go to the experiment would go straight into my channel, straight into the flat Earth movement. It would all go only strictly to the flat Earth movement. It would not, none of it would go to me. I would not use it for any personal gain at all.
Hey,
that would not be Christ-like.
Check this out, though. Can you see the screen, Matt?
Yeah, I can see it.
Well, this is like a paper representation of the cartoons on the other thing that I was showing you. So we put this line right here to show what the other graph was showing. So you could line it up. Okay, here's Brazil, here's Jamaica on the flat thing, right? But if you go over here, and this is just a brain twister, that's all. I'm just putting forth unbiased research right here, which is, this is pretty brilliant if you ask me. Let's see, where was it at here? And then you go over here from the see here.
You guys, do you want to know what my ultimate? I'm listening. But yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
See how it almost fits better on the.
Remember, this red line was the top line, so the Sao Paulo moon would have to be oriented at a right angle to the vision of this person standing on the ball. Boy, doesn't look good for the flat.
There's some.
No, that's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous, bro. That's not. He has two people standing on a hill.
Why is it ridiculous though?
Well, it's because he has two people standing on a hill that doesn't represent a ball at all, and it's not a very good experiment.
Well, I mean, I disagree. I think it's a freaking excellent. I think it's one of the most brilliant.
Now, I just don't think that on the left side is an accurate representation of a ball. That's all I'm really saying.
Then draw a circle on there and put two people standing on there in the same way. It's just it's the idea, I mean.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a good thing to do. I agree with that.
Because if you're leaned back like the cities allegedly are, and your line of sight to the moon, this is just a brain teaser, like I said. It's going to be what was over here, I don't know, but it makes sense to me. It's just a valid, unbiased observation. I thought it was cool.
Now, what exactly makes sense to you about this?
Because the time and date thing back here, I mean, that's what it shows. I don't know if it's, that's reality or not. I can't wrap my head around this. You said you like experiments, so I'm just testing.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around it too, man. I don't understand that. It's what you're showing right now. I don't understand how, I know I shouldn't look at the craters, but I just don't understand that. It's throwing my mind off because I don't know how to, moon, is that moon calc or sun calc or what is that?
Timeanddate.com.
Time and date. Gotcha. I see that.
Um,
All right. Yeah, they kind of messed it up, didn't they?
Agave turned on Jam Zen to this thing called Shoot the Moon. And it's a group of people that are, from what I understand, working on, observations of the moon. And so I'd never heard of it before, but somehow Agave knew about it and told Jam Zen about it on a comment, and then he's been looking into it since then. But.
Well, I'm definitely going to look into it. I think that I do think that it makes sense. Due to your perspective on where you're standing in the position of the moon in between us and so in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, or whatever you want to call it, north of the equator, south of the equator. I think that there's a perspective difference, especially when something is in the middle of you. You're going to see it differently. Now, I'm not one to sit there and say I know the answer, but it's definitely something that's worth experimenting. I agree with that, Justin. I don't think that the experiment with the two pieces of paper and the two different moons really give an accurate representation. One, because there's not two different moons, and two, you can't represent a sphere on a hill. You'd have to have it would have to be equal on all sides, or at least oblate spheroid, how they say we live on. We would have to have that representation, and then you would have to have somebody north of the. You would have to. It wouldn't be. See, on that in that experiment, it had somebody standing on one side of a hill and on the other side of the hill. Well, they're on the same line on the hill. They're standing on the same point on the hill, so it's not really showing a southern and a northern hemisphere. It's just showing people standing, perpendicular to each other, and it's you're just putting two moons above them and seeing what's in between on a hill. I think that you would have to do it on a if you wanted to disprove the globe. You'd have to do it with a globe, and then on the right side of that experiment, though, I think that might have been an accurate representation. Just probably needed a little bit bigger pieces of paper, and maybe like a poster board or something like that, and more accurate, realistic controls in the experiment.
But see, this is all taking place in someone's mind, and he's just trying to write it down and share the vision.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a good experiment. I think that it could be definitely done better for sure. But I agree with you. It's just in his head, that's awesome.
We always have to remain humble and be able to take any thought with an unbiased approach and really give it an honest thought. And it's very hard to do sometimes.
Absolutely. I agree. It is hard to do. But I also think we need to be honest about it. And I agree with you. It's definitely a humbling thing. I think anybody who considers himself a flat earther has had to go through some humbling, because, if you're a flat earther, you've had to admit that you've been lied to. You've had to admit that you were wrong. I know that I pretty much became a flat earther because I wanted to disprove the flat earth. And, it's just one of those things you can't really do. Once you try to disprove it, you end up disproving yourself. And it's definitely a humbling thing. But we also have to look at and be professional about it and say, okay, what are the controls in the experiment? What are the variables? Does this control match up with what we see in reality? Does it match up with what they tell us? Does it match up with all of these things, like on time and date? In my opinion, that time and date does not match up with our reality at all. Just for the fact that you see the craters on the moon. How can you have how can that even work on a ball or a flat earth? That is. You're not going to have you're going to see the same shadow. In other words, the shadow isn't going to be placed on a different part of the moon based on where you're at. You might see it differently, but it's not going to be in a different part.
It's the single most interesting topic you can look into by far, with the exception of maybe scripture. But
yeah, definitely. That takes the cake.
If it's not for us to know, I just think it's crazy. Everything seems flat to me, but then again, everything seemed perfect as the globe before I even heard of the flat. So I mean, don't think we can't be deceived, especially by the unseen realm, you know. So.
Oh, I agree with you on that. I definitely was deceived. I think that the difference between the globe, me being deceived by the globe, and and me, I don't think I'm being deceived by the flat Earth, is the flat Earth was never forced upon me. The flat Earth is something that I went and searched out myself. In other words, I didn't, you know, whenever I was 6 years old or 5 years old or whatever time, whenever you go to kindergarten and they, you know, they show you that globe and they spin it around and they show you where you're at on it, and say, here, this is what you live on, this is where you are. You know, that never happened to me with the flat Earth. So there's no indoctrination really with me on the flat Earth. I approached it from a globe Earth side at first, and people make the claims that flat earthers are dumb. I highly disagree with that. I'm not dumb at all. I'm not the smartest man alive or nowhere near it. I don't think I'm the smartest person in the 5 mile radius that I live in, but you know, I think that I'm smart enough to know where I live at and smart enough to trust my eyes and trust my observations. And I think that's where all flat earthers kind of, you know, hold their head high.
Yeah. It just sucks seeing people in constant, especially believers, in constant battle over it when we should be just coming together and in a healthful way, you know, debating our point of view. And at the end of the day, if you have to agree to disagree, then that's fine. But the whole killing each other over this is crazy to me.
That's absolutely right, Justin. Yeah, we have been absolutely shocked at the way people, excuse me, are willing to act over this topic. I've never seen so many people lose their minds in my entire life. These two words, flat Earth, have turned a bunch of so-called nice, beautiful, Christian, loving, walking the old lady across the street, putting their 5 cents into a poor box and patting themselves on the back Christians, into raving monstrosities of demonic proportions. Yes, Justin, I have noticed that. And you know what? I am not to blame for that problem. It is not my responsibility for people to remain, hold on, human beings. The flat earth dude here, he is not responsible also if he causes the demons of a person to start ripping at their soul and making them act like an animal.
Absolutely.
And that's all I'm saying, bro. And I love you, and I think you are probably the nicest guy in flat earth. And if without you, I would have ruined everything. So continue to talk to me. Thank you.
No. I've accepted your role too, and I like it now. It's kind of intimidating at sometimes, but you know, you're the best person to have on your side as far as, you know, not getting backed into a corner on things, because it happens if you ain't careful. You get in the wrong group and you'll get backed into a corner and be just totally.
I've seen a lot of people, let me make an example. I've seen a lot of people see their minds get destroyed that care about these friends and these popular YouTube people, right? Christians. I'm talking about Christians. Let me put that out there. I've seen these so-called Christians care about their men, that they're these preachers, these pseudo people that are just attention whores. These attention whore, you know, I'm sorry to say this, but they do ask for money. So that's not always a bad thing, but you actually have to do, anyway, I'm not going to get into that. The fact of the matter is Christians are the biggest problem in flat earth, bro. I hate to admit it, because I don't care that the deist and the atheist can attack this. In fact, I count on it. I depend on it. And if they don't think I'm a fanatic, then I have a problem with that deist or atheist. They better think I'm a fanatic. But when it comes to a Christian approaching onto me and telling me that they believe the Bible, then they spend 2.5 hours of their life lying to me about the Bible. That's when I go, wow, what caused this? Oh, the flat earth. So I didn't make this a big issue. They did. They made this the biggest issue in 2,000 years because of their own pride.
I would never say that you're going about anything the wrong way, because I remember sitting in this very room covered in sweat on like a 98-degree afternoon, arguing with Isis to the point of, you know, perspiring heavily. And then Pillbox came in there and totally saved the day for me. And I left in a good mood instead of being all pissed, you know, mad. So, yeah.
Yeah, God bless you, bro. How about this? Patricia Steer today. What about Patricia Steer today? Did you hear her talk about Barbie? This girl Barbie was talking to Lord Stephen Crust, and this Barbie person apparently went through a transitional phase. And I'm just saying, if Patricia Steere made a deal about it, which she knows more than me, and I just overheard Patricia talking about it today. I was listening. They're making this deal about it because it's very unfortunate. Someone has been basically attacked. This person is attacked, and now they're lied to, and they got so hurt somehow that they're saying, I have to leave flat Earth. How terrible is that? That person just had to give up the greatest truth they ever found because they were being attacked by liars. See, I couldn't help. I failed. I could not stop this lady. What was her name? Barbie. So I guess, you know what? I don't have any control over it anyway, bro. It doesn't matter. People are going to do what they want to do. But there are people being lied to still right now, and their lives are being destroyed. So it's kind of a big deal. You know, some of these people say, what difference does it make? Oh, I don't know. What difference does 150 million people killed in the last, 50 years from this government? I don't know. What difference does it make? And then the billions elsewhere. You know, this is a genocidal cult we're living in, a satanic genocidal cult of mass murders. And we can't even let people think for themselves.
Yeah, so just a bit of advice to anybody new to the scene or anything. You got to know who you are and know your role before you dive into these topics, you know, because otherwise you could get hurt, you know, mentally, physically, who knows? But
Yeah, you got to know thyself, man. You got to know thyself, and you got to know.
As long as we understand that no two of us are alike in the way we think, and we all have our different angles of attack and defense too, you know. That's what makes us human beings, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that 100%, Justin. You're absolutely right about that.
So it's, you know, I like to understand people's roles, you know, and I understand yours, but I always feel like I'm struggling to get you to understand mine. I think you do, though, Pillbox.
Oh, Justin, there's no doubt about it. I already know that you can reach many more people than I can. That's, you know, there's a certain, you are absolutely in a position to do a lot of good. And I mean, you had to be slowed down. I mean, you had to spend some time away from this because of the way that you do things is, you know, this guy's not a noob. Justin knows exactly what he's doing. He's probably the smartest person I've ever known. So I know that you have a reason for being here. Obviously, you've had an effect on my life. So I met you a year ago, Justin, and I'm sure my life has changed in a few ways because of it.
You're absolutely the best online debater I've ever heard. So.
I agree with that, Pillbox, man.
Yeah.
You're definitely up there. You're definitely up there, bro. Like I heard you. I've actually the past week I've heard you debate a couple people. But the way you can get under people's, especially Christians, man, like
it just makes
you know,
them
like you get these Christians like G-Man and G Conscious and I like G Consciousness as a person, as a debater he sucks, but as a person he's actually I can have a conversation with the dude. I did lose a little bit of respect for him today though, man, when I saw him over at Earth Discussions, and it's like, bro, how can you be a Christian and go and try to congregate with non-believers and eat with non-believers and sit at the table with, you know, people who are satanic at their root?
Oh man, wait till I tell the brothers, wait till I tell Arcane Logos and the brothers that this black dude went and hid with a bunch of white devils. I can't wait to tell Arcane.
Hey, but check it out though. With that, what Matt just said, we all defend our worldview that we've spent our whole lives establishing. You know, it's just natural to do that, you know. And some people are able to let theirs go a little easier than others, you know. It's like, but everybody speaks from the foundation of their worldview. And when it's attacked, that's the trick. That's the beauty of it, is because there's a mentality you can have where you can go in and the attacks don't work, you know. And so Pillbox instantly gets somebody to instantly reveal their worldview. Like, he doesn't hide his, but he doesn't let them attack his. He attacks their worldview, and that's what usually the Christians get done to, you know. And it's if you go into these conversations with an offensive approach like Pillbox does, you're gonna win. I mean, you're going to get the person to lose their mind. But me, I like to go about it in a more philosophical way to try to pry into their mind and plant a seed somehow to where the next time I hear them talk, I can hear a little reflection of an impression I made on them, you know.
I think you're amazing at it. I want you to talk to G-Man.
Yeah, I wanted to.
You are. Wait a minute. Let me make this clear. Watch this, Flat Earth. Justin's our only hope right now.
But
yeah,
every
because
time I see
there
that-
ain't no way me or Pillbox are getting through.
Oh yeah, yeah. You could just you could pee your pants and he wouldn't notice. Give me a break. This G-Man would not listen. Justin is the only dude. If anybody could get through to the G-Man, Justin is the only guy that could do it.
Yeah, it was all the way, you know, you came to your role was through the hangout scene and in the evolution scene and versus creationism, you know, and you built that up. Well, our roads lead to who we are, you know, our life and our choices are a part of who we are, and that's obvious, I think. But you know, my approach was always having to try to read into people's mind on what they were thinking, because otherwise, if I, you know, let my guard down, I could end up behind bars. So that's a whole different type of foundation lifestyle to. So the beauty of it is in the end, we all meet up together, you know. On this flat earth scene has brought up so many different walks of existence together. You know, because look at Christianity, for instance, how much division in the world there is in it, with, you know, Methodist and Baptist and Pentecostal and Church of Christ and all that. And that's not really how it's supposed to be. You know, you're supposed, at the end of the day, you know, I believe that if we have the fundamental belief that, you know, Christ is the Son of God and he rose from the dead, then that trumps everything, and we should be able to have different beliefs. But there's also the other side of the coin where, you know, we want everybody in unison under the same thing, because then you're, as a whole, you're more powerful. So Pillbox's approach, I think, is a little bit more of a assembly type approach, you know, to where you get people to gather under the same idea, and therefore the more people you have, you know, understanding of the same principles in existence, the more powerful that message is going to be. But I kind of am a one-on-one type of guy myself. So.
And it's funny, man, because I feel like I'm right in the middle. You know what I mean? Like I'm not too in your face, and I'm not too laid back either. I definitely probably dwell better in a one-on-one situation as well, though. I could probably relate to you on that, Justin. As far as getting to someone and having a logical, reasonable, sensible conversation or argument, whatever, or debate, I feel like that's a little bit more my lane. But at the same time, I feel like also my lane is just to put the information out there. It's not really, I don't really have a desire to prove anything to anyone. So I guess that's it. I more or less just want to show them the truth and then let God work, you know, within them.
If you guys ask me to show up, I'll show up, and that's it.
Yeah, same here, Pillbox. I'm right there with you on that one, bro.
Obviously, this isn't my channel. You know, people want. I mean, if people want me to be here, there's got to be a crazy reason, right? Obviously, if there's something must be really wrong. If this world has come to a point where I am now requested to be here and to stop people from lying everywhere, like that's weird, and that's what's going on right now. We're in a world now where we're finding positions that don't even make sense and we never knew existed. You think you know what you want to be when you grow up. You don't know shit. 20 years ago, an aunt of mine, it was probably more than 20 years ago. I was 10 years old, so 25 years ago, I can't count. This lady tells me I'm going to be a preacher. And I thought in my mind right away, oh, heck no, I'm already going to Catholic school, F all this, and I want to, you know, hang out with girls and, you know, this and that and things that I wanted to do. And wow, how did she know that? Well, people in the Holy Spirit know. I haven't reached that type of cognitive ability to get that attached to that, but there are obviously people that do, and they are all around you, and there are spiritual guiders all around you that are Christians. I'm not probably one of them yet, but I have known some. And that's just part of the deal here, guys. We're in different positions, and that's it. Like, you're not going to get a fake version of me. That's it. It's just I only come one way. There's not another option. It's just reality. I haven't had the choice. Some people have the choice. Most people, we all go through our problems. I never had a choice to have it any other way. So I went from right out of high school to then having to be the man of the house and having to take care of everything, and then couldn't do any more partying. I was crashing every night at 9:00 at night because I was so tired for years, and watching Dad die and everything. So I never had a choice. I had to accept reality immediately, and I just didn't have an option. And then I'd made some very bad decisions that I shouldn't have ever done, and I had to repent for that, and I had to find Christ, and He's the only way to any of this. He's the only way to any truth. Is walking with Jesus Christ, and I've been doing it for 20 years, and I don't know how I've done it, and I can't explain it. But you'll meet somebody that can explain it better than me. There are people out there that know, and they will be able to tell you what you're supposed to do. Man, I don't want to kill this just yet, so it is pretty late, guys. It is May 4th. Wow, look at that, 2017. This is Flat Out Elected, Rand Campbell Station. I thank everybody for being here. I'm not sure how much longer this is going to go. You're listening to Justin Bernard, Flat Earth Dude, and myself, MG42 Pillbox. And if you didn't ask me to be here, I wouldn't be here. And I think that's kind of the point I'm trying to make, and I apologize for annoying so many people, but for some reason there's a bunch of other crazy people out there that have asked me to be here, and it's not just in the last few months. If you go to my YouTube channel, I have a few small videos that I've done over the past few years. Very small. I don't like to do so many things unless I know that God's going to make sure that I know I'm supposed to be doing something. So you're not going to see a lot of material from me, but you will notice there's one video called Before the Flat Earth. So you could see that there's, for some reason, I was doing some experiments even before Flat Earth. So that's 3 years ago. If you look back again, you might want to watch the first 10 minutes, and there's some interesting things in the bottom lower hand corner of the video. You'll notice a couple of aircraft coming into the video. That's my very first recording outside ever. So I kind of got scared away from making any more videos after aircraft were coming into the video. So you'll see that. And the video before that, I believe, might have been another argument. Anyway, there was a bunch of them deleted, but it was atheists that used to ask me to come on here, actually. Initially, all the people that wanted me to come on here was atheists. I think at first they thought they were going to use me like as a G-man. And then it turned out that G-man was actually G-man, and I wasn't. And that's how I slipped through the cracks. But it was a large group of atheists that wanted me to come on here a long time ago. And now all of a sudden I'm a flat earther. So if it wasn't for the atheists, oh my gosh, I got to thank those atheists, because I'd never be here as a flat earther knowing this truth and meeting now so many amazing Christians in the body of Christ in my life. If it wasn't for atheists asking me to come on here.
A little chip off the old my mentality, because there's always beauty in everything, man. You just got to peel the veil back. But I'm going to sleep, guys. Have a good night.
God bless you, Justin. I appreciate you, man. Have a good night.
All right, Justin. God bless, man.
Love you guys.
All right. God bless you, sir. All right, Flat Earth Dude, take it away.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm probably going to be going to bed within the next like 15, 20 minutes too, but we can wrap up some info here pretty quick. So yeah, I mean, I agree with him, but at the same time, there's beauty in everything, but we also have to remember that, nothing happens unless God allows it. So, even though Satan can't even make decisions on earth without asking God. So, we have to understand that and understand that everything does happen for a reason, as cliche as that sounds. And God has an ultimate will, and his plan, his will is what's going to happen no matter what we feel or think. Pillbox, do you believe in predestination, or do you think that do you think that God already knows who's coming into heaven, or and he's chosen his people, or what do you think on that?
I absolutely know he knows, and he lets us make the decision for ourselves.
So, like, in other words, he already knows that, like, you know, if you're not ever going to
Yes.
become a Christian. Yeah. So it
Yes.
kind of is predestination.
No, well, listen. He already knows what you're going to do. He knows what you're going to do, and you can't understand that.
No, at all.
You can't do it. He knows what you have absolute free will, and he knows everything you're going to do. So, like it says in the Bible, he did dislike some people before they were born because he knew what they were going to do. That is the reality. But guess what? They still did what they did, and that was their choice. You are without excuse. So everybody's without excuse. It's a beautiful creation. It's unfathomable. It's not explainable. It's not approachable, and that's why it's so beautiful how our Creator is so amazing, because we can't understand our Creator. And you're exactly right. And the reason when people hate you to say that, Matt, they hate when you say that because they think you're oversimplifying everything. That everything happens for a reason, because they're not happy. They're not happy with their reasons, and we are happy with our reason because we have found the truth and we realize that we need to be saved, and that's it.
Not only that, I realize that nothing in this world, no worldly material possession, none of that, you know, that doesn't dictate my salvation. That doesn't dictate my life after death. It doesn't dictate my happiness. The only thing that dictates my happiness is knowing the truth and, you know, being with, you know, one with God and having, you know, the Holy Spirit dwell within me. That's the only way that I'm ever going to be able to find any peace or any. It's the only way that I can find any peace in life. And I wish other people could understand that and see it, because it really is eye opening.
Wow. Hello, Kathleen. Been taking pics in the chat. Let's see what is going on right here. Thank you very much. Yes, good night to you too. Interesting.
Somebody in the chat just said, Orlando, A, people still believe the earth is flat? Obviously, Orlando.
Welcome to reality. Yeah. Arcane Logos has just messaged me. I got to get a link out to him. How can I add him? Hold on.
Man, you get Arcane in here. You know this hangout's about to last like a couple more hours.
Bro, I know. I'm trying to go to bed. Oh my gosh. And how do these people put up with me? Why would I? This is now Arcane shows up right now. That's great. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna have to get him a link. You're gonna take off soon, but before you take off, just do your thing. I'm gonna get him a link. I'll be right back.
All right, man. Yeah, for
Thanks,
sure.
man. Appreciate you.
Gotcha. So what's up, everybody? I'm taking over for Pillbox for the moment, who will be right back. So Orlando A, yeah, it is interesting. Have you ever researched it, Orlando? Have you ever looked into this subject? You know, it's actually pretty interesting, and it's pretty telling once you look into the truth behind it and the evidences behind the flat Earth. Reality, okay. Our reality is that the horizon always remains flat and level, no matter how high or how low you go. Water will always find its level and remain flat. No matter what container you put it in, it will form to the shape of the container, but it will not form to the exterior of the container. So what I'm saying there is there's no possible way you can have water stick to the exterior of a ball. It does not work. So these are just a couple of the proofs or evidences that state that we probably don't live on a ball. And you could say, does that conclude it's flat? Well, yeah, that if water always finds its level and water in the horizon always remains flat, then you know that is what it is. I'm responding to Orlando because he asked a question. Do people still believe? I didn't look at his channel or nothing like that. I don't really care. Or is it flat only because now I'm starting to think he's a troll, Solo Cat. Only because you don't believe it's round. Well, see, the difference is, Orlando, is that for 20 years of my life, I believed that it was round. I believed that it was a globe. Now I don't believe that because of me opening my eyes. I looked outside. I looked up. I'm not offended. So if it's not round, then it's flat. Those are the only options. Well, round, it can be round and flat. There's difference between a round object and a ball. Round is considered two-dimensional. Same thing with like a circle. My table is round, but it's flat. You know, a basketball is round, but it's a sphere. It's a three-dimensional object rather than a two-dimensional object. We notice that on Earth where we live that we only see one horizon line, Orlando. So when we only see one horizon line, we know that a circle is only bound by one line. We know that a ball is not bound by one line. I'm trying to reply to you, so just calm down for a second, Orlando, and I'll get to what you got to say. So what I'm saying is that we can't live on a ball. We only see one horizon line. We're bound by that one horizon line. That's impossible on a ball. It's impossible for water to remain flat and level, no matter how many miles it goes out, no matter how big it is. That's just the plain fact of life. Water will always remain flat and level. Can it be possible that it is neither flat or a round ball? No, I don't think that it's possible that it's I don't think that it's possible that it's a ball. I think that the only thing that makes any sense is a flat and stationary plane. We don't experience any sort of movement. We don't. The only movement that we see is in the heavens, or the celestial bodies in the sky, and they seem to rotate around us, above us. Same with the sun and the moon. So, and space is a hoax. You cannot have a rocket in space. It does not work. You're welcome, Orlando. Gary Rhodes, you have a question. What's your question, bro? Or you're probably still typing it out, huh? Round is not a globe. No, it is not a globe. You're right. Round is not a globe, but you can call a globe round. It's a weird word, but yes, my table is round, but it's flat. A globe is round, but it's a ball. You know, it's a word you can use for either one. It doesn't really matter. People that get caught up in little tiny words like that are, that's ridiculous. Are those our only options? Can it be something that cannot be determined by a human being? I mean, I'm a Christian, Bible-believing flat earther, so that's my only option, man. I refuse to question God. I refuse to question what He said in the inspired Word of God. So yes, my only option is that it's flat. Your only option, I couldn't tell you what that is, Orlando. You're gonna have to come up with that for yourself. Gary Rhodes, this is your question, Gary. So if the moon is its own light source, how do moonless nights work? Well, see nighttime or darkness, all darkness is an absence of light. So whenever there's there's no moon in the sky, all it is, it's still an absence of light. If there's the better question would be, how do we have nighttime if the moon has its own light? That would be a better question, Gary. The question shouldn't be how can we have if the moon has its own light source, how do moonless nights work? That's just ridiculous, bro. I don't even understand the point of that, man. But I mean, I think I understand what you're trying to say, Gary. I think I do, but I just think you kind of said it wrong. Maybe you could try to restate the question, and maybe I could answer it a little bit better.
If the moon is its own light source, how do moonless night work? I don't think that's the best form question in many ways. So let's move on. Yeah. Okay. Do you think the firmament encompasses us, dude? Oh, that's for you, bro.
Yeah, of course, man. I think that the firmament encompasses us. I think that it's a dome or a vault over us. Yeah, that's it. You are, and then Orlando. We're not limiting ourselves, bro. I have never been more free in my life, dude. I don't understand. When you know the truth, bro, there's no limit to anything. When you know the truth, you know that the truth is the only limit, bro. That's it. You can't. There's nothing past the truth. I wish I had two. Okay. All right. This chat's going kind of slow. How many people we got watching? 39 people. That's what it says.
So yeah, it's kind of fishy.
So only Coke or Pepsi, huh? You're not. Yeah, dude. That's a circle argument, bro. You're trying to compare a drink to the reality of the world that we live in, bro. That's just not even comparable. I'm saying with my everyday experiences, within the natural realm that we live in, tells me that the world is flat, stationary, cannot be moved. Yeah, but Solo Cat, you got to understand that, you know, like people when they ask these questions and stuff like that, you know, some people are trolls, some people just ask circular arguments, but you know, they still deserve a response. They still deserve that, you know, even if they are just trying to troll, because you never know, you could still get to them. It's any shape but a ball on a plane. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with that. We as a species can never be beyond the actions of the Master Creator or Lord, our Lord Jesus Christ, you know, or Yahweh. I agree with that, Orlando. We're none of us can be beyond the actions of our Creator. I agree with that, 100%. But who are we to say what the Creator said is wrong? And according, you know, and to me, the Bible is the inspired word of God, you know, so. All right, I'm not going to contradict that with my earthly, fleshly mind. So by claiming it's flat, you're being a globe earther. They are both the same. Yeah, you're trolling, bro. Stop trolling, man. You can't. That's a crazy claim. This chat is moving so slow, man. I'll tell you what, man. Earlier, I was Pillbox. Earlier, I was sitting there and I was running the channel over on Candies. I was like, you know, kind of she opened up a hangout for me and I kind of went in on it a little bit and then I got really tired. But yeah, man, it was called Matt God and the Flat Earth. Definitely, Derek. He was trolling. Yeah. Yeah, I realized that when he said the flat Earth and the globe Earth are one and the same. That's yeah.
Wait, who said that?
The Orlando guy, man. He was asking, you know, he had decent little, you know, he was saying stuff that didn't sound really trolly, and then he said that, and I dismissed him. He's a troll now.
That's a special individual for sure. We're gonna write that down. The flat Earth and the globe Earth are essentially the same.
Yeah, I think he says in that.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm going to put that in my collection. Okay.
Gary Rhodes, I think he restated that question. Moonless nights is when the moon is fully in the Earth's shadow, but we can confirm it is still there, just illuminated. Okay, Gary, see, the moon phases and the Earth shadow has nothing to do with the moon phases, has nothing to do with the moon at all. You could even heliocentric believers don't even believe that, bro.
I know. I should have taken a picture today. The moon is very high. Like a couple hours ago, it was right above me. I just straight up, and the sun was already down, and there's only half of the moon lit. So the sun is the sun is, even before it went down, it never changes. After it goes down, it's not like the phase of the moon changes. Genius. Does the phase of the moon change if your sun goes around? No. Like this, a kindergarten child, a 2-year-old kid could see that they're not related. The sun goes around and the moon stays in the same phase. Hello? Come on, Gary. Come on, buddy. This is really simple. Not only that, if there's nothing blocking the sun, why is it a half phase? Shouldn't it always be just perfectly lit up? Come on. Yeah, let's go to the shape of the Earth. Guess what, Gary? It's called flat Earth, not we're going to help you understand the moon Earth. So let's go to the shape of the Earth, Gary. Come on.
Yeah, and there's no way that we're going to be able to look up in the sky and try to determine what's underneath our feet. That's just not going to happen. My light bulb in my living room is round, so the floor that I'm standing on is round. It's it's an illogical argument. Not illuminated. Sorry. So what? Not illuminated. Okay, I got you. So it's not illuminated. No, it's not illuminated. It's not illuminated because it's probably not in the sky, bro. Like right now, I have a moonless night. It's completely dark outside and there's no moon in the sky. It's because the moon isn't overhead. The moon's nowhere around me, bro. I can't see the moon.
Yeah, the moon's over here by me, bro. I'm on the west side. The moon's on the west side over here. That's why I can see it. It's right behind me. There it is, Gary. You just got to go out and see the moon once in a while. It's out there.
moonless night. The moon is still there, just not illuminated. No, dude, the moon is not. The moon is nowhere. Now I cannot see the moon, which is weird. Which is really weird, bro. Because now there was a time when it was probably like 3 weeks ago where I was on a hangout, and there was someone in the chat, and they were from, and I was sitting there saying, I can see the moon. It's directly over my head. I can see the moon. This person was in New Zealand, and they could see the moon too, bro. It was the weirdest thing I've ever even, like, they could see the moon, bro. They went outside, showed me the moon. You know, they did that. I think they even got on the hangout, bro. It was crazy. And they did, dude. Me and someone in New Zealand on the complete supposed opposite side of the world could see the same moon. So I don't get that. I think that the moon, I think it changes paths. See, my first hypothesis was that the moon followed the sun, and then at least abruptly followed the sun, not directly, but abruptly. And I think that now I'm starting to think that it has its own independent circuit around the Earth. What do you think? What do you think, Pullbox?
Yeah, the sun is consistent and predictable. So is the moon. The difference is the moon is obviously going to not even be visible sometimes. So it is obviously on a completely different track. Right now, this is exactly west in my sky. It's like a 35-degree angle at the most. 35-degree angle, exactly west, right there. Anybody in California is going to see it pretty much the exact same way, especially Southern California. So I'm right above Mexico. Let's see. So I wonder where that moon should be right now. But yeah, for you to be able to see the moon in Florida and somebody in New Zealand can see the moon means we're on a flat Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also means, and here's another hypothesis that I have, and I think you're going to like this one, Pillbox. I think that everything is shifted to the west. So like you get the Gleason's map, and I think that at least Asia, like Asia Minor, New Zealand, and Australia, I think the reason you can leave California and go west and reach Australia is because Australia is directly west of California. I think that's what it is, dude. And I think that the reason you can leave, I believe the reason why you can leave California, head north, northwest, and get to Russia, or not Russia, East Asia, it's because it's literally northwest of California. It's not, you know what I mean? We're not going around a ball. It's literally just right there. I think that we're all in a really close proximity. I don't think that we're very far away from each other at all. Right. I think the only thing that they might have right, Pillbox, the only thing they might have right is maybe the size of the continents. I think that because obviously I can get out a map and I can
well, they're not going to navigate. It's not going to be perfect though.
No, not perfect, but I think that they might have. That's the only thing they might have right is just the size of the continents, because obviously I can get out a map and it'll, give me the correct amount of time to get from one place to the other in the country that I'm in. But I don't know many people that have. I don't know actually anybody who flies commercial airliners. I have a cousin, his dad does, but I don't even know him.
So you're saying you didn't see the moon today at all?
No, the moon wasn't even in the sky today, bro.
That sounds like that's so weird. Yeah, that's weird. I
haven't been able to see it for like 2 weeks, bro. It's the weirdest thing I've ever. Before then, I've just, I never even really noticed it or even cared to look. But now that I've been looking, I mean, my girlfriend, she can vouch for me, dude. Like I literally every single night I go outside and I look for the moon, and it's nowhere to be found, bro.
That is interesting. Wow. Yeah, I noticed Rancan Campbell is not muted. I don't know if he's going to stop by anytime soon and say hi. I heard some doggies out there in the Dominican Republic and a beautiful morning over there, I'm sure. Let's see. Yeah, man. These things are just normal life. Like people just need to experience this world just like that. Search for the celestial bodies. Get to know them. Tell if you can learn from that, sure. If that's what you want to spend your time talking about, great. Then go out there and study your celestial bodies and find out what they're doing around you, because I guarantee you don't know.
It's so hard to do when you can't see them.
Yep.
So hard to do when you can't see the moon, man.
I know you got. I know. I feel bad for you guys. I'm spoiled. That's Again, I'm right in the clearest skies in the face of the flat Earth, I believe. So I'm spoiled, bro. God is just giving me too much. Like I'm telling you, He's giving me way too much.
Yeah, I wish that I could go outside and see a beautiful. Dude, it's clear outside too right now. And I see stars in the sky and stuff. I just don't see the moon.
There's a serious difference here. The construct of this plane is absolutely not compatible with the way that we should see this, or else the elliptical movement of the moon is so drastic that it literally leaves certain areas. It could be that the actual the egg shape of the movement, or whatever this circuit is, the way it's traveling in a circle, and it's not a perfect circle. It squishes and it contracts and it obviously does things, and that's why certain places can't see the moon at certain times. But it's not. That's the thing. We can't even figure that out. We can't. And you have hundreds of years of all this technology. I mean, we have rocket ships, and we can't even figure out how the moon moves around us. We don't know. We cannot understand the things of this earth, let alone the heavenly things. And those are heavenly things, right? Aren't those? Isn't that in the firmament? Let's see. Let's see. Look, you see this right here? That light right there is in the firmament. You cannot understand that light.
What did you just show something?
No, it's just a little dot. You can barely see it anyway. It's a little dot on the camera, and it looks big to me. What I wanted to tell you is that, before I forget, in the eastern sky, there's about to be a very big star show up. I think people in Texas should see it. Maybe New Mexico, California, Mexico itself. There's going to be a very big star, and I'm calling it a star, and I'm not entirely sure what it is, because I've never seen anything like this in my life. 3 nights in a row it appears over the eastern sky, southeast from here. I'm just above Mexico again. So I don't know how to tell somebody where to look, because I'm not sure where everybody is. The fact of the matter is, check out your eastern skies no matter where you're at, because there are some amazing stars showing themselves that I've never seen before. This one is so big. Somebody told me it was Sirius. It looks like a hovering, like, monster sort of blimp that's completely lit up, brighter than the moon. Actually, it's brighter than the full. Well, you see a full moon, and it's absolutely lights up the sky. At first, I thought it was a slow-moving aircraft, and this thing is moving with the stars. I don't know what it is, and I'm telling you that there are some amazing things out here. And when I zoomed in on it with my binoculars, and I put it out of focus, it had some sort of, literally the shape of that sphere they have in the G Plus emotion cons. It had that, but in rainbow and 2-dimensional. And then I refocused, and then it went to a bright white light. And then I went back and unfocused, and it went to some sort of geometric rainbow spectrum of a star that was like the size of a dime in front of my eyes. And all I had to use was binoculars. So don't tell me you people can't see this stuff with your P900s, people. There's no excuse for this. There's 100,000 idiots out there with P900s, and nobody can take these pictures of these stars out here. Come on. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely something that I'll be getting for my channel, is a P900. That's actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a solar lens for it too, and I'm going to try to take pictures of the sun and take pictures of the moon from the same spot. And I'm going to try to calculate it to where I'm going to try to make it to where the sun and the moon are sort of in the same proximity for when I take the picture. So I have an accurate length between the two objects. So I'm going to try to see if I can use triangulation through sun tracking and lunar tracking to get a true distance for me, because I can go off of what someone else says, but I would rather do it myself. So I'm going to use triangulation and try to do it that way. I probably need somebody in Florida, though, somebody in South Florida right now to help me out with that. So if anybody knows anybody in South Florida that can help me, I just need somebody. It would be perfect if the moon and the sun went straight over Florida, but I don't think it does. I don't think it goes straight over Florida. I think, we don't have any deserts or anything like that. I think that you can see on the, I think where all the deserts are is where the sun goes straight over, direct, at least directly above. But then again, it could go straight over my head. I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. It doesn't make any. It makes sense to me, but it doesn't make any sense to me at all because I've been looking at it my whole life. So obviously, I know that it's traveling around me, but I don't. It doesn't make sense to me on why I haven't been able to see the moon in 2 weeks. The last time I saw the moon, it was a crescent moon, and I don't know, man. Like I don't know. That was the last time I saw it, and it was huge in the sky. It was absolutely huge, and that was the last time I saw it. And I feel like we get super moons like all the time here in Florida because of the lensing and the atmosphere. I feel like we get super moons all the time. Like the moon in the sky is usually always huge here. Whenever I can see it, it's always huge. It's freaking magnificent. And the sun is, you can't even look in the direction of the sun.
Man, Jibby and Teal Summers are trying to get this hangout shut down for some reason by showing me, telling me to put some more NASA footage up here so I can get a copyright strike. Okay. Well, I saw Jibby sent a video, and I don't think we're going to be able to share anything tonight because we've already lost transmission of Red October Radio a couple times tonight. So we're not going to probably share anything, I think, unless Dude wants to share or Rand wakes up right now. We can see if they can share it. But other than that, I can wait for Arcane to come in, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy.
I know. Could you imagine if you shared it and then we do get shut down? That would be hilarious.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Funny,
I don't know if
I don't want to be that guy.
If it was that, we got shut down earlier because we were showing that, or it was the other thing with the marine maneuvers, the beach storming, pomp and circumstance nonsense. I don't know if it was that or if it was the NASA video. Brian was showing the NASA video. That I thought it was that exact same one. The guy was being held up by a cord. It's funny, and I'm watching him the whole time. It's like, my gosh, look how stupid this is. I don't even pay attention to NASA. NASA's just like watching literally cartoons brought to reality. It looks like this is what real life cartoons look like. So the whole thing is just absolute. I mean, I hate to say this word, don't be offended, but it's what we've learned as fagatry. Like that's what this stuff is. It's so bad. It's worse than the worst. So I don't look at NASA stuff, dude. So when I see it, I'm like, oh my God, it just makes me lose hope in humanity. Like I want to pretend humanity has hope, so I don't watch NASA footage. But I did see that.
I haven't trusted NASA even before I was a flat earther, dude. I haven't trusted NASA in years, dude. Probably since I was like 15 or 16 years old, I've known NASA was full of crap.
Well,
what? Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, I've been awake to that for a while, but I never even thought. When I say that I'm being complete, I never even thought that the earth could have been flat. If you'd asked me that a year ago, I would have, 8 months ago, I would have been like, dude, you're freaking retarded, bro. But like, it's all about independent research, man. That's why I try to tell everybody, I'm not going to be able to convince anybody of anything. That's why I don't.
When did you figure out the moon landing was fake?
I've always thought that. My dad thinks the moon landing is fake, so like he pretty much indoctrinated me into thinking the moon landing was fake.
That's funny, and your dad stopped there though. That's what it was. You had a seed. That's what it was. I knew it was something. So your dad planted that seed.
Yeah, but at the same time, my dad is like a hardcore Glober, dude.
No, it doesn't matter. Just like Bart Sibrel. Bart Sibrel's the moon landing hoax crusader. After Joe Rogan gave up that position, and Bart Sibrel is an absolute globe-tard and doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. He doesn't know up from down when it comes to any of this information about the Earth. So he's another idiot, and he's the moon hoax guy. So it doesn't mean anything, you know what I mean? So he still planted that seed. My dad, with me, it was the JFK assassination, and all my dad had to do was go, oh yeah, that's suspicious. That's it. My dad said that was suspicious. And that's how I came to be, bro. That was it. All you had to do was tell me that was suspicious. And I was like, what? What do you say, Dad? What? You say it's suspicious that you think that the United States government might have killed our president 30 years before I was born? That is, I'm not going to forget that one. I'm going to put that in the back of my head. Yeah. So yeah, we all get our seeds, bro. It's a gift from God.
Oh yeah, man. And my dad's a great Christian, you know what I mean? He's a hardcore Bible believer, dude. And it's just like, it blows my mind that he doesn't even understand that the Bible is.
Do you get into big fights with him?
We don't even talk, dude. We don't even talk. And like, because like we agree on like everything else except for the flat earth though. Like it's so dumb. Oh my God. And we could literally sit there and talk about anything, man. We could talk about Nephilim. We could talk about you know, anything, dude. The flood, we could talk about everything, you know. But he's more of he's one of those, you know, you just got to preach the gospel. That's all that matters, you know. He's one of those type of people. And I'm more or less, I believe we should preach the gospel too, but we should try to find the truth, you know, outside of the gospel. That way we can back up the gospel to people who are non-believers. You know, if you could say, okay, the earth is flat, dude, and you can prove it to someone, and then once you prove that the earth is flat, you say, well, look, dude, this book was written, you know, thousands of years ago, dude, and it tells you the same thing that you see. So obviously it's the truth, you know. It's just to me, it's a you know, it's a tool to get people to come to Christ. So.
Wow, I think we're going to have to come up with some sort of urban dictionary term when it comes to children waking up to the flat earth and trying to convince their parents of such scientific facts. We're going to call it the Willis mat. Yes, we're going to add that to the list, bro. Yeah, because you and Willis have the exact same problem. This is crazy. You know, you're about.
Well, I don't live with my dad. I live on my own. You know, I've been on my own since I was 16 years old. So like, I have my own house. I have an apartment, and I have a girlfriend, and I have a dog, and
yeah,
you know, I'm on my own. So like, I don't really have to deal with the everyday, you know, oh, you're a flat earther, blah blah blah. My mom still loves me, so you know, and every time I tell her that, she just says that's not the most important thing, and I'm like, Mom, that's the only thing that matters. You know, our Savior Jesus Christ is the one who's telling you this, and you're just sitting here and, Mom, I love you. I just want you to, you know what I mean? Like, that's how I am. And I'm just like, Mom, I love you. I just want you to know this. You know what I mean? Like, please just listen to me. And I'm crazy to them. So it's just like, all right, you know, like you call yourself a Christian, but you're not even willing to sit down and listen to me read the Bible to you. You know what I mean? You won't even let me read the Bible to you. Like, and I've tried, dude. Like, and my favorite time is whenever we're in the car or something. You know, my mom will pick me up. We'll go get some lunch or something, and like, you know, we'll go out together or whatever. And when I get her in the car, man, I swear I use that time so valuably. I get in there, dude. I pull out my phone, yo. I get on my Bible and I just start reading. And I start off with Genesis 1. Like every time, I'm like, Mom, you got to listen to the first 10 verses. You just have to listen to this, Mom. You got to listen to it right now. And I'll read it to her. And I'll read it to her like 5 times. And I'm just like, Mom, listen, do you understand what I say? And I'll break it down to her. And she just, you know, it's the indoctrination is so strong, and she doesn't really say anything. She doesn't counter argument. She doesn't have any counter arguments or anything like that. She just dismisses it like, oh, you're just crazy, kid. You've always been crazy, little shit. That's what kind of how she acts. And it's just like, I don't know. You know, I don't really think it's my place though to tell my parents anything at this point. I forget, maybe it was you who said it or someone said it that, you know, reach out to other people, and that impact that you have on other people will definitely radiate to your parents, and they'll see that.
Yes, I remember telling that to Willis. That's right. It's a Willis mat, bro. Yeah, you got to skip your parents. And because it's not that it's anything, it's because ultimately most parents are not going to let their kids do that to them because of their pride. You already know that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Especially my dad. That's all it is with him. And I think that might be one of the reasons why he doesn't talk to me right now, man, is because I think he might have went and researched the flat earth in the Bible. And I think he might be a flat earther now. And he doesn't want to admit it to me.
Well,
it honestly wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Yeah. The fact of the matter is everybody is a flat earther. Yeah. So because everybody lives on a flat earth, they just don't know it yet.
Well, my dad's a very smart man. I don't
That's
consider
his problem. Right, that's his problem.
Exactly. And
I met a guy. I met a guy at this grocery store the other day, and you can tell he was on some high meds, and the guy was high. But I told him flat Earth, and he goes, "Oh yeah, I guess so." I was like, "Yeah, you're high, bro. Good, you got the high. Good." Yeah, if you're so smart, bro. Yeah, people think they're so smart. Oh, I can't listen to this.
Yeah.
Wait, can't. Wait a minute. Let me check something real quick. I gotta see something. Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm just getting messages. I'm reading other texts and stuff. Hold on one second.
No, my dad's hilarious though, man. He is funny when it comes to this stuff because it's like I think that's probably the reason, dude. Like that's probably the reason because I know he's smart. He's smart enough and he knows his Bible enough to where he probably went back and reread those verses, man. I sent him like 150 Bible verses, and he probably wouldn't read them. And I haven't heard anything back from him, so I'm just assuming he hasn't tried to hit me with a counter argument or anything. So I'm just assuming he's just believing the word of God, you know? That's the only thing I hope that's what it is. I hope he's still not, he's still not a glober, but at the same time, and he's going through a lot right now because my grandma, she just had a little mini stroke, and she has like dementia and stuff like that. So she's like having a really hard time. and he's been taking care of her. So at the same time, he might not even be worried about none of this stuff right now, you know?
Yeah, he probably doesn't have time for it right now, man. He's got to get his head's got to be straight and ready. You know what I mean? There's certain moments when we're able to do these things, and there's certain times that we're not. Like I was saying earlier, I mean, obviously, if somebody was affected recently enough for Patricia Steer to bring that subject up, to bring this person up, then people are being attacked. Though anyway, this is a hard time. It's easy for us. It's easy for you. I'll admit your strength is very, very, very established, especially for someone your age, and it is extremely admirable. But you have to realize also that comes with a price, and that you are going to lose people in your life, period, end of story. That's it. And that's the way it is. And it's going to get harder. It's not going to get easier. It's going to get harder. I mean, man, I'll tell you what, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, I was having paychecks, $5,000 take home, paying my dad's bills, paying his credit card, my family took all my money, yada, yada, yada. And man, they take everything. Yes. And I will never be able to do that again. And I shouldn't be able to do it again. And it certainly has to happen for a reason that way, but it's going to get hard, bro.
Yeah, man, I agree. But I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, man. And that's just the way I live it. You know, I don't worry. Worrying is not my, I don't have to worry, you know. If I have a bill that's being due or something like that, I don't worry. I trust God, you know. If I'm having trouble with money or anything like that, I trust God, dude. I don't ever stress about money. My girlfriend, she's always like, I don't know how you don't worry, blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's no reason to worry. You know, if he puts you to it, he's going to get you through it, you know. And that's just the way it is. You know what I mean? You just got to trust and not worry. And just,
I know it. That's what I'm saying, is that it's easy for us, and we can see that. Remember that, especially with women, when women get attacked, it's not the same. It is scarier to them. It is more offensive. It is harsher to them. And that's why there is a difference. And that's why we don't allow that behavior. And that's why early on, a few weeks ago, I immediately laid down guidelines, because I saw that women get attacked. And here, I mean, and in the so-called community here by supposedly good people, I don't know. I mean, I noticed that right away, and I was like, that's it. And I'm tired of it, backed with all the, months of putting up with people calling shills and this and that, because everybody's a genius and a hero and a know-it-all. So they're going to point out everybody's a shill. I got tired of it. But the fact of the matter is that it doesn't hurt me, but other people get hurt by it, right? So that today, Patricia Steer's telling us about this. Like, look, people are getting attacked. And obviously, if you can find strength in Christ, most of these things aren't going to bother you, but it doesn't matter, because people deal with things differently. That's a horrible story. Could you imagine being abused so bad mentally on the internet that it changed your life and you had to give up truth? Do you understand how bad that is? That's not going to happen to you or me. That's going to happen to somebody else who's vulnerable, who is in danger. That's what we're talking about. We're not worried about us being threatened. There's nothing they can do to me or Rand Campbell or Arcane Logos, right? But when it comes to these people, there are people that do need protected, and that's who we're surrounded by. We're surrounded by evil. I mean, that stuff just happened like that. Somebody just changed their entire life because they were. And I don't want to mention any names. There are some perverted weirdos around here, bro, that teach all kinds of sick, twisted, mind game, shoemaking lever 9 style cultists shit. It's just insane around here. You got people saying they're God. You got people saying worship me. You got people saying they're creators, gods. You got sickos, bro, all around us. And
dude, did you see that one? Did you see that one girl in the chat, man? She was sitting there saying that Lord Stephen Christ or something like that, he was the Lord and Savior or something, bro.
Yeah.
Like I was just like, how could you even say that?
Oh, they're gone. No, and that's his own sock. He goes in there with sock accounts and has other, he has like a couple of people that follow him around, and that is just got to be some of the weirdest, sickest stuff.
I've never even seen nothing like that, bro. I've never even seen nothing like that. I hope it was a sock account, dude. I hope it was, because if it wasn't, that is no,
but he does have there are a couple followers. He does have a few. Yes, he does. There are some real ones too. I've seen them. Yeah, I've been in a room. I've seen these people, and I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. So there are monstrosities around you. There are zombies that can bite you and infect you around you. But that's how sick these are. It's like being around nasty ass just demons. It's just disgusting what these people.
That's
can,
how it. That's
are
how
saying.
it feels, man. That's how it feels, bro. It feels like we're just around demons, bro. That's all it is, dude. That's how it feels. Like every time, like when that dude was saying, that Germanicus Keith dude, he was sitting there saying that he knows the devil and stuff, bro. That made my stomach like twist, bro. Like I was just like, oh, like immediately I knew. I was just like, that is a demon, dude. Like that is a demon right there.
Right, it's the influence, and it's sick, and these people aren't lying. That's why it's so crazy. It's like when Neil deGrasse Tyson said, and hear me out. This is what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. He said, the flat Earth is going to destroy humanity. And you know what I said? I said he's right. It is going to destroy humanity. So that's how crazy these demons are. Not only are they scoffing and hating you, they're even telling you the truth right to your face. Flat Earth absolutely destroys humanity and upholds our Creator because man is disgusting and should be dethroned. It absolutely destroys humanity. That's why this is the biggest awakening in 2,000 years.
Yeah, humanity sucks. The only thing that's good about humanity is the fact that we have the option to worship Jesus Christ. That's the only thing that's good about it. That's the only thing. Is that we have an option to be saved and have the comfort of eternal life. That's the only thing that's good about it, in my opinion, man. Like that's it, bro. Like there's nothing else of this world that is good other than God. Like there's nothing of this world is good except for God, and I truly believe that. Like anything that is good in this world is because of God, and it is God. Like it's the presence of God. I don't believe there's anything good in this world without God.
Wow, yeah. That is some preaching right there. That is about right. I don't know if you heard him, guys. That is a flat Earth dude. He figured out something. It had nothing to do with me. This guy figured out something, and I don't know how he did it.
Before I even knew you, Pillbox. You know what I mean? I was saying this before I even knew you.
So I don't know. I'm just saying that I don't even know how. Because I can imagine. Well, you have some distractions. I had some distractions. I don't know what that's like. I mean, to be that young, I was distracted up until 28. I was turned into a Nazi soldier and everything. So, people even call me Nazi because of it. I'm like, yeah, I was a Nazi. I was in the United States military. Thanks. So, yeah, it's funny because I had no idea. Obviously, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done all that's crazy, bro. You can't do that knowing this, really. I mean, everybody can try to be a Billy Badass. That's what boys do. But when it comes down to this, once I realized, and I was sitting there realizing it halfway through, that's when I was like, wow, this wasn't the best idea,
Well, what I really think about it, man, I can kind of see the lead up to to my experience with the flat Earth. I can definitely see the lead up to it because there's a certain truth in martial arts as a kid, and there's a certain truth to it. There's a truth to the technique. There's a truth to the hard work that you have to put in, to the down to the stretching, down to to everything, every little movement that you make. There's a truth to it. And I think with martial artists, they find these truths. They find these truths within themselves. And for Eddie Bravo, for instance, or BJ Penn, or these people that who believe in the flat Earth, it's not because they're crazy or they've been punched in the head too many times. Granted, BJ Penn has been punched in the head a bunch. And I haven't been punched in the head nowhere near as many times as BJ Penn, but I've been punched in the head a lot too. So yeah, I might have a couple screws loose, but at the same time, I see truth. You know what I mean? If there's one thing that I know I see truth. I can see whenever something is real. I can see whenever something is fake. I can tell if somebody walked into the dojo with their chin held high, saying I'm the champ, like G Consciousness was saying. He was like, I'm the champ is here. I was like, dude, come to American Top Team Jacksonville Gym. I'll meet you there, and you can call yourself that there, bro. Let's see how big of a champ you are, bro, because you're not a champ.
Well, I know that always happens. The boys will be boys, but yeah, he always he likes to, of course, announce himself and tell us how great he is, and it's just humiliating. It's fine. Truth. You got to let them, but that's the thing. You got to let them. That's part of their own failure. You're not gonna. I mean, are you gonna stop this person from stumbling if they're gonna scoff at you? No, just let them stumble.
Oh, I wasn't saying that it bothered me or anything like that, or that I was trying to stop him from doing it. I was saying that that I saw the truth. I saw the falseness and I saw the truth. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying is that I can I feel like I have discernment. I can see the truth in certain things. I can see the truth.
I agree. No, you're right. I agree with you. Yeah.
So it's just I think that's from martial arts. And also, man, I quit doing martial arts for a year and a half. Whenever I was I quit competing And for like a year and a half, when I turned 15, I had my one of my last fights when I was 15, and I stopped for a year and a half. And whenever I stopped, I got in trouble, dude. Got in a lot of trouble, and I got sent to a program, and I was there for 15 months. And it just completely changed my life, bro. Like that did change my life, bro. It sucked, man. I got in a lot of trouble. I've been in trouble since then too. And during that time, dude, like I got close with God, and then I became an atheist or an agnostic, whatever you want to call it. I didn't know if there was a God or not. And then, you know, I get out on my own when I'm out again. I get out on my own. As soon as I got out of the program, I went and got a job and found a roommate and one of my friends, and I went and lived with one of my friends, and I've been on this journey ever since, dude. And it feels like it's been a blur, to be honest, Pillbox. It feels like, you know, just yesterday I was sitting in, you know, in the first house that I ever, you know, lived in as a, I guess you could say, adult or on my own. And seems like yesterday I was just in there doing drugs and not caring about my life, you know. And then today I'm like, all I care about is, you know, just the truth. I don't care about really anything else. None of the material stuff. I care about food. I care about the truth. I care about Jesus, the Bible, and I care about, you know, my fellow man for the most part. I want people to go to heaven, and that's just where I stand, you know.
Well, if you heard that, then you heard a testimony you've never heard before. It is 1:33 in the AM. This is Flathead Elected, and I don't know why you're still up listening to us. You must be crazy, but this is the best place on the internet and the best kept secret that I never knew about until recently either. But you had to come here for a reason, and this is the truth. And the Flat Earth Dude has given you the truth. He has seen the light.
And I forgot, man, and I feel really bad. I forgot my beautiful girlfriend and my dog. I forgot my beautiful girlfriend and my dog. I care about them more than anything else on this planet. planet, whatever you want to call it.
I know you got the bad habit. That's okay.
Well, it's just because I'm kind of ranting, but
that's good.
You know, it is the truth. You know, my girlfriend and my dog are the most important things to me on this plane of existence. And that, you know, and I feel bad for not bringing them up because my girlfriend's sitting right next to me. So she's just like, you know, screw you, Matt. And I'm like, well, I didn't mean that. Obviously I love you. I care about you, you know, so I just had to throw that out there.
And for some of these Globers out there, you can too have a girlfriend someday once you let go of your balls. So it looks like this might be the last hour. I'm not sure. I was expecting Arcane Logos to come by. I'm slightly disappointed because Arcane Logos is obviously I don't know if you've met him. I think you have met him, dude. He is the #1 YouTuber in the flat plane of existence. So hoping he can stop by. If not, I think we'll probably get out of here pretty soon. I'm not planning on spending too much time here.
I'm actually about to go to the store, bro.
Yep.
I got to go get some food, bro. I just started talking about food, and I'm like, I need some food. So it's 4:34, 4:35 Eastern Standard Time here, and it feels good outside. So I'm probably gonna go out there, and after I get back from doing that, I'm gonna go get myself a workout in. And if anything's still going on, I might hop back on here.
Okay, can you see the sunlight yet?
No, I won't be able to see the sun until like 6.
Really? In Phoenix here's another weird thing. I remember many years ago in Phoenix, Arizona, seeing the sunlight, seeing the blue haze come from the west, from the east, right, heading west. I remember it in the morning, seeing it like 2 a.m. and I used to go, how do I see sunlight at 2 a.m.?
That's weird.
Yeah, I'm back out here now. I'm a little bit farther north, and sometimes I've seen it at about 3 a.m. Where I'm at here. But I think it's because obviously we're in a flat Earth, so the light travels farther than you can see the light source. So it makes sense now. I didn't get it when I was a baller, you see. So I think it all makes sense.
Well, I think that night and day work independently from each other, and they work independently from the sun and the moon. Because that's what the Bible says. Night and day were created before the sun and the moon. So that's what the Bible says. It's not my words.
Well, does it say night? I mean, it says evening, right?
Says,
morning and the evening.
No, I think it says day and night. He called the morning day and the he called the light day and the evening night. I think that's what he says.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he does mention night. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would say that's all true, but I can still see sunlight at 2 o'clock in the morning in Phoenix,
Is it
Arizona.
sunlight or is it just daylight?
It's emitting from the. Well, that's the thing though. So now we're gonna start. I mean, you know that you can tell. I don't know if you've ever been out here in the West. When the sun is right above you, it's hotter.
Oh yeah, no, well, the program that I was in Utah, so I was right in the high desert. So yes, I absolutely know that dry heat is unbearable. I can't do it.
Phoenix is really bad. I remember a couple 130s.
Yes,
yeah, Phoenix is one of the worst. That's why I had to get out of there because it's too hot. Everybody's just dying over there from the sun, killing them because you're just too close or whatever. But yeah, it gets hotter when it's right over me, so I can feel it though. So one of my observable claim, my empirical claim is that I can feel the sun and see the sun. And
you can feel it too?
Oh, absolutely. I can feel the sun, the warmth from the sun. Yes, bro. Absolutely.
At nighttime?
No, at daytime.
Oh, okay, got you. I thought you were talking about whenever you can see it at 3. I was like, what?
Right, so as the sun gets closer to me during the day, I can feel it more and more. When it's right above me, it's the worst. My shoulders are 140 degrees on my back. It's 150 degrees when the sun's right above me. The sun goes down, I'm 98 degrees, 95 degrees. And in between, it's everything in between. I mean, I have to soak my back, and I have a hose, and of course, I'm just out a lot. So I'm prepping to be a farmer, and I have some little things, so it's normal for me. But I'm just watching this thing. You can feel the heat from the sun when it's there, and it gets hotter as it goes over you. I have heard this claim that the sun isn't emitting heat either, and I just kind of get worried about that because I can observe it and test it.
I think it's emitting heat. Okay. I just don't think that the heat has anything to do with daylight. I think that sunlight and daylight are different, if that makes any sense. I just think that's just what the Bible says, like that's what it says. I can't,
Well, does it say they're different?
Just like it says the earth is immovable.
Right.
No, but
right.
it
definitely says
created.
Now, does it? Yeah, because that's interesting. I'm just saying that when I use my eyes, that I can see the sun, okay, right? So we can see the sun, and it hurts my eyes, okay, so I can feel that. Just like a flashlight obviously would hurt my eyes as well. My eyes are sensitive, so when somebody shines a high beam flashlight in my eyes, same problem. I have to squint immediately because it hurts. So
yeah, you have light eyes? You have light colored eyes?
They're hazel. So when I see the sun, that I can feel, and I can see the light, and I can feel the light. So I'm just saying that the light here that I can feel is coming from the sun. All I'm saying is that is what it is. Now, could light or daylight exist before sunlight? Probably. But it doesn't mean that the sunlight...
That's not probably. Right. That's what the Bible says, dude.
Right.
It absolutely does.
There it is. So if it says that, and I'm just taking your word for it, I think you're absolutely right.
Genesis 1, yep. Bro. Genesis 1.
Right, exactly.
Man.
So that's that. Now, does that mean that the light now is different? Or is it the same?
I think they work independently from each other, but I think that they work right beside each other. So when we see the daylight, we see the sunlight. So we could call them one and the same thing. I just don't think that. I think that daylight was created before. Well, I know the daylight was created before the sun. So they have to work independently from each other, just from that observation.
Right, and then it reiterates that it made a light for the day and a light for the night. So the night light has nothing to do with the night, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, he says he made a greater light to rule the day and a lesser light to rule the night. Yeah.
Right. So there might have been right. So that's what I'm saying is that the night is not a light, right? The night is not a light, right? Or is it darkness? Does it say the night is darkness?
Yeah, I don't know if it says that. I know that darkness is an absence of light, but I think he made the evening night, and he called the darkness. Yeah, I think he called the darkness night, and then I'm gonna look at it real quick, Bullbox. I'm gonna look at it because I don't want to misquote it. I'll pull it up.
Okay, I'm looking.
No, it's first 8 verses of the Bible. And I couldn't get past those first 8 verses for the longest time, dude. For the longest time. Like, I could not get past them because, especially once I got into Flat Earth, I just could not get past them, dude. It just completely just destroyed everything I ever knew. And it's something I've been reading my whole life. So I'm just going to read Genesis 1, verse 1 through... I'll read verse 1 through 14.
Yeah. It's on
Um,
4. There it is. Yep.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called the sea, he called seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass and herb yielding seeds, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth." And it was so. So that was I ended it at verse 11. But verse 1 through 5 that's what's going to answer our questions. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness. So it does say darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So there was there was waters before there was anything.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like God might, he might dwell within water. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. That's crazy, because that's the first time I ever really thought about that. So there was water before there was anything.
Right. I know nobody knows that either. Right. We don't know these first few words. So I wonder, because obviously the moon doesn't make night light. It makes moonlight. So the moon is obviously the lesser light for the night, and the sun is the greater light for the day. So the sun,
that's verse 14. It says, I'll read it for you.
So that sun is a, so sun is a, let me read that. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament in the heaven to divide the day from the night." See, to divide the day from the night, and he let them for signs and seasons, and for the days and years, and let them bring for lights in the firmament. Good. And let there be lights in the firmament, and have the heaven to give upon the light of the earth. And it was so. And God made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day. So this greater light rules the day, is what it is. So this greater light that rules the day might emit greater light because it rules the day, and that's why I feel the greater light from the sun, and I see the light from this greater light that we call the sun. Because it is a greater light.
Makes sense. In a greater light, it's a the moon is a septic light, and the sun is an antiseptic light. Mm-hmm. So in the greater light, that makes sense right there.
Right. So we feel and see light from the greater light, but it doesn't mean that there wouldn't be light maybe without this greater light. So that's how I would take it, because it says right there it's a greater light. And trust me, I can feel this greater light. I have my back looks like cheetah spots. You would think I have some sort of skin problem. And it just literally looks like cheetah spots from years of being under the sun, bro. But that's the thing. That way I can say, Little Miss Muppet or, Jack in the Beanstalk, whoever you're talking to about the Bible, here it is, ma'am, sir. The light right here is something you can observe, right? Okay, so my point is that I want to say that you can observe this, test this. It's just part of the truth that you know for an absolute fact. But yeah, I think that you're absolutely right. I think that the night and day clearly existed before the greater and the lesser light. But then we reach across and we find out that they're both true. So it still means that you can still get light, you still feel and observe light from the sun, or the greater light. So maybe we should just start calling it greater light, and it'll change our perspective.
That's fun. But I think that like I said, they work independently from each other, but they work alongside each other, So it's like they all exist. So if you took away the sun and the moon, you would still have night and day, light and dark, but you wouldn't have the heat or the cold, maybe that's where the greater light comes in. Who knows? There's some things that we're never going to understand.
Right.
But,
so it could very well be possible that the light I was seeing from a very, I mean, I can't even imagine it just right now to try to think about it, but just the fact that it's 2 o'clock in the morning, or, you know, these early morning hours, seeing this light. Yeah, I admit it might not be from the sun or the greater light. Maybe it wasn't from the greater light, but I think it is, and it makes sense to me right now in the way I observed right now. But either way,
Well, yeah, because he
you're in a
separated,
flat
because
earth.
he used the, yeah, exactly. But he used the sun and the moon to separate the night and day, separate the light from dark. So it could very well be that you were seeing the sun is what, makes that separation point. Not too sure, but I do believe that even without the sun and the moon, we would still have night and day. And
Yeah,
I
I
forget
agree.
who said it. But I forget who said it, but they were talking about, and I got to go after this, but I'm going to make this point. They said that, what was I about to say? Oh man. Oh yeah, that we live in the, was it you who said that? Oh, that we live in the radioactive zone, and that you think that we might be able to live a lot longer if we got out from directly under the sun or under the path of the sun. Maybe that was someone else who said that.
Nope, that is not me. I don't know who that
well,
was.
I think that maybe the further towards the middle of the flat plane that we go, I think that there's probably a lot more land or a lot more something in the middle. And I think that we're kind of like spread out around it a little bit, or even bunched up on one side, dude. It wouldn't even surprise me, to be honest, like it wouldn't even surprise me if we're all, a couple, 1,000 miles away from, each continent. I don't think that we're that far away, at all. I don't see how that's, I don't think so.
Oh, well, they're hiding land. That's it. We know they're hiding a lot of land. That's it.
They have to be hiding land. That's the
Probably
only
double.
option.
What we know of is probably half.
Oh yeah, no. If not less, man. If not
Well,
less.
I'm talking about inside the South Ring.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well. Oh, inside. Yeah. So they're hiding land right under our noses.
right here. It's right here. Dude. Yeah. I mean, I want to go to the South Ring and everything, but there's probably skull islands all over this place with dragons and giant monkeys and elephants. I mean, I would almost guarantee it.
Oh, not only that, with actual giant Nephilim and fallen angels, dude. I think that they're still here, bro. It says in the days after that they will be here.
Right. That's the Olaf Jensen story. And you know how I know? The reason I figured, it took me a year. I watched that thing like 10 times, and I was trying to figure out this Olaf Jensen story. The Flatwater does a great. Have you heard this guy?
Yeah. Actually, I think I watched it. Y'all posted it one time, and I watched like the first 10 minutes of it.
That's what I wanted you to watch, right? You only could get to the 10 minutes. Okay, I understand. So it's about an hour and a half. This is a must. Man, you got to see this thing. So Olaf Jensen goes center of the earth kind of thing, or one of these ridiculous hollow earth stories. I'm not buying all that, but what I'm talking about is the civilization that he met, and the description of the civilization is that these people are advanced civilization, giants, 10 to 15, 20 feet tall. The women are 9, 10 feet tall. There's a weird kind of society. They have a monorail. They have massive ships that are similar to like modern U.S. Navy warship kind of cruisers, things like that. Just all kinds of crazy technology. But there's no children or no old people. Because they do not reproduce, because they are not normal beings. These are the fallen angels. He never mentions seeing a single child once. He never mentions seeing a single old person. And here's my biggest, the thing that, here's how stupid I am. I woke up to this. I'm listening to him talking about how he met these giants, yada, yada, yada. They almost died. They made it, whatever. So they're in this magical land, right in the North Pole, whatever this whole thing is. And he said the giants are laughing at us because they had to fix chairs to help us eat at their table. And I thought, why couldn't you just use booster seats from the kids? Oh, because there's no kids.
Oh, wow.
There are no children.
Oh, yeah, because they're fallen angels.
Right. So that's it. That just solves it. There's the evidence. I mean, that's what I believe. I mean, it's not everybody, but I think that's obvious. That's got to be what it is. What's the other option? I just think that, and he sounds so honest, but he went to jail for like 30 years for that story, or 20 years. And again, this is a lot of hearsay, but that's fine because most people base their entire belief systems on hearsay. And I'm just saying there's a lot of credibility here. And that's almost like it's very similar to stories in the Bible. Is my
Yo,
point.
yo,
Very
as soon as
similar.
I get off of here, I'm gonna put that on, put my headphones in, and
You
listen
better
to
watch
that.
it. Yeah,
I
you
will,
better
dude.
watch
I
the
will actually, man.
whole
I gotta go
thing.
to the store. I gotta go to the store.
Later,
though.
yeah.
I'm
Do your
starving.
thing, bro. We'll see you later. Have a good one,
Hey,
dude.
Pillbox, God bless you, bro.
Thanks, Play. I appreciate you big time, man. Have a good night. Well, listening to the sound of birds and dogs from the Dominican Republic, as this is flat out elected, Rand Campbell's new Flat Earth channel where everybody's invited, pretty much, kind of, sort of. It's led by Rose Patton, Arcane Logos, Knowledge Scavenger, and myself, and a few other people that are starting to take the reins of this place. It's kind of an open thing. You are the ones who are going to decide everything. The people watching the show and the people in the chat are the ones that are going to decide what happens to this place. It's not up to me. I don't make any decisions. I never have. I pretended I did for a long time, met God, and he said, no, you don't. And so I decided to let other people tell me what to do, and that's why I'm here. So, oh, the irony, trying to be independent. Let's see who's in the chat. I have no idea if we're even on the air still, so could be talking to myself. Yep, okay, got a couple no-shows. I'm a little disappointed here. They left Pillbox hanging tonight. I'm a little hoarse now in the voice. Any second now, we'll get this internet thing to work. Wow. Look at that. Okay, well, who's in the chat real quick? Oh, look at this guy. Callie. Name of that documentary poet. Yes, it is Olaf Jensen's Journey to the Center of the Earth, or Hollow Earth. It's Olaf Jensen. And it's by Flat Earth Flatwater. The Flatwater guy. He has the glass of water, Tilton, the Flatwater. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's been a while. Yeah, Matt, very well done. Let's see, is that iron? Yeah, iron. The seal part makes sense, but sure about its features stand out like those of a garment. Okay. Not sure what you're talking about. I shouldn't be reading this backwards. Oh, there's Kevin. There he is. So Kevin finally met. Teal Summer's still in there. Restoration in Scripture, where the harmony and how to determine it. Yeah, all that matters is that people believe upon Christ and are saved, and the shape of the earth matters not. Yeah, apparently you think God's Bible doesn't matter, Grace. There's something wrong with you. That we are only there are apparently Christians out there who think they can tell other Christians that they can only talk about some parts of the Bible. No matter how severe the battlefield, no matter how desperate people are for this information, clowns like this are telling people you can't talk about it. There's something wrong with these people, Eve. I don't understand it. This is a psychosis. What do we have here? Oh, here we got a new guy. Who's this real quick? Better not speak too soon. Just woke up. Liam, what's up? Okay, thanks for stopping by. Hello, awesome content. It's so refreshing to find like-minded folks. Look at this dude. Flat Earth Forensic File. Man, that dude sounds hardcore. Watch out for that guy. Oh, there's James making a face. Good for you, James. Got a face on there. I wonder if Kevin G wants to tell us where the sun and moon stopped over this in the book of Joshua in 10, 12 through 14. Where do the sun and moon stop over in the book of Joshua, Kevin G? If you can just put your answer in there, please do so. Very, very, very thankful for that sub, sir. The Flat Earth Forensic File. That guy is obviously on a tear. Watch out. I don't really know what to do anymore. You just have me talking to the chat. You've all left me. You've abandoned me. Arcane won't show up. He's got better things to do, I guess. I'm stuck here doing this. I think I'm going to give this 4 more minutes. I'm going to wait for someone not to give me an answer. Let's be honest. We know we can't get answers out of people that believe that they're on a ball. I'm going to try really hard, real quick, and make this kind of work. Uh-oh. It's metaphor. Oh, my goodness. Yes. Oh. Yes, it's a metaphor. Yeah, we have this important battle. This is such a big deal. There's an entire story about this battle going on. Let's dissect this part of the Bible. Joshua 10, 12 through 14. This is a battle with the Amorites and the Israelites. This is God's people. And Joshua is not having a good time in this battle. And Joshua says to the Lord, "Sun, stand thou still." And the sun stood still. So now you got a really big problem. Now you got specified detail 1, and it's repeated. It's a repeated specified detail. That's the second time it's mentioned. Then it says it again. It says, "And the sun stood still in the midst of heaven." So now we have a third specified detail explaining this. Then it reiterates it with capping off by saying, by the way, dum-dums, there was never a day before this or after it like it ever again. Oh, that is amazing. That was my favorite verse for a long time, and it actually is probably still my favorite. I just think I've been turned off from it because so many internet heroes have been pretending that it's not saying what it's saying. So it's been very frustrating to hear so many people lie about scripture when it clearly means one thing. Joshua 10, 12 through 14 is absolute flat earth scripture. There is no way around it, period, end of story. It's describing the sun and moon very close to the earth above 2 specific locations, 2 specific cities. New York City is but a dot on the map of the earth, noobs. And the sun is above a city. I mean, Dallas, Texas? Okay, it's a P on a map. On a world map the size of a beach ball, that's a P. Guys, the sun and moon stopped over 2 specified locations. This information is reiterated over and over again in 4 different ways. And not only that, then it says, is it also not written in the book of Jasher? So just in case you're so stupid, we know you liars and scoffers aren't going to believe my word. I'm going to tell it to you 4 times. And I'm going to say, by the way, idiot, check out the book of Jasher, which of course, we won't do that anyway because we don't care what it says. This is nothing to do with evidence or what the Bible says. This has to do with people being deceived and absolutely not being able to just break free of the clutches of man's lies, which are satanic. So again, this goes all back to Satan. And it's time to break free, Kevin G. Come on, let's wake up to this. Let's start actually being on the team instead of justifying these satanic claims and these doctrines and these ideologies. I can accept the Bible. I just had my mind changed on the Bible about 20 minutes ago from Flat Earth. Dude, I wasn't sure what he was talking about. He's changed my mind. How is it possible? I just changed my mind like that when somebody points out something that I didn't see. That's so weird how I can just, okay, he's about 15 years younger than me. Doesn't really seem to bother me too much. I listened and I learned something. And I figured something out that I didn't really know about before because I'm a Christian. That's the standard I'm held to. I'm held to these standards, and I have no choice. It would be nice if some of these other people would kind of get on board here. It sure would be convenient. But yeah, Joshua 10, 12 through 14. I really want to know. Please tell me where the sun and moon stopped over. I'm just reading another message. Okay, well, I guess we're going to stop this soon, unless there's any more questions. Let me go back to the chat and I'll see what's going on, but I don't know how much this is going to keep going. So nope, no problem to everybody out there. All apologies accepted and non-refundable. Okay. So here it is. Let's see here. You said you understood and I proved it to you. What he's talking about. Yes, stupid idiot. Yeah, can you please show me in the Bible where it says not for me to rebuke people that are attacking the Bible and call them names like stupid and idiot? I'll give you $10,000, Kevin. Yep. I mean, lying about the Bible and constantly saying over and over again, countless times, that the Bible's wrong and you know better than God, and that God doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's all metaphorical, thousands of times over and over again throughout countless conversations for months on end. If your people are going to do that, you are already in the world of man. You're trapped. You are literally in a hole, bro. So to worry about me calling you stupid when you're dying in a hole, lying to yourself, is foolishness. If you want to show me how that makes me a non-Christian, that's fine. You're spending the last 6 months lying to us about the Bible instead of just taking it for face value. Just like I was able to do that when the flat earth dude pointed something out to me that I didn't think about before. It's quite simple. It's either you are able to be honest with yourself and be honest to other people, or you're not able to be honest with yourself, and that means you're not able to be honest to other people. If you can't get past step 0 yourself, you're already done. This has nothing to do with me. You're doing this to yourself. We're just asking you to please accept the Bible and how and to stop telling us it's not saying something that it's saying. No, they don't do legit research, Teal Summers. They never do legit research. Their research is, let me debunk this. Google search, let me debunk flat earth. Let me debunk flat earth radars. Let me debunk flat earth lasers. Everything bends. Perfect. Yeah, see, everything bends over balls, and balls bend back, and that's why it looks flat. It says right here. Let me debunk, ship-to-ship radar tracking systems, flat earth. Let me debunk flat. That's all they ever do is they type in debunk flat earth, let me debunk. Okay, debunkingflatearthscripture.com. Yep, I'm going to do, yep, I've done all my research. Yeah, that's where Kevin G and G-Con, G-Man hasn't actually even done that much. But so at least we'll give credit to Kevin G and G-Con that at least they go out and they go to, type in debunkingflatearth.com. I would hope G-Man could at least move up to that sort of capability very soon, so that we might be having another conversation soon, because I still think Justin Bernard can help that person. Maybe. Some people are not nice. They will poke you with sharp sticks just to see you squirm. Okay, Iron, yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yep. Yeah, I typed in debunkflatearthelected.com. Okay, debunk. I mean, did you see your buddy G-Man? Do you see that G-Man used a picture of I shouldn't even say this. I don't know. Why am I doing this? G-Man got a picture of Rand Campbell that was modified by some other internet people a while ago that were attacking Rand Campbell and simulated raping Rand Campbell. That's a picture that G-Man is now using. Do you know that, Kevin G? That's suspicious to me. I just want to point that out. I'm not going to judge. I'm not judging anyway. I just want to bring the facts to the table and go, is there a problem here? Should I be suspicious of these types of actions from people that are claiming they're Christians? I'm just saying that this might be something that would be more important for me to go and waste my time with. I would rather waste my time with questioning Christians to why they're using pictures of other Christians being raped than to go to the flat earth Christians and tell them that flat earth is wrong and it's not important and it's not in the Bible and I don't care. That doesn't make so much sense to me. I think it would make more sense, call me crazy, to go to the Christians and go, listen, I don't agree with these guys. I'm not a flat earther, but this behavior is absolutely insane and disgusting. Is that possible that could be done? Is it possible that there are any Christian men around here that can do that are not flat earthers? Because it seems like all the men are flat earthers, and it seems like all the cowards are blue ballers. Like, I'm just being honest. It's what I've seen for 2 years now. And then there's people stuck in the middle that just they're going to be the atheist of just not believing any of it, whatever you want to stay on the fence. But my gosh, this is the approach. I mean, again, if you just watched the hangout last night from G-Man and then just see how he attacked us after that, that's what I'm talking about, obviously. But I'm also talking about these other men. It's not just one. This is not just one cockroach in the kitchen. You have a whole nest. And they're claiming they're Christians and they're attacking Christians because we're saying we can now believe the whole Bible. Wow. We can now believe the whole Bible. That's okay. It doesn't matter. We'll that's not important. That part does not matter. We're gonna ignore that. No, that's all metaphorical. So that doesn't. And that battle never happened. The Amorites and that's all stupid. Yeah, Joshua was just a waste of time. He didn't need this. He was saying, he said he wanted God to stop. I've literally heard this excuse. I'm not making this up. I heard one Christian tell me, no, he was telling God's son to stop when he said stop the sun. I'm not kidding you. If you think that it's not possible for good people to be deceived and to be out of their mind and brainwashed like a living dead zombie, you have no idea who's around you. These are good people that are claiming these. I guess I can't call them good, but they certainly have to be capable of being decent. They're claiming they're Christians. They're claiming a lot of things. They talk a big game, and they try to be nice, and then they make fun of me. Oh, Pillbox, you're not a Christian because you said idiot. Oh, you're right, man. Because it's way better to just ignore all the Bible that disagrees with my man-made religion. So there's a priority problem here. You know what I mean? It's like Paula goes through this stuff all the time about Christians criticizing Christians, which is exactly what this is. This is Christians attacking Christians. It's not us. You're not seeing Rose Patton or Eve Reel or Rand Campbell or everybody. You're not seeing any of these people. Justin Bernard, none of these people ever. Arcane Logos never goes to you and harasses you or tells you what to do. You come to us and harass these people at your will. All the time. I mean, that's just what you're doing. Oh, we've seen it for 5 days straight now, like a wave has come in. There's so much more that we don't have time to go over. There's probably been about 6 or 7 hit piece videos made on flat earthers from other Christians. I have to reiterate this again. The biggest problem in flat earth is Christians that can't accept the Bible. This is the biggest problem in flat earth. That is so embarrassing. I had no idea it was going to be like this, but however, I'm not afraid of it. I have to accept it. It is what it is. The Christians are the literal stick in the eye of the flat earth. That's why dudes like this in the chat and other skeptics that are not Christians are right. No wonder they're so pissed off at Christians. No wonder they can't stand these idiots. No wonder Nathan Oakley laughs when he hears me talk about Christ, because he's heard a bunch of these people first. Before he met me, he met 150 idiots that were calling themselves Christians. So guess what? The battle's even worse than what you thought it was, because now you got to clean up everybody else's mess that aren't even doing their job in the first place. So it's double time. It's quadruple work. It's worse and worse and worse for us Christians, us real Christians. You have the hardest job in the world, Eve. Are you sure you don't want to go back? Maybe have a second try at something else, Eve? Are you sure that you're ready for this? Because this is the hardest job in the world. You got to clean up everybody else's messes now. James, not all the way through. No, very little. I want to, I do, but I'm trying to stick with because I'm a Christian. I'm trying to stick with a lot of Christ teachings and things like that. Believe it or not, even as terrible as a fanatic terrorist Christian flat earther that I am, I actually believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ. So I haven't figured all that out yet. So I do think there's legitimacy to the Enoch and the Apocrypha. There's many things that I believe are absolutely true out there that are being hidden from us. But I have to prioritize, and sometimes I get a little worried. Like, I want to make sure I'm doing what God wants me to do. So I have to put the priority there first. But yeah, I'm certainly open to that, and I want to read it. Absolutely. Let me check out the chat real quick. Obviously, that was from earlier, so let's see what the update is. I don't know. I don't think so. I think, no, the creator is far beyond this creation. No. Nothing you think the creator can be the creator. So whatever you're asking, can the creator be this? No, you're wrong. No matter what it is, period. Not an option, yeah. Okay, so that wasn't too long ago. Heaven will be, let's see. Please, I'm having a debate with Globeheads and need this video. Hey guys, I need some help. This is like a late infomercial ad from the 90s. Let's read it. Hey guys, I need some help, please. A few days ago, I saw a looming video with Chicago skyline. Well, bro. Okay, I thought you were trolling me. The guy was using a large piece of plastic as magnifying glass. Do you know? Yeah, that's. I had to. If I had to bet, bro, I would have to say you're a troll. But it was a good try. It was a good infomercial. I wish I could have finished it, but I could tell early that I was being trolled, so I couldn't finish the infomercial there. So if the chat stops, this hangout stops. So I don't mind. I mean, it might be time to go to bed, guys. I don't. It's. Yep, I think the troll finally went to bed. I was predicting that there was somebody with, I think, 10 trolls accounts, because I think that, how many? Yeah, we got 45 thumbs down, which is decent. Last night was really good. We almost got 100. Let's see who else is here. Yeah, I mean, are you for real, bro? Come on, you for real? But let me read this again. Maybe I'm tired. My contact lens came out of my eye. Let me read this again. Hey guys, I need some help, please. A few days ago, I saw a looming video with Chicago skyline. The guy was using a large piece of plastic as magnifying glass. Do you know what the video it is? Do you know what video it is? No, I don't. Okay, I guess a large piece of plastic as a magnifying. I guess I don't. I've been a photographer for a long time. I don't remember using. I guess these kids these days can use large pieces of plastic. What am I missing here, Iron? I mean, I feel stupid. Yes, I feel when I don't know something. Oh my God, I missed something. I guess I'm stupid. I don't know how I take all these pictures and I forget that there's plastic bag lenses. I appreciate that though, Iron. Thank you very much. And if I'm missing something, I want to know it. I don't want to. You don't want me to make the same mistake, right? How's it go? Fool me once. Shame on you, and oh, you fool me, you can't fool me again. So let's see. Oh, there is that Iron Cross? Yes, that is Iron Cross, sir, brother, gentleman, scholar. If you'd like to come in, I'll get you the hangout somehow. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I will try. Since I've been abandoned, I'm the captain of this ship, and I have no crew. Crew has left me, and I'm starting to get cotton mouth. So, let's see here. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. Yep. Got to be my favorite president of all time. I mean, if you really wanted an example, let's be honest. Okay, yeah. Work with no mic. I don't know, Iron. Everybody else just left, man. This is like a bar right now. The bartender's just trying to go home right now. People keep coming in. Iron's here. And he doesn't need a caveat. He's good. Who else is here? Are we going to shut this down? Well, I don't know, dude. Is that other guy a hoax? I mean, shill, what are you? I can't believe I said shill. Okay. Yeah, thanks for subbing to the channel. About to fall asleep here, kids. Yeah, look at that. Iron meet iron. Look at that. Yeah. Iron's seen the flat earth change. Well, the faces of flat earth have changed. We've changed some of their names as well for the safety of people. Well, Derek is still in there. Derek Nelson lurking and participating. I couldn't get him a link either. I tried and failed for about 20 minutes the other night. Couldn't get him a link. Couldn't find his name. Couldn't find that picture. What's debunked? What are we talking about now? What? Okay, well, I can't use that, Iron. Can you tell me what am I looking at? Oh, is that Iron? Oh, Iron has a question. Yes, I didn't even see that for some reason because I'm going into a sleep state. So what is the question? Brother, have you seen what is coming December 23rd, 2017? No, I have not. Iron, I know that is a big topic amongst many people. I just, for some reason, I have looked into that before. But even when it happened, the first time I heard about it, and well, not the first time, I'm not going to say that, but the first time I heard that date or anything like that, it was 2014, and I remember just thinking, I don't have time to worry about this anyway, so I kind of just ignored all that kind of thing. But I know what you're saying, and I hear a lot of people talk about it, but I don't want to try to burst that bubble, but for me, I just kind of ignore all those kind of things. And trust me, I hear it all the time from all sorts of Christians that want to talk about September 23rd, but I just kind of look at it like, well, I don't really have a choice in the matter. I can't change what I'm doing right now. I just can preach the truth about God's creation right now, man. I don't have a lot of life skills. I'm obviously a terrible, uneducated flat earther, and I don't have a lot of other abilities to do well. So I'm kind of stuck here, Iron, in the flat earth, bro, because that's where we're being attacked, and that's where I'm trying to figure out why people are losing their minds and going absolutely bananas. But yeah, I don't know. Anything can happen, Iron. I don't know about any of that kind of stuff. I don't have enough brain matter left, I guess, because I've been unraveling all the lies I've been taught my entire life, and I think it has some residual brain and spinal damage. So maybe I don't have enough room, and I'm stuck on a flat earth, and that's all I can really prove. And I'm kind of biased, I admit. I'm going to ramble about it a long time. I feel bad about that. The Chicago looming test. Yeah, I don't even see. I need to know about what this test is now. So now I feel stupid again. What is the Chicago looming test? Like, okay, how did I miss that? I got to click this video and watch it now. I can't click the link though. So, Pillbox, okay, that's Enox. Well, anything else, guys? And what else are we going to do, man? I mean, all the girls left. All the music turned off. All the food's eaten. All the beer's gone. I don't know what we're doing here. Man, let's just do a station identification. 218 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. This is Flat Out Elected. This is a channel open for anybody in the world. Period. End of story. We just want you to act like a human being and don't try to kill us and mock our Bible. That's all we're asking. Don't try to behead us just yet. Yep, I'm going to say that's absolutely true, Iron. Is that my last statement? Is this it? Are we pulling the plug on this? Chicago looming test. Iron says it's been debunked. I probably am going to put my money on that. If I had some chips, I would say yes, that he's probably right. I wonder what Rand Campbell is doing. I wonder if it's morning over there yet. I guess I'd hear his dogs bark or a rooster. Okay, so my chat's not loading, and I'm a complete idiot right now because people have added comments and I can't see them. Is that what's going on? Yes. The chat won't load. Well, there you go. Kathleen's here. I guess we're staying open. There she is. The ladies have returned. Oh man, what is this? 2015. Yeah, so I just lost 20 chat messages. Wow, okay, that was embarrassing. Okay. Yeah, links we're gonna pop out chat. Yep. Try to be here tomorrow night. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Kathleen, what are we doing? What are we going to talk about? What is the deal? The Earth's flat. Everybody knows it. Everybody that matters seems to know it. Okay, so we got that fixed. The Earth's flat. I know that a lot of kids out there are still trying to wake up their parents, and that's gotta be really difficult. I wouldn't know what it was like to try to wake my father up to any of that kind of stuff. I was lucky enough to not have to deal with that. I think I'm out of lifelines, guys. I don't know what else is going on right now, but yeah, if there was any questions, I think I'd stay, but I've been here the whole time. Well, God bless you. This is where you're pretty much free. I mean, we're going to get the wrench situation handled a little bit better. It's very difficult, on a ship. There's so many hands that, to monitor all this stuff. Certainly got to have a crew to have a ship. We definitely need the crew to have the wrenches. So yeah. Obviously, protection should always be the number one priority, right? Kind of a no-brainer. Yeah, there's not a lot of places around here. There's just too many people that you, and you'll notice, Kathleen, you won't see a lot of those. You'll see some hardcore trolls. You'll see Gem Panda show up. You know, that's cool. God bless those trolls. But you won't see a lot of the people that are flat earthers here. You won't see a Bible scoffer flat earther here because they know they'll get annihilated. Even though they're a flat earther, they're not going to come here because, well, Nathan Oakley doesn't really scoff the Bible, does he? Oh, there's always that exception. Dang it. Dang it. But yes, you are safe here. That's what I'm trying to say, even though I don't know how to say it. You are absolutely safe here. I don't care who you are. This is an app. This is it. This is the final stop. As far as the internet's concerned, you've reached the end of the internet. Congratulations, guys. It took you this long. This is the end of the internet. There is no going past this. This is like the firmament of the internet. This is your absolute freedom and your absolute ability to be safe with your freedom as much as you have your will. Of course, under the Lord Jesus Christ, whether you understand that or not, is up to you, or your mileage may vary, but we're still going to give you your freedom. But make no mistake, our God, our Creator is Jesus Christ. I know that not everybody's going to agree with that right now. Well, Justin is somebody that's much more capable of explaining that kind of thing to you. I am not of the ability to explain how to walk with Jesus Christ. And I've been doing it for a long time. It's not something I can explain. I'm going to try again, Kathleen. I'm assuming I'm still missing these messages. That's right. Let's see here. Yeah, God bless you, Iron. I'm sorry I'm so late on the delay here. I'm not the best without Brian, without my help, because obviously we have help during the day. So kind of running the Red October by myself right now. Yes, I probably do need sleep, yeah. Don't stay on because a woman is still here. He. I'm not. That has nothing to do with that. Jesus is our Lord and Savior. All right, well, God bless that guy for saying that. Who's that again? That's that one. Heaven, right? The guy I thought was... Wait, is that Willis? Oh, I didn't know that was Willis. Why isn't Willis in here? No, that's not the same Willis I'm thinking of, is it? Will be. No, I'm sorry. Heaven will be. Okay, yeah, whatever, bro. I thought you were trolling at first. I apologize. Please forgive me. I'm going to be wrong once in a while. I didn't mean to offend you. Yes, mocking Christians that's it. I mean, if you start mocking, then we have a problem. Well, I guess. Yeah, Chuck Norris. Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's probably one of the nicer puppets, I think. Yeah, Chuck Norris. Who's my favorite puppet? If I had to pick a puppet, who would be my favorite? I don't know. Chuck Norris? No. Oh, duh. It's got to be Sean Connery, right? We knew that. I think I hear some birds in the Dominican Republic. I swear I hear birdies out there. Listen, guys, the earth is flat. James figured it out. See, the sun is coming closer here now. See, is this really difficult to understand? The sun comes close to you, passes you by, goes farther away, goes around the plane of existence at a constant trajectory, going west and constantly having a variable angle of attack that never stays consistent as it goes around the earth and it comes back. The light source shows itself looking east because it's always going west perpetually throughout all of time unless God backed it up a couple clicks once or twice. And that's that. And you see it coming around. Here comes the sun, as the song says, right? Here comes the sun, and there it is, and that's your sunrise. Yeah, man, there is lots of trolls. I just hope to find that video and a great tool to show globeheads what happens with things on the horizon. Oh, okay, now I understand what you're saying. Okay, it's this text. It's impossible to talk on text. Okay, yes, I did see that, and I have no idea what the video is. Yes. Yes, the horizon, and there's There's all kinds of little things like that. I think the easiest experiment. Okay, here's how we're gonna end this night. I'm gonna go inside. I can't be loud. I'm gonna go do the experiment real quick to show you. You need $1.99. You're gonna go to Walmart. Unless you have a flashlight that you're okay with dropping, you go to Walmart. You buy the 99-cent flashlight or the $1.99 flashlight. Okay, it's plastic exterior. They're like aquamarine, turquoise, teal, or orange or something. Okay, and you find a flat surface, you take your smartphone. If you want to show somebody, like, look, I did an experiment. You take your phone or your camera, you put it at the edge of the table, and you shine that light in the camera, okay? You hear me? You shine the light in the camera, and then you have to precisely put the lens of the camera slightly, obviously just slightly above the edge of the table, as if you were very low to the ground compared to this light source. So you have to be extremely close. It has to be done in a certain manner. It can't just be fluffed. And you're going to have to make it appear a certain way. I'm going to show this right now. I'm going to do this experiment over and over again, but you're not going to hear me because I'm going inside and I don't feel like waking up everybody, okay? So we're going to make sure we do this nice and easy. $1.99 experiment. This is so easy, guys. People see this and they turn to tears. They start, well, how does the sunset work? And I'll show them in real life. I'll go, watch this. And I'll take that flashlight and I'll have that person looking at the end of the table, just like the lens of the camera or your eye. Your eye is another lens you can use to see what a light does when it goes away from you. If you're below a light and it goes away from you, it appears to be going lower, right? When a light's below you or something's below you and goes farther out, it appears to be going higher. Your perspective changes. Your head has to look upward. You have to lift your head to continue to watch something travel away from you. When you're looking up, the plane at 40,000 feet travels away. You have to start turning your head down as it goes farther away. Is the plane changing altitude? No. Are the street lights changing altitude? No. Are the street lamps changing altitudes? No. They all go down. The farther you go away, the closer you get, they come up. The Ninja Turtles are not pulling down lampposts. So that's how a sunset works. As it goes farther away, it appears to be going down. You're going to take that flashlight, put it right up to the lens of the camera. It's going to be on. LED works best. And you're going to slowly just walk that flashlight, drag it away from the lens, and it appears to make a sunset. And that is on a flat surface, and that's moving the light 10 inches. I'm sure a much larger light moving over a span of 25,000 miles to 35,000 miles in a half circle, or whatever it is. Let's see. It's got to be a full circle, 20,000 miles, right? I mean, 15 to 20,000 miles has got to be a full circle. So half that, 9,000 miles, it goes down and goes away and you can't see it anymore because you're so low. Remember, you're so small, you can't see much. Yeah, so let's start using that across the board. You're just a little person. You can't see that far, right? Yes, that's the point. Guess what happens when you get up to 35,000 feet? You don't see the same sunset. The sunlight never goes away. So guess what? The sun never sets on a flat earth if you're high enough. And that's what we'd expect. But if you're low, you can only see so far. You can barely see down the street and it's flat. Put your head on a football field, lay down at the end zone and look down the football field. You can barely see 10 feet when your head's on the ground. Well, we can barely see a few thousand miles on our plane of existence. Is about 5 to 10,000 miles maybe distance on the plane. I don't even think it's that far. We're talking a few thousand miles out of your view. The sun goes away. It's out of your view. So we're going to do this experiment. You will not hear any sound. I'm going to do it about 4 or 5 times. And then I'm calling it a night. And I'm getting out of here. And then anybody who has access to the link can show up. But I'm going to call it a wrap. So we're going to end this right now. We are going to do this experiment. And I'm just going to look at the chat one more time. See who's in here. I'm sure a bunch of people need something. Okay, let's see. Alrighty. What are we doing here? Okay, good. You guys are almost done anyway. That was the wrong video. All right, perfect. Very good, guys. I'll see you in a minute. I'm going to do an experiment right now just to demonstrate how easy this is. $1.99. You can prove sunsets only work on a flat earth.
Wake up. Wake up over there. Wake up. To everything, turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. Well, Von Hilton, what's that song got to do with what's going on in this bit hangout? Think about it, people. Think about it. Pardon me. As a car goes down the road and birds are chirping in the background. And I am munching on a fish sandwich with lots of tartar sauce. And my kids are waiting to catch the bus. I reckon he's just going to let the time run out. I don't know if you hear that pounding, but if you do, my kids found some old paint rollers. And so they're playing musical instruments with paint rollers on the front porch while they wait to catch the bus. So if you're hearing that pounding, I doubt you are, but if you are, that's just my kids playing with paint rollers. Folks, I don't know if you're aware of this, and you won't hear this from anybody but me for some strange reason. But there is a prophecy out there by the Hopi Indians that says the three monotheistic religions are going to go the way of the dodo bird and the Edsel. Now, I don't exactly remember why that happens in the prophecy, but I would say it's because that evidence comes forth that the Catholic Church was behind it all. And again, you ain't going to hear this from nobody but me. Nobody else wants to discuss it. I don't know why, but they don't. But yeah, there is actually a Hopi prophecy out there that all three monotheistic religions are crap, and they just go away. Everybody goes back to paganism. In other words, the old ways, I believe, is how they worded it. But yeah, the prophecy is out there. Google it. It is out there. Well, Vaughn, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I would think it would be a good thing myself. I mean, do you want to believe a lie? I wouldn't want to believe a lie. No way. I mean, if you woke up tomorrow and found out the Catholic Church had organized the whole damn thing and it was all fake as hell, would you still want to support it? Well, of course not. Of course not. So, I mean, but I just thought I'd throw it out there. Anybody that might be interested in getting some reading done. Research is always a good thing, folks. And remember, a lot of information you won't find on the internet. You have to go to an actual library and get the real story. For example, in 1933, Russians came over here and got tenure in our colleges and universities as professors. And as a result, they started teaching in our colleges and universities communism. Now, we got this man named McCarthy who was running around warning people saying, hey, man, we've been infiltrated. And everybody pilloried him. Everybody thought he was kidding. Everybody thought he was a joke. His name today even means a joke. Problem is, though, McCarthy was 100% right. Communists infiltrated our country in 1933, posing as professors, and got tenure in our colleges and universities. And from that time until now, every one of you, if you went to a college or a university, has been exposed to flat out communism. And you had to like it. You didn't have no choice. You had to like it. This is why just in this just past election, you had all these 20-year-olds out there voting for Bernie Sanders. Why? Because they've been brainwashed in college and university to believe that socialism is what founded this nation. Well, let me assure you that this nation was never founded on socialism or communism or fascism, and it sure as hell wasn't founded on Islam, because we were at war with Islam in 1776. That's the truth. Now, you won't get this information on the internet. You have to go to an actual library and go through the card catalog and the microfiche until you find this information. But it is there. It is in your library. The problem is you won't find it on the internet, because the internet has been sanitized for your protection. And that's the truth. And that's why you have all these people running around wondering why we don't give all of our money to the government and why the government doesn't have more control. The government isn't supposed to have control. The founding fathers of this nation wanted government to be about the size of a walnut. That's it. The federal government is supposed to be about the size of a walnut. That's it. No bigger. And I think I hear one of the buses. Hang on. It'll be here. Okay, Jerry caught the bus, and the girls are still waiting on their bus. But anyway, like I was saying, you won't find this information on the internet. You have to go to a library to get it. You know, so, you know, if you listen to these trolls and haters on the internet, they'll say, well, that ain't true. There ain't no Russians come over here in 1933. But if you go to a library, you'll find out it is true. You'll find out it's absolutely true. And that's why this country has spiraled out of control. We had, folks, we had a Russian general come to our country, and he got behind a podium and he slammed his shoe on the podium and said, "We will destroy you from within." He said that. That's true too. See if you can Google that. I don't know if that's still online or not. But yeah, a Russian general came over here and pounded on our podium, got behind a podium and pounded on it with a shoe and said, "We will destroy you from within." With what? With communism. You know, I get this argument all the time. Oh, communism is just a financial thing. No, it's much more than that. Communism is an ideology. It is a way of life. Yes, it's primarily financial, that's true. But communism embraces a whole lot more than just your finances. Communism is total government control of everything. And it's one of the reasons why I was proud to serve in the Cold War and to fight against communism, is because communism, you lose all your rights. You have no rights under communism. I've talked to Russians who lived under communism. It isn't pretty. Long lines for miles just to get one loaf of bread, and they're sitting there pulling a wheelbarrow full of money for one loaf of bread, standing in line for hours. Is that really what we want in this country? Because that's what the hard left wants in this country. They want America to become a socialist state or a communist state. And the irony is that we see the old former Soviet Union countries. What are they doing? Oh, they're becoming more like America. They're becoming more of a republic oriented government, while we're becoming more of a communist government. We're literally doing a role reversal. Switching places, if you will. Crazy, man. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But it's true. Every bit of it. but you won't find it on the internet. You won't find it on the internet. No, you will not. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. I saw the video of G-Man getting all pissy because y'all called him out. Thought that was great. G-Man, you need to get a tougher skin or lighten up or something there, buddy. Because the flat Earth, first of all, flat Earth is legit. There's no question of that. Second of all, you really ought to get on the bandwagon because that's where the truthers are. Mandela effect and flat Earth are legit and have been for some time now. And somebody just posted a link here of a video where a guy takes a laser, shines it all the way across the Great Lakes. Well, how big is the Great Lakes? Great Lakes are miles long, man. Where's the curve? Well, they ain't none. Lasers don't bend. All right. Yes, you can get light to refract and you can get light to angle, but you can't get light to bend. All right. It don't bend. Yeah, I'm kind of filling up the last few minutes of his hangout here. I don't know why, but I just am. It is actually against the law, according to the FCC, to have dead air. So, Von Helton to the rescue, because we sure don't want any dead air. But that's an actual law by the FCC. Look it up. You can't have any dead air when you're doing a live show. They frown on that shit. The FCC does. No dead air, man, when you're doing a live show. Gotta keep things rolling. Gotta keep shit moving, man. Can't have no dead air. So here I sit. I cannot link you because I have not been authorized to give the link out to anyone. Now, if Rand comes on and says, yeah, give the link out, then I'll give it out. But Rand ain't done that. So, no, I will not be giving you the link. Sorry. And I think I hear the kids' bus. Hang on. I'll tell you something else, too, since I'm on the subject. Evil must be punished, damn straight. Damn straight. Evil must be punished, you bet. Since we're on the subject, do you know why I won't give the link out? Because Rand trusts me. Which apparently is a very rare thing on YouTube, I'm finding out. I'm finding more and more of my supposed friends were actually trolling me all this time. Some of them for years. oh, I'm your friend, I'm your friend, I'm your friend. And then here just recently, I found out, oops, no, they were trolling me the whole time. Candy Rain, Celeste Kitty, just to name two of them. Now you say, well, Vaughn, it's impossible for somebody to keep up a ruse like that for years. Apparently, no, it ain't. Apparently, it is not, because they did it. And that's just two examples. I mean, I've got loads of examples. I say, well, Vaughn, why would they do that? What would be their motivation? Well, Candy wanted my kids. And Celeste Kitty, she's a troll by her own admission. So, I mean, Celeste Kitty was just doing what comes naturally. She's a troll by her own admission. Candy, though, wanted my kids. That's why she was doing it. But, you know, yeah, it is possible. It is possible. I've got the proof, man. I've got absolute proof. Then you got Darren Morrison, who's a convicted criminal. I mean, I can show you a picture of his mugshot if you'd like to see it. Yeah, he's running around saying that I've stolen valor. You know, I'm not really a vet, which is retarded, because I've got 2.5 years in the Naval Sea Cadet Corps, 6 months in the Coast Guard, 9.5 months in the Army, and an untold number of years working for the government in civilian capacity. So I am not stolen valor. If anything, I'm the exact opposite of stolen valor. But Darren Morrison has not yet stopped. He is still out there claiming I'm stolen valor, you know. Yes. My DD-214 says that, you know, I was a washout, you know. Oh, please. First of all, those definitions change over time, but that's beside the point. If she says bet, she's the real deal. What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by that. What are y'all doing awake? I thought you guys was up late at night. What are y'all doing awake this morning? But yeah, I mean, if you're wondering why these group of Christians trust me, a pagan, it's because, unlike my supposed friends, I'm not lying. I really am a friend. Wow. Imagine that. And friends don't diss other friends. At least not intentionally. Now, do accidents happen? Sure. But not intentionally. You don't do that shit intentionally. And this is why they don't have a problem with me being here right now. Because they know I will never stab them in the back, ever. I don't believe in that shit. And it doesn't hurt to have over 30 years of religious study under my belt either. Oh, you got done working out and now you're going to work. Okay, well, I hear that, man. I hear you. And Derek says, I don't sleep much. I don't sleep much either, man. I don't know, you know, I don't know if it's the Mandela effect or the flat earth thing or just the onslaught of evil spirits. You know, I mean, when you decide that you're going to become the Sorcerer Supreme and take on evil, talk about demons crawling out from under every rock. Holy shit, man. Ever since I decided to take this path and to literally fight evil on its own terms, I mean, it's like demons are literally crawling out of the woodwork and hanging from the chandeliers, and I mean, it's unbelievable, dude. You talk about a spiritual attack. All right, I'm getting it in spades. All right, but you know what? I'm okay with that. Whoa, there went my screen. There we go. I'm okay with that. So, you know why? You know why I'm okay with it? Because I purposed in my heart what I'm going to do. All right, simple as that. Simple as that. I'm telling you, man, when you decide you're going to fight against evil, evil hears it, and they come after you. That's the truth. That is the absolute truth, man. As Rand's birds chirp in the background. I don't know if his birds are drowning me out or not. If his birds are drowning me out, let me know, will you? Getting punched is more fun than debating globe heads. Oh, that's about the truth. I call them ballers because it's more derogatory, you know. So I call them ballers. They hate that shit too. They absolutely hate it, man. They absolutely hate that term. You ballers. But yeah, man, the ballers are absolutely convinced that we flat earthers are nuttier than a fruitcake. But the truth of the matter is that we're on the right side. We really are. We're on the right side. You know, when you find out, for example, when you find out that huge ice wall down there in Antarctica is named after David Rockefeller, yeah, I mean, what else do I really need to say? You know, there really doesn't need to be anything else said, because with that very admission that ice wall down there is named after David Rockefeller, that should tell you everything you need to know right there, that the globe, the sphere, the whole Copernicus crap is funded by the elites, backed by the elites, and supported by the elites, because they don't want you to find out the truth. Well, what is the truth? The truth is as above, so below. If heaven, Valhalla, summer fields, whatever you want to call it, if that is an infinite plane, which it is, then it stands to reason that Earth is also an infinite plane. However, it also stands to reason that Hades is also an infinite plane. But, you know, I digress. But yeah, that ice wall down there in Antarctica is named after David Rockefeller. All right, that should open up your eyes right there, man. It's like, oh my God, the elite family's in on this globe shit? Yes, they are. They are in it with both feet, brother. And you're either going to support the elite families or you're going to support the truth. The truth is an infinite plane. The lie is that we're on a sphere spinning hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. Folks, this is a simple, I've already discussed this once, but I'll do it again, simply for the sake of argument and for the sake of I have no idea how much longer the hangout's going to last. All you got to do to prove that the sphere is bullshit is get one of those old-fashioned toy spinning tops that you pump up and down to get it to spin. Pump that sucker up real fast, get that spinning top spinning real good and fast, and then pour water on it. What happens to the water? It goes flying in every direction, doesn't it? Yeah. So they're saying the Earth is spinning at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour on its axis. Okay, well, why isn't the water flying out into space? I'll tell you why. Because we're not on a globe spinning hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. That's why. Because that same gravitational force that is supposedly holding the water to the Earth would also hold the water to that spinning top, but it doesn't. It doesn't. In fact, it does the exact opposite. It throws it away from the spinning top, not towards it. Okay? You cannot use a law to break a law. Okay? You can't do it. Now, admittedly, that is a legal parlance, but it also applies to these physical laws as well. All right, if you're going to have a physical law that says that water clings to an object spinning hundreds of thousands of miles an hour, but then you do an experiment of an object spinning and the water doesn't cling to it, well, then we have a problem, don't we? Because the law is only being applied to one object, but not being applied to the other object. You follow me? That don't work. All right. If it's going to be a law, and it's going to be an established law, then it has to be repeatable. Science tells us this. Science tells us that if it's a law, it must be repeatable. In other words, if the Earth is spinning at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour and the water is clinging to it, then when I have this spinning top spinning on my desk, the water should cling to it as well because of the law, right? Their claim is that A physical law holds that water to the earth while it is spinning hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. Okay. So if that law applies to the planet, it must also apply to my spinning top on my desk here. It doesn't. It doesn't. Therefore, either the sphere is a lie or their law is wrong. Got to be one or the other. Can't be both. Got to be one or the other. And either one they choose, I win. So victory for me, no matter which one they choose. If they say their law is messed up, I win. If they say the sphere isn't real, I win. I can't. It's a no win situation for them, a no lose situation for me. All right. So it doesn't matter. And that's only one example. But like I said, the elites are in this whole Copernicus thing up to their eyeballs. They're literally involved. And if they're involved, you know it's corrupt. Because these guys don't do anything legit. Do you know how these elite families got their money? Anybody know? Let me see your hand. Anybody know? Anybody know how the elites got their money? I'll tell you. Here's what happened. They started a war with Napoleon, all right? And then they went and told everybody, said, give us your money for safekeeping, all right, in case Napoleon wins the war, right? So they all signed on the dotted line. Well, what happened was they sent a rider ahead of the official rider. They sent a rider ahead of him, said Napoleon had won the war, had everybody to transfer all their money over to them. And then come to find out, here comes the real rider and says Napoleon lost the war. But by then, they'd already signed all their money away. So these elite families did not get their wealth by legitimate means. They did not get their wealth by working hard. They got their wealth by lying to the people of Europe and telling them that Napoleon had won the war. That's how they got their wealth. So these people are not legit in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Which brings back to when I was talking about the Titanic. Who was on the Titanic? Everybody that was a competitor for these elite families. Rockefeller, Rothschild, Morgan, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, Warburg. All their competition was on the Titanic. That's why the Titanic sunk. The Titanic did not sink because it struck an iceberg. The Titanic sank because it was meant to sink. Because all of Rockefeller, Rothschild's competition was on the Titanic. And they all died. You'll notice that the Rockefellers weren't there, the Rothschilds weren't there, the Vanderbilts weren't there, the Warburgs weren't there. None of these elite families, J.P. Morgan, none of his family was there. None of these elite families were there. But their competition was. Their competition was. And so the Titanic had to be sunk to kill off their competition. And they did. So now you know the truth. Forewarned is forearmed, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. The United States Navy, folks, did a test. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the United States Navy did a test. They took a laser and they shot that laser at another ship miles away. I believe it was like, I want to say 80 miles away, but that could be wrong. It could be more than that. But the United States Navy actually tested this. They went out and they fired a laser at another ship. And they hit the hull line of the ship, and their conclusions were quite evident. There is no sphere, there is no curve, there is no globe. We are on an infinite flat plane that stretches in all directions as far as the eye can see, and that is what we are on. We are on a flat Earth. We are on an infinite plane that stretches to infinity in all directions. Just as heaven stretches to infinity in all directions, such as hell stretches to infinity for all. I mean, haven't you ever wondered why hasn't hell gotten full yet? Stop and think. Hell ain't full yet. Why? Because it's an infinite plane. Just as heaven is an infinite plane. Just as the earth is an infinite plane. As above, so below. As above, so below. We are on an infinite plane that stretches in all directions ad infinitum. That's why hell will never be full. There was even jokes about it, you know. Is hell froze over yet, or is hell full yet? And I know you've heard those jokes. Well, of course. Of course. Folks, they're lying. They're lying. These families have wealth. They control five corporations control all of the media of the earth. How many of you knew that? Wrong hand. How many of you knew that? I'll use this hand because this hand ain't being blocked by the mic. How many of you knew that? 5 corporations control all of the media in the world. All of it. It's called programming for a reason. I see little light bulbs going over people's heads now. Yeah, it's called programming. It's called programming for a reason. Because they are programming you. And like that guy from the movie Network, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. What's he talking about? He's talking about programming. He's talking about the deception from the media. That's what the premise of the whole damn movie is about. Is that the media was deceiving people. Yeah, certainly. That's exactly what it's about. It's exactly what it's about. And like I said, you know, a lot of stuff that's really going on, you're not going to get on the internet. Like I said, man, you know, when the Russians came over here in 1933 and took over our colleges, you won't find that on the internet. And if it does appear on the internet, poof, it's gone before you know it. When I do a video about something like that, I usually have to privatize it. You know why? Because if I don't, it'll disappear. It'll go poof. It'll literally disappear. Why do you think I started numbering my videos on YouTube? Why do you think I started numbering them? So that I could see if one get took down. So that I could see if one got deleted. Got to be smarter than the damn programming they put on the computer, right? Yeah. So I go back to my YouTube channel. What do I see? Anything that talks about government corruption, anything that talks about extraterrestrials, well, not extraterrestrials because they're not out in space, they're under the earth. But anything talking about government corruption, extraterrestrials, or history, namely history they don't want you to know about, magically deleted. Magically deleted, folks. Because I numbered my videos. I numbered them. 43, 44, 45. Go back, number 44 is missing. Where did it go? It got deleted. It got deleted. No notice. No nothing. Just poof, gone. Why? Because you can't handle the truth. In the now immortal words of Jack Nicholson. You can't handle the truth, according to the government. You can't handle the truth, so they're gonna scrub the internet of any information that they don't feel you can handle. That's exactly what they done. That's exactly what they done. And I have no idea how much longer this is going to go on. I don't know. I know that Hangouts are 8 hours long, so I don't know what happened. Did everybody fall asleep? Is that what happened? They fell asleep with the mic open, or what? But the hangout open, I mean. Yeah, Masons do in fact deceive. Let me, for those of you that might want to actually defend the Masons, let me ask you a question. Now, we're not talking about, now let's clarify this, okay? If we're going to talk about Freemasons and Masons, we need to clarify this point. The Masons of the Founding Fathers is not the Masonic temples we have today. Notice they're called Masonic temples. They're not called churches. They're not called synagogues. They're not called mosques. They're called temples. Well, gee, Vaughn, why is that significant? Because the word temple denotes a pagan connotation. All right? Follow me? Jesus taught in a temple, and nobody did anything to him. But as soon as he tried to teach in a church, what happened? They run him off, didn't they? That should make you think, guys. That should make you think for a minute. When Jesus was preaching in a pagan temple, nobody said one word to him. Nobody tried to run him off. But the minute he went to a synagogue, a church, and tried to preach, what happened? They run him off. In fact, they not only run him off, they tried to kill his ass. 3 times. Think, people. Why could he preach in a pagan temple, but he could not preach in a Jewish synagogue or a Christian church? Why? Think. Use your brain. You have a brain. Use it. Think long and hard about that one. Because I did. I thought about that one. I had to stop and think about that. I'm like, whoa. What's up with that? Anyways, I totally forgot where the hell I was going with this. Oops. What about the Torah and the Dead Sea Scrolls? What about them? You don't think people could go and put parchment? Let me ask you a question. What is parchment made out of? Anybody know? Ah, shoot. There's my phone. Damn it. Hang on a second. Alrighty, sorry about that. Let's see. Yeah, Baphomet is a goat-looking character. That's true. With both sexual organs. That's correct. Yes. Baphomet has both sexes. What is Vaughn insinuating? About what? I got distracted there. I had to take that phone call and got distracted. Oh, parchment. Yes, thank you. Parchment. Okay. What is parchment made out of? Parchment is made out of a degradable material. Let me say that again. Parchment is made out of a degradable material. Now, what does that mean, Vaughn? What that means is that over a period of time, parchment will turn to dust. It will literally go away. It will literally disappear. Now, isn't it interesting that we find documents that are thousands and thousands and thousands of years old? Yes, they're degraded, but they're still there. And apparently there was enough there for us to decipher that it was, whole books. We were able to get whole books out of it. So it didn't degrade too much, apparently, did it? Because we got whole books out there. Now, here's the problem I have with that. The problem I have with that is that parchment degrades. Well, Von Helton, they were in clay pots and they were in a cave. Well, you know what? That's worse, because the humidity of the cave would actually make them degrade faster than normal. Okay? The humidity inside the cave would actually make them degrade faster. Okay? So, and furthermore, clay pots are not airtight. Sorry, guys, they're not. They were very crude made. They were spun on a lathe by hand. They were very crude. They were not airtight at all. You would have to have an airtight container in order to keep these parchments from degrading. Now, listen, we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of years here. We're not talking a few hundred years. We're talking thousands and thousands of years. 6,000 years by some people's estimation. And yet we found these documents intact. Really? Are you sure? Are you willing to buy that? Because I'm not. Now you say, well, Vaughn, what about the ancient Sumerian text? That's carved in stone. What about the Babylonian shit? That's carved in stone too. But see, the Jewish, the Christian, and the Muslim writings are all supposedly made on parchment. Well, parchment degrades. Parchment degrades. All right, so you have to ask yourself now, why is it that the laws of science apply to some things, but they don't apply to all things? Remember what I said earlier. If it's a law, it must apply to everything equally. It cannot just apply to one thing and then not apply to nothing else. It's like my example with the spinning top, all right? If the Earth is spinning on its axis, and the centrifugal force of the Earth spinning on its axis holds the water in place, then when I spin a spinning top on my desk and I pour water on it, that water should cling to that spinning top. Well, it doesn't. Okay, so the law applies to the globe, but it doesn't apply to my spinning top. Therefore, either the law is corrupt or the spinning globe is a bunch of bullshit. And there's my phone again. My dear sainted mother. Oh, she loves to aggravate me. All right, I'm back. Anyways, but yeah, I mean, now how would that parchment in old clay pots in a very humid, damp cave survive for thousands of years? Well, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. It would have degraded to the point of dust. It would have not remained. But somehow, these three monotheistic religious documents are somehow magically preserved. Any other papyrus documents have long since turned to dust. Hello? Alexandria, anybody? Yeah. What documents were left, that is. The Muslims went in and sacked Alexandria, as you all know. And that's why we don't know who built the pyramids today, is because the Muslims went in and sacked the Library of Alexandria. So if you ever wondered, hey, why don't we know who built the pyramids? Well, now you know, because of Islam. They went in and sacked the Library of Alexandria. Burned it to the ground. Just like they did Kosovo more recently. Oh, was I supposed to say that out loud? Too bad, I did. If there is a blight on this world, folks, if there is a blight on this world, it is Islam. Islam is the evil of our day. And like heroes of old, we need to rise up against it and stop it. And we need to destroy it once and for all. That's what needs to happen. Now, will that happen? Not with the lily-livered, yellow-spined crap that we have as world leaders today. No. We need leaders with backbone. Now, ironically, I've been watching the French election. Have you been watching the French election? You've been watching the French election? Yeah. Marine Le Pen, I believe is her name. She's a lion, man. She's a real lion, man. She has actually went after Islam tooth and nail. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. France, of all places, getting a spine. Can you imagine? Can you imagine France upstating all the other European countries by being the first to kick the Muslims out of their country? Here's a radical notion for you. I believe that France should belong to the French people. I believe that Britain should belong to the Brits. I believe that the Scots should have Scotland. I believe that the Irish should have Ireland. I believe that the Welsh should have Wales. I believe that the Dutch should have the Netherlands. I mean, call me crazy, but that's what I believe. I don't believe that a 7th century cult called Islam should take over these countries and control them. Call me crazy. And many people do. But that doesn't mean they're right, does it? No. No. Yes, actually, all old writings, old pagan writings about Lucifer. Lucifer was actually a good guy. Yeah, in the pagan writings, Lucifer is a good guy. It isn't until Christianity comes along that he's painted in a negative light. So, no pun intended, by the way. Negative light. You guys will get it in the morning. Anyway, but yeah, Christianity is the only one that names Lucifer as a negative entity, an evil entity. All your other pagan writings call Lucifer a good guy. Misunderstood perhaps, but a good guy. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, he was a great architect. Yes, apparently so. But it's funny because, like I said, there's that Hopi prophecy out there that says that the three monotheistic religions are going to go bye-bye. They're going to go the way of the Edsel and the dodo bird. They're going to be gone. And is it any wonder why I left Christianity and went to paganism? Could it be that I foresaw, or the gods foresaw for me, let me correct myself, that the three monotheistic religions would be exposed as fakes and frauds? We already know Islam is fake. We already know that one. Muhammad's parents were not Christians or Jews, folks. Muhammad's parents were occultists that worshiped 350 demons. And the chief demon among them was an old Mesopotamian demon by the name of Sin, that they called Allah, or in the old tongue, Hal-La, which is backwards for Allah. And what did Aleister Crowley say? Read backwards, write backwards, speak backwards. Yeah. Okay, so you getting this? Hal-La, backwards, is Allah. All right, and Allah, we now know, is an ancient demon from Mesopotamia by the name of Sin. Isn't it interesting that the Bible says, put sin far from you? Let me say that again. Put sin far from you. Could it be a reference to the demon of Islam that would be foreshadowed as coming? Who did Jesus speak about? When Jesus told them, said, now there's somebody coming after me who's going to speak in my name, and he's going to have lying wonders. He's going to deceive many. He's going to have seas of people believing in him, following him. Who is he referring to? Could he have been referring to Muhammad? Yeah, that's exactly who he was referring to. But you won't hear one Christian say that. Not one. I have yet to hear one Christian say, yes, Jesus was referring to Muhammad. I can't find him. Yeah, I mean, I love Rand to death, but I've never even heard him say that. But it's true. Jesus was talking about Muhammad. It's the only person he could have been talking about. Because he said there would be millions of people following him. All right. He would deceive many, he says. All right. Well, 1.5 billion people is a lot of people. All right. 1.5 billion people deceived into believing Muhammad. Pedophile, a murderer, a sexual deviant, a rapist, a thief, a terrorist, and 1.5 billion people are following him. Now, like I said, I don't know, because it was a long, long time ago when I read the Hopi prophecy, so I'll need to go back and read it again. So I don't remember the reasoning for why the three monotheistic religions disappeared and everybody went back to paganism. But that prophecy is out there, so if somebody's faster at Google than I am, Google that shit, find the prophecy, read it for yourself, and find out how these three monotheistic religions disappeared. My personal belief on the matter, I think the Catholic Church gets exposed. I think what we're going to find out is we're going to find out that the Catholic Church, aka ancient Rome, totally orchestrated the three monotheistic religions. All three of them. Yes, even Islam. Well, Von Helton, Islam hates Christianity. Why would they? Conflict. If there's conflict, you're easier to what? You're easier to control. It's all about control, man. It's always been about control. It's always been about control. That's what it's always been about. All right? So that's where we're at. But yeah, the Hopi prophecy is out there. It says everybody's going to go back to paganism. The old ways, they call it. All right? The paganism. All right? And like I said, I don't remember exactly why that happens. I'll have to go back and reread it myself, because I haven't read it for years, literally. I have to go back and reread it. Yes, George Washington is a Freemason, but you've got to understand. You've got to understand someone, Fanny Lancer. The Masons that the founding fathers were was not a secret society. It had not been infiltrated by the Illuminati. And since we're on the subject of the Illuminati, let me mention to you that George Washington mentions the Illuminati by name in a memo where he actually praised the fact that the American Masonry had not yet been infiltrated by the Bavarian Illuminati. Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Bavarian Illuminati. Pardon me. So when some dunderhead gets on the internet and says, that Illuminati stuff, that ain't real, say, well, his name was Adam Weishaupt. He lived in Germany, Bavaria to be more precise. And yeah, the Illuminati is real. It is not a conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. Stop worshiping idols. I don't worship any idols. I don't worship stone. I worship gods. Gods that actually do shit. Gods that actually do things, that keep their promises. And they don't back down. Yes, the Bavarian Illuminati got brought down by scandal and changed their name. That's true. Yeah, the Illuminati was not destroyed. You know, now, when you go online and you read about the Illuminati, oh, they were destroyed. No, they were not. No, they were not. However, George Washington, in a memo, stated publicly that the Illuminati had not infiltrated American Freemasonry. Now, after the founders all died away, Masonry infiltrated, Illuminati infiltrated Masonry, and Masonry became a secret society. But before, back during the founding fathers, Masonry wasn't a secret society. It was out in the open. It was just basic belief in God and Jesus and the Bible. Just ordinary Christians, as far as I can tell. All right. But when the Bavarian Illuminati infiltrated Masonry and started implementing the occult and certain things that Thoth would disapprove of, what did Thoth say in the Emerald Tablets, guys? What did Thoth say in the Emerald Tablets? He said anything that has to have blood or a sacrifice or both should not be tolerated. It is not of the gods. And Christianity has blood and a sacrifice. Judaism has blood and a sacrifice. Islam has blood and a sacrifice. And what else? Luciferian Satanism has blood and sacrifice. Okay, so these four things are not of the gods, according to Thoth and the Emerald Tablets. If you haven't, I have a video on the Emerald Tablets on my YouTube channel. You can go check it out. And I actually read all of the Emerald Tablets in order. That was quite a lengthy little read too. But you know what? It was very informative. So if you really want to know about the origins of man and the gods and whatnot, you might want to check out my little mini series on the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Yes, well, it could be. Could be. Permavine, I don't know what in the world you're talking about. Okay, I'm a pagan and I don't make any bones about it. Is Jesus real? I don't know. Could he be real? Yes. But could this whole thing be a ruse by the Catholic Church, aka ancient Rome? Yes, that's true also. Time will tell. But there is a Hopi prophecy out there that says the three monotheistic religions will be exposed as frauds, and that everyone will go back to paganism. That prophecy is out there. You can read it for yourself. You don't need me. You don't need me to read it for you. Yep, that's true. That's true. Secret societies have various rites of passage that you have to go through. Now? Let's see how smart you are out there in the outside chat. What did Ben Franklin say about secret societies? And if you watch my videos, keep quiet. But those of you that have not watched my videos, what did Ben Franklin say about secret societies? And don't Google it either. I want to hear your opinion. All right, I'm going to tell you. I am a conspiracy theorist, Shearbear. That's what I am. But the conspiracy theorist usually ends up being conspiracy fact. But anyway, let me tell you what Ben Franklin said. Ben Franklin said, those things that are done in the light of day are liberty. Those things that are done in the dark of night behind closed doors are tyranny. Tyranny. Very strong word there. Tyranny. All right. So that's how I know for a fact that the Masonry that the Founding Fathers participated in was not a secret society, because they were totally against secret societies. Totally and completely against them. They considered that tyranny. Anything kept in secret was considered tyranny. Everything that the founders did, they did out in the open, in public, in the light of day, for everyone to see and everyone to participate in, because that was the great experiment. The great experiment, folks, was that the common man would be allowed to have knowledge and power over the king and over the government and over various and sundry other things. That was the great experiment. That was the whole point of the great experiment, is that the common man, the ordinary person, would have more power than the kings and the governments and the potentates and the dictators and all these other cats. That was the whole point of it. America is a great experiment. America is probably the greatest thing that's ever happened to mankind in the history of the world. But what do we hear about America? Oh, well, America's this, America's that, America this, America. You hear people running America down all the time. But you know what? The America we have today is not the America the Founding Fathers gave us. There was an old woman that saw Ben Franklin coming out of the Continental Congress up there in Pennsylvania. And as he's walking down the steps, the old woman approached him and said, "Good sir, what form of government have you given us?" And he said, "Madam, we've given you a republic, if you can keep it." 1913. What happened in 1913? Does anybody know? Anybody know what happened in 1913? The establishment of the Federal Reserve. By who? By the Bavarian Illuminati and the elite families over on Jekyll Island, while most of Congress was away for Christmas vacation. And they rushed it through Congress and got it ratified while most of Congress was away. After 1913, America was no longer a republic. The America the Founding Fathers gave us died in 1913. That is not my opinion. That is a fact. Now, a lot of that information you will not find on the internet. You're going to have to go to an actual library, look through the card catalog, look through the microfiche, and find out all the information on it. But the information is out there. It is out there. Yes, my father was a Knights Templar and my mother was an Eastern Star. So I know whereof I speak, folks. I know whereof I speak. That's true, Fanny Lancer. Everything is about control. Everything is about control. If you want to know the truth of a thing, find out who's controlling it, ultimately. Like I said, you got 5 corporations that are controlling all the media of the world. All right, so what's up with that? What's up with that? They are programming you. They're programming you. They're intentionally withholding the truth from the people of the earth. Well, what truth, Vaughn? Well, lots of truth. The truth of who we really are, where we really come from. And they withheld it. They tried to keep the Emerald Tablets of Thoth from getting out, but they got out anyway. They tried hard to keep, and to this day, there are people still poo-pooing the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Oh, they can't be real, they can't be real, they can't be real. Well, they are real. There's over 5 different translations of them, so yeah, they're real. But they're going to get on here and they're going to tell you, oh, that stuff ain't real. But it is. They wanted to suppress that information. Did you ever wonder why there's no mention of reincarnation in the Bible. You want to know why? Because the Catholics ripped it out, threw it in the trash, and said, you don't need to know about that. It's true. 3/4 of the Bible was thrown in the trash, according to historical documents. They didn't want you to read it. They didn't want you to find out about it. We got a little boy, documented, little boy, claimed he was a World War II pilot. Come back. He could tell the pilots' names, their wives' names. He even told one guy about a painting that the guy had bought for his wife. He could tell what planes they flew. He could tell what the plane's numbers were. He could tell them what unit they were assigned to. He could tell them what their permanent duty station was and where it was located. They took him right into the VFW hall and said, okay, prove to us that you are who you say you are. And he said, well, I know this guy, I know this guy, I know this guy, I know this guy. And blew everybody away. Totally blew everybody away. And it's all documented. It's all documented. Now, why did the Catholics not want us to know about reincarnation? Why did they rip that out of the Bible and throw it in the trash? What was the significance of that? Because if you knew that you were coming back to try again, would you be willing to give your gold to Rome? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Because remember, folks, what do the Catholics say? Oh, give us your gold, and then we will get your loved one out of purgatory. And then what they say? Yeah. Folks, I got my rosary right here. I got over 30 years. I got over 30 years of religious study. The Catholics wanted me. The Protestants wanted me. The Lutherans wanted me. Everybody wanted me. Even the Satanists wanted me. I told them all no. I said I'm going to walk my own path. And that's exactly what I did. It's exactly what I did. But yeah, it's all true, guys. I have no reason to lie to you. I don't know you from Adam. I have no reason to lie to you. But yeah, Catholics ripped out 3/4 of the Bible supposedly and threw it in the trash. Why? Because they didn't want you to know. They wrote shit down that they didn't want you to know about, so they threw it in the trash, burned it up, threw it in the trash and burned it. All right, Chair Bear, have a good day. Oh, and Fancy Lancer, before we go any further on this, let me see this as declarative as I possibly can. Because there is people out there that believe this. So I just want to make my point abundantly clear. I do not believe that you need the darkness in order to fulfill yourself and to be the best that you can be. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. All right, so let's just be abundantly clear, because there are people out there that believe that the darkness completes us and that it's yin yang. You know, you have to have the darkness in order to have the light. I don't subscribe to that. You know, darkness is out there, yes, but we don't have to accept it. We don't have to use it. We don't have to be part of it. And what did Thoth say in the Emerald Tablets? He said, stay away from darkness. Stay away from evil spirits. Stay away from things because they're not of God. The gods, plural. They're not of the gods, man. Okay? Stay away from that shit. We don't need it. You know, I was watching a pagan just the other day here on YouTube saying, "Oh, you know, my path of enlightenment led me to the darkness." Bullshit. I don't buy that. I'm sorry. I don't buy that 1 minute. You know, hence the term white lighter, which is what I am. I'm a white lighter. I don't subscribe to the darkness at all. And I'm trying to learn from what Thoth said, and I'm just not going to embrace it whatsoever. Not at all. Don't need it. Don't need it to be complete. Don't need it to be fulfilled. And the ancients were not into darkness anyway. Thoth said in the Emerald Tablets, he said the reason Atlantis fell into the sea was not because of the reptilians and the Greys. The reptilians and the Greys did not defeat Atlantis. In fact, just the opposite. He said the Atlanteans defeated the reptilians and the Greys and drove them underground. Yes, I said reptilians and Greys. Go read it. 35,000-year-old documents talking about reptilians and Greys. Imagine that shit. Von Helton was right again. Isn't that amazing? But yeah, the Atlanteans drove them underground. All right. They drove them underground. So that was not what destroyed Atlantis. What destroyed Atlantis, according to Thoth? What destroyed Atlantis, according to Thoth, was the unholy union of science and magic used in a negative way to open up portals of darkness and evil. And when they did that, the gods punished them by sinking Atlantis into the sea. That's exactly what happened, according to Thoth. According to Thoth, that's exactly what happened. All right. Well, darkness is the absence of light, but it only takes one little candle to dispel a whole room full of darkness. Okay, so which one is more powerful? The light is. See, there is a way that seems right unto a man. The Bible says this. There's a way that seems right unto the man, but the end thereof is what? Destruction. What are they talking about? They're talking about darkness. They're talking about evil. Following evil. You're going to fall off the cliff. And you're going to take a bunch of people with you when you go. And Thoth, a pagan, I might add, reiterated the very same thing. Don't need the dark. Don't need the dark to be complete, man. There's all kinds of people out there from all different stripes, and they're all saying, "Oh, we have to embrace the dark. It's part of us. It's part of the world we're in. We just might as well embrace it." No. Thoth said, "Don't do it." He said, "If you did, the same fate that happened to Atlantis would happen to you." So. Word to the wise there. Good morning. I could use some prayer. I'm feeling pretty bad. Well, trolling for Duncan. That's not the best name to be coming in here with. Trolling for Duncan. Yeah, it's not. That's not a good name. It's like I said before, when you want to pick something apart, you can't deviate. Yeah. Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm not here to proselytize in any way. But what I am going to do is I'm going to try and tell you the truth as best I know it. And then I put all the cards on the table, and then you decide what you want to do. You know, if you choose to go in a direction, I'll support you. As long as that direction doesn't lead to darkness or destruction of any kind, you'll get my support. But there are people out there that will tell you that it's yin and yang, darkness and light, and that we have to embrace both. And I'm not buying that one. I'm sorry. I'm not buying that one at all. My heart is racing and I can't breathe right. I feel like hell. All right, well, first thing you need to do is clear your mind. Clear your mind of all thought. That's number one. Number two, look at my eyes and focus on me. And you might have to squint because I might be a little tiny box, but focus on me. Clear your mind and calm down and start counting with me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. You should be better now, hopefully. How you feel now, trolling? What a name. Boom! One Bruce says. Boom. What are my thoughts on PHB swagger jacking my style? Well, you know what? Emulation is the highest form of flattery, so I guess I'm flattered. 33 Illuminati confirmed. Well, there you go. Good morning, Mombra. How you doing? Well, trolling, see, that's the thing, okay? The battleground is in the mind. You know, now that's not to say that you don't have physical ailments, okay? I'm not saying that. But the initial battleground is in the mind. You got to clear your mind. You got to get your mind free, okay, of all that clutter. We can get tied down with things of the mind, okay? And things of the mind and things of the heart can actually cause you real physical damage. I know a lot of people poo-poo that idea, but it's true. If you sit here and worry about something and stress over something day after day after day after day after day, eventually your body is going to break down. Now, people out there say, oh, that's impossible. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. All right, so the battleground initially is in your mind. You got to free your mind. You got to clear your mind. Foamy the squirrel. Oh, Foamy the squirrel. But yeah, you really do. You got to free your mind. Get your head clear. Then once you get your head clear, then you address the physical, right? But you got to get the mind straight first, because that's the battleground. That is the battleground. Get your head clear, then address the body. Way too much stress lately. Well, there you go. There you go. There you go. And yes, I need a holiday too, man. Holy crap, do I need a holiday? I need about 5 holidays. I need about 5 holidays, man. That's what I need. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I need me about 5 holidays, man. I have absolutely no idea how long this is going to keep going. But I guess I can sit here and entertain you for a little while until Rand gets up and says, oh my gosh, I left it running all night long. Couldn't resist the countdown. Hey, it's not every day you come into a hangout and somebody's counting down, right? How many thought it was a bomb? Be honest. How many thought it was a bomb? Come on, be honest. He's gonna blow it up. Yep, be anxious for nothing. Be anxious for nothing. That's what it says. That's what the Bible says. Be anxious for nothing. It sure does. It's in there. Go to crosswalk.com and put it in there. Be anxious for nothing. You get all kinds of scripture pop up. I was putting you in a trance. Your eyes are getting heavy. Oh, gosh. Well, of course you should trust me. You know why you should trust me? I'll tell you why. Because I've never lied to you. I might not know the whole truth, but I'm not going to lie to you. Not intentionally. Never do it. Never do it. What song is it you want to hear? Freebird. I don't have ISIS on my mind. Well, there you go. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have fun in the city. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Be with my girl, she's so pretty. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Who sang that song, people? Don't Google it either. Tell me who sang it. Come on. How many of you are old farts like me can remember that song? Well, Flat Earth dude, I'm doing my best, man. You know, I'm gonna do my best. Hey, somebody that's got a spanner needs to come in here and take over this hangout. I ain't got no power in here. If somebody comes in here and tries to snipe something, man, I don't, you know, I ain't got no power in here. We need somebody with a spanner to come in here. I'm gonna have fun in the city. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Be with my girl, she's so pretty. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Flat Earth dude. I'm gonna try and convince people that you know, the infinite plane is the truth. The flat Earth, the infinite plane, that's the truth. The sphere, the spinning sphere ain't real, man. It's not real. Of course, I am reminded of that song. I feel the earth move under my feet. I feel the sky tumbling down. I feel my heart start a trembling whenever you're around. Hey, hey, Paula, I wanna marry you. Hey, hey, Paul, I wanna marry you too. I forget the rest of the lyrics. Oh, whatever. That's a song from way, way, way back. I hear the little kids running around. It's daylight over in the Dominican. The birds are chirping. The suns are shining. Little kids are running in the streets. Yeah. I broke into the house. Yeah, that's right. Oh man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. Oh man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. Oh man, look at my life. 24 and there's so much more. Didn't mean that much to me. Does it mean that much to you? Yes, I've got it down. I've nailed it good, haven't I, Vane? Yes, I have. I nailed it good, man. Do me a favor, open the door, and let him in. What song is that from? Rand shared a screen. That didn't mean you can walk in. Well, you know what? I'm Rand's friend. And Rand has stated numerous times that his door is always open. to me. So that's right. Paul McCartney and Wings. Very good, trolling. You got it right. Very good. Very good. Uh-oh, somebody's kids are crying. Does he even know it's on? He must have he either fell asleep or he went to work or something. Hey, you better be thankful that his friend got it instead of a troll or a sniper or something, right? I'm Rand's friend. We may not agree religious-wise, but I'm still his friend, and I'm not going to diss him in any way. That's not good. Besides, y'all are going to be pagans eventually anyway, so all I got to do is just sit back and chill, wait for it to happen, right? I'm sorry, Knowledge Scavenger. I never gave a link out to anyone. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. You're talking to Fanny Lancer. Okay. I was going to say, I never gave the link out to anyone. I just come in here and basically took over an empty hangout. Keep my friend Rand, keep him from having dead air, you know. Because the FCC frowns on dead air, folks. You can Google that shit. They do. They frown on that shit. They don't like it. What I am going to do, though, is go get another Mountain Dew. So, I'll be right back. No idea how long this thing's going to go on. All right. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Trump was right again. I know that's a shock and dismay to a lot of you, but Trump was right again. Trump tweeted that the Civil War was not about slavery; it was about states' rights, and Trump is 100% accurate. It was never about slavery. And Trump also stated that if Andrew Jackson had been around, Andrew Jackson would have probably prevented the Civil War from happening. And he's correct about that as well. So while I have your undivided attention, I just thought I'd point that out, that Trump was right again. And of course the left, the loony left especially, are just dogpiling on. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It was about race. It was about race. No, it wasn't. The Civil War was about whether or not the states had the right to secede from the Union. That's what the Civil War was about. That's what the rebel flag is about, too, by the way. Now, we have a South Carolina governess, actually, because it's a woman. And she takes down the rebel flag that had been flying on a mast for like 25 years or some shit. And she takes the rebel flag down because a bunch of blacks whined and cried about that rebel flag being on the mast of the South Carolina Capitol. Problem is that the rebel flag has nothing to do with skin color or race. It has to do with whether states have the right to secede from the Union. It has nothing to do with skin color. In fact, there was blacks that served in the southern side of the Civil War, as well as the Union side. So, was it about skin color? No, never was. Now the left wants you to believe that the Civil War was about race. Why? Because if they can get you thinking about race, they can control you. They can manipulate you. All right, that's why they want to use the race card. That's why they throw the race card, because they want to be able to control you. All right, if you don't fall for the race card, they can't control you. So it's always about control. Remember, it's always about control. It's always about control. It ain't never about, it's, you know, somebody said, well, it's got to be about money. No. These elite families have all the money. They don't need your money. It's about control. Always about control. Always. Yep, Hillary is a commie. There is no question she's a commie. I don't know if how many of you saw Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton on PBS sitting up on stage just extolling the virtues of Karl Marx. How many of you saw that filth? Anybody besides me see that on PBS? Talk about wanting to vomit. Oh my God. I literally wanted to vomit. I really did. I literally wanted to vomit. They're just going on and on and on about how great Karl Marx and Friedrich Joseph Engels were and how they were illuminaries and ahead of their time and all that. No. Karl Marx was a nutter. They used to make cartoons about the guy. They used to lampoon the guy. He was a nutter. So what happened? What happened was Karl Marx got a big fat check from Mr. Rothschild. And when Karl Marx got that big fat check from Mr. Rothschild, oh, well, now he's a respected gentleman. Yes. So he literally changed overnight. He went from being a nutter to a respected gentleman literally overnight because he had the backing of Rothschild. Period. That's the only reason why. That's the only reason why that changed. All right. There's cartoons out about Karl Marx, folks. Google it. There's cartoons out there about the guy. They lampooned him all the time because he was crazy. He's a nutter. Communism does not factor in human individuality at all. That's why it fails. It's because human individuality is never a factor in communism. It's about how the government controls everything and runs everything, and that everything becomes part of the state. All right. And Bill Clinton likes boys and Hillary likes girls. Yeah, that also is true. We had to shut down the hangout because of Fanny and P. Mars. Well, how do you explain me being here? How did that happen? I mean, here I am. I'm live. But if you shut it down, how's come I'm here? I don't understand. Yes, the Clintons are the most despicable, well, one of the most despicable couples, so-called. Now, you know Hillary died in 1989, right, guys? And that the person we have now is a body double? Haven't you ever wondered why Bill can go out here and get every floozy he wants and nobody says anything? Haven't you ever wondered that? You know why? Because his old lady died in 89. He can go out and do whatever the hell he wants. His old lady died in 89. He can do, he wants to hook up with a floozy, he can. You notice nobody says anything to him. That's why. Because the real Hillary died in 89. So he can do whatever the hell he wants. He's a free man. He ain't married to Hillary no more. She died. The real one did. Who we have now is a body double. In fact, we've had 3 body doubles. 3 of them. It's true. Fluffy McDuck, I assure you it is not bearing false witness when they're up on a stage saying how great Karl Marx is. That's not bearing false witness, okay? I think I'm well within my right to bring that up when they put it out there publicly, right? I'm bearing false witness at that point. Maybe Bill killed her. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say what happened in that scenario. But you'll notice Bill's going around chasing every skirt he can, and nobody's saying one word. Why? Because Hillary died in '89. That's why he can do that and get away with it. Because I mean, think about it. If you know, it doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat. If you're running around chasing skirts, it's going to get out there. But you notice nobody's saying one word to him. Why? Because the real Hillary's dead. She's been dead. We've had body doubles since '89. That's the truth. And so he's a free man. He can chase after any skirt he wants. Ain't nobody going to say nothing to him. His wife's dead legally. You know, we got this fake Hillary in there. That don't mean nothing though. You thought Hillary was attractive back in the 60s? I don't know. She kind of looked like a nerd, in my opinion. Strictly my opinion. By the way, that isn't meant derogatory wise. You know, some nerds are cute, but I don't know. It wasn't my cup of tea. Do I think Michelle Obama is a dude? I don't think it. I know it. I don't think it. I know it. And it cost Joan Rivers her life putting that information out there. Because you'll notice that not long after Joan Rivers confessed that Obama was gay and that Michelle was actually a tranny, they killed her, didn't they? Yeah, killed her dead, buddy. Dead as a doorknob. As soon as she put that information out there publicly, she was dead. Boom. So when it cost somebody their life, chances are it was the truth. All right? Just saying. I mean, if it was a bunch of hogwash, why'd they have to kill Joan Rivers? And they didn't. All right? Unless it was the truth. All right? That's how you know. Phil Schneider is dead. William Bill Cooper is dead. These men told the truth, and it cost them their lives. Right? See, the problem with being a whistleblower is that usually when you put the truth out there, it'll cost you your life in the end. That's the problem with being a whistleblower, is that you end up having to pay the ultimate sacrifice in order to get it out there. Yeah, Joan Rivers told the truth, and it cost her life. Simple as that. Oh, for God's sake. Hang on a second. Okay, there we go. Stream is not over. I'm still seeing a little yellow sign that says we are live, we are live, we are live. Stream is not over. I don't know why y'all are saying that shit. Stream is not over. I'm seeing a little yellow live sign out there. I can't start a hangout, Bane Bean. Trolls got a strike on my account. Not for long. How much longer we got to go? Oh my, it says started streaming 8 hours ago. Well, it's getting ready to wrap up any moment then, isn't it? Yep, 8 hour limit, that's right. It's supposed to expire after 8 hours. And it says down there, started streaming 8 hours ago, so yeah, it's getting ready to terminate here just any minute. Well, I'm glad y'all got to see me. I'm glad y'all got to see me. Got to put up with me for however long. Yep. No, I can't do a hang. I don't have the ability. I got a strike on my account, so I can't do hangouts. Wished I could, but I can't. Yep, I'm going to try, Derek. You have a good one too, man. Everybody have a good day out there. Yep, everybody have a good day. Don't work too hard and all that good jazz. I'll be here holding the fort down. Glad y'all got to see me. Yep, it should terminate here in just a few minutes, according to what I'm seeing here. It said it started streaming 8 hours ago, so it should terminate here in a minute. I'll hang in there until it dies. I owe it to Rand to keep things going until it dies, at least. Earth angel, will you be mine, my darling dear? Love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you. Who sang it, people? Come on, let's get your brain going this morning. Who sang it? Come on. Don't Google that shit either. I want your brain. I don't want Google. Who sang it? Come on, spit it out. Yep, I'm looking at the bottom here. It says started streaming 8 hours ago, so it should be terminating any second. As the birds are chirping in the background. Birds are chirping, the suns are shining, the kids are playing in the streets, man. There you go. My goodness. Yeah, trolling is not funny. Sniping is not funny. Harassing people is not funny. Slandering people is not funny. Libeling people is not funny. And defamation sure as hell ain't funny. In fact, defamation is a crime. An actual crime in a criminal court of law. Slander and libel are in a civil court, but defamation is in a criminal court. A criminal court. Google it, folks. Google it. Defamation is a serious thing. If somebody can prove that they are being defamed, they've won their case. That's a shoo-in. That's a shoo-in, man. Yeah, true. Yeah. People are playing a game of chess and a toddler and comes and flips the board. Yeah, that's not funny. That's a waste of, minutes to hours depending upon how you play chess. Some people play chess fast, some people play chess slow. I'm one of those people where I just sit there and think about my move for hours. Good thing I ain't on no timer, right? Well, according to what I'm reading here, it said the stream started 8 hours ago, which means it should be terminating. But for some reason, it hasn't terminated yet. It's still going. So you're stuck with me. You're my captive audience. Oh, gosh. So here I sit. And here I sit, hand on the telephone, hearing a voice unknown. A couple of light years ago, heading straight for a fall. And we both know our memories they bring diamonds and rust. Who sang it? What was the name of the band? What was the name of the lead singer? Let's go, people. Use your brain. Come on. Come on. Use your brain. They're calling you a hypocrite, Knowledge Scavenger? I wouldn't call you that. I wouldn't call you a hypocrite. Oh, my ears. Oh, please. I know I can sing that, so I don't want to hear it. You just don't like rock and roll. Excuse me. We're still alive. The little yellow sign says we are live, we are live, we are live, and it is so. And it's still so. And it just doesn't want, it's the Google Hangout that doesn't want it to die. It just doesn't want to die. So here I sit, Keep it going. You turned off the audio a long time ago. Oh my God. That's horrible. That's horrible. Actually, Rand is here. Rand is in the room. He's just asleep, I guess. Or he's out of the house or something. But Rand is here. I'm looking right at his icon. He is in the room with me. Because if Rand leaves, the Hangout terminates. Did you know that? If the host leaves, 5 minutes later, the Hangout dies. That's the truth. Well, he's either fallen asleep or he went out of the house and he left the computer going, one or the other. Yeah, I've got 8:23, 8:24, yeah. Yeah, 8:20, 8:24 in the morning, yeah. Early in the morning. Who is Rand? Rand Campbell is the one that runs this thing. Rand Campbell runs this thing. And I am his friend. And I am his friend. So I will dutifully protect his Hangout, even though I don't have mods. I wished I had mods. He's going to have to give me mods. So when I come in here, I don't have to worry about snipers and whatnot. And Whatever. Yep, it's going to end soon. You won't have to put up with me much longer. Knowledge Scavenger cut off the audio and is not listening to a single word I say, even though I've actually defended her. Man, that's harsh. That's harsh, man. What's up with that? She's not hearing a single word I'm saying? Man, oh man. That's not right. That's just not right. I have no idea when it's going to end. It doesn't seem to want to end. It says down here, it says started streaming 8 hours ago, which means it should have died by now. But it's still going. I'm still seeing a little yellow sign saying we are live, we are live, we are live. And it still seems to keep right on going. It's still plugging away. If I count down from 10 again, maybe it will end. Hey, maybe I don't want it to end. Maybe this is a sign from the gods. Hey. You know, maybe it's a sign from the gods. Hey, we'll give our token pagan a platform, and we'll let him speak and get the truth out there to the masses, whether they like it or not. How about that? No, Rand doesn't mind me in here because he knows I won't. He knows I won't abuse the privilege. He knows that. So no, Rand does not mind me being here at all because he knows I won't diss him. I won't, you know, do like the trolls and haters do me and run him down and stuff. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I believe if you're going to claim to be somebody's friend, then damn it, you better be their friend. Period. That's how I believe. Call me crazy. That's how I believe, man. You know, that's the way I've always been, and I ain't about to change. Now, by the same token, I've had people who claim to be my friend, and then I find out recently, oh, we were just trolling you. What the fuck is that, man? You know, you're either a friend of somebody you ain't. If you ain't, then you need to be honest with them and tell them. So what happens to the respect when they do that? The respect goes down to zero, doesn't it? You're on, folks, let me tell you a truth that I learned back in the 1960s. You ready for this? Here comes a bombshell. You ready for this? Here it comes. You're only as good as your word. You're only as good as your word. Let that sink in for a minute. I'm pulling this way back from the 1960s, okay? And I'm giving you truth, because that is the truth. You're only as good as your word. So if you're going to get on the internet and you're going to lie about somebody, calling them a pedo or a sadomasochist or a murderer or whatever, your word ain't no good. And if your word ain't no good, you ain't no good. Because you're only as good as your word. That's why years ago it was so important to tell the truth. That's why years ago when you made an agreement, you shook on it. Why did you shake hands? You shaked hands because you were taking the man at his word. Hello? Daggone screen. I guess I'm going to have to super glue it or something. Anyways, but yeah, man, your word is your bond. Your word is your bond, okay? And these people, they get on the internet, they lie at the drop of a hat and drop it themselves. Say, oh, yeah, I was Bond's friend. Come to find out they weren't my friend at all. They were trolling me the whole time. Years, some of them. Years. So, no, it's nothing for people to get on here and lie right to your face, man. Isn't that horrible? And then, of course, we got Islam, which says it's okay to lie. Did you know that? Yeah, it's called al-taqiyya. In Islam, they're allowed to lie to your face. It's called al-taqiyya. I forget the spelling. I think it's T-A-Q, T-A-Q-K-A, something like that. Anyway, but it's al-taqiyya. They're allowed to lie to your face, literally. They're literally allowed to lie to your face. Crazy stuff. Yep, I'm not going to give the link out to nobody. Because if I give the link out and Rand didn't want to give out, then I'm in hot water, right? So no, I will not give the link out to nobody. Sorry. Won't do that. I will not betray the trust of my friends. Imagine that. Wow. Just think if everybody was like that, folks. What if everybody on the planet did not betray the trust of their friends? You know what? The planet would change overnight. Overnight, the planet would change for the better. I got into an argument with somebody. They said, Bon, I said, mankind's good. We're good people. I said, no. Mankind is not good. I said, oh, you're crazy. I said, no. Mankind is not good, never been good. Not one. Not one person is good, not even me. They say, well, how do you know this for a fact? You know why I know for a fact? Because we got laws written to keep us in line. To keep us doing good. Because if we were inherently good, we wouldn't need laws. We wouldn't need rules. We wouldn't need a law that says don't spit on the sidewalk. We would know instinctively not to spit on the sidewalk because A, it's unsanitary, B, it's gross, and C, well, it's just nasty. But we need that law. Well, we did need it. We don't necessarily enforce it these days. But I'm just using that as an example, right? But we need laws. And those laws keep an honest person honest. That's what they do. Because if a criminal really wanted to get into your car or your home or your boat, they'd get in anyway, wouldn't they? All right, so what do laws do? Laws keep honest people honest. That's what they do. They don't inherently stop the criminal because the criminal is going to break in no matter what you do. But it keeps the rest of us, the good folk, honest. It keeps us on the straight and narrow. It keeps us being good people. Laws and rules keep good people being good. And we have to have them, because if we didn't have them, we would descend into darkness and into debauchery just like the criminals are doing. The difference is that we're smart enough and cognizant enough to understand that we need to follow those laws in order to remain on the good side of the coin.